Start streaming. Close that off. Okay, I think we are all good to go. Welcome, welcome back. I should say, rather, everybody, to the 12 hours of Spa. I do apologise. Obviously, we do apologise for the break in coverage today. A few little hiccups in terms of scheduling, so let's just do that so I can read the chat. Okay, so that is perfect. We are all here currently on board with Matt Linham Anderson for Race Anywhere Sim Sport. I am just going to keep an eye on everything, make sure everything is nice and dandy. Okay, so I'm just going to tell that so I can get a pit link for you all to keep an eye on the live timing. Someone has been very graciously keeping an eye on that for us so that you can all track the timing of the race today, and I will be joined at some point later on today by TetraDex. So hopefully we will be able to get that sorted for you at some point during the course of today. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the all clear for pit link. I'll have a look at that and get that sorted. But as a little bit of a catch-up, there has been a lot of action. Let's catch up with, let's have a look at the 169 Marcel, Chico and Juan Diaz in the 555 BMW. So yes, welcome back everybody. I hope you've all had a nice break. It's been a couple of hours since Benny Cage and Luke left us, and now you are with me. I'm sorry. But yes, welcome, welcome indeed. I can pop the chat out. I will do that instead, just so I can. I'm just trying to get everything set up on my screen. Coming in to La Source. McLaren takes a little bit of a tighter line, possibly trying to get a better exit. There's 3 tenths between the two. Up front we have Pife in the 213 Ferrari and Jaroslav Honzik, Mr. Jardier in the 869, who took an incredible pole position yesterday at the hands of probably known to the AOR community. Sorry, I've been talking to a couple of friends recently about RCI as well, but yes, the AOR community as Tortellini. But yeah, so nice and stable in there from the BMW as well. I'm just going to ensure that I have everything I need, which I do. Well, we just keep an eye on these two. So they're getting very close through Brachel into speaker. So in terms of penalties, where we last left off. So how many have we had? We've had quite a few in the first tier. I did notice that the 869 did get a 5-second penalty before. I believe it was for a collision. Is there anything current? Hack and Ullman, a 10-second and a 5-second. Let's have a look. So that is 169 and the 48. Let me have a look. 5-second time penalty for car 177 for causing a collision, and then another one with a 48. 10-second time penalty between for the 48 causing a collision with a lapped car, which was the 920, which will be further down the field. And then we have the 177, which I've just mentioned. Okay, nothing else current at the moment. So yeah, we do have quite a few drivers here today. A nice turnout, but who doesn't like driving at Spa? I'm just trying to pick up from where we left off. There is a nice gap, 9.5 seconds up front between the two leading cars, as we have the 720 McLaren in third as well. Coming for up to, where are they? Do believe a fair distance behind the leaders. Yeah, so they're nearly a lap down. They're just coming up to, so Clemenskis is coming up to Blanchimont, and the 2 on 3 has already gone through Poumon, so there is quite a gap there. We're going to ride on board with Marcel Chico from Dremont Racing in the McLaren as they try and chase down the 555 of the Butler Pal Motorsport crew. Let's have a look who we have in that. So we have Nigel Arts, Juan Diaz, who is currently behind the wheel, and Max Melamed behind the wheel at some point during the course of today. We've got over 6 hours remaining, just under 7 hours, and we are looking good. So yeah, I'll let yeah, TetraDex will be there for some time, as well as myself. But yeah, so there's, I think we have the current closest battle on track. Nice dry track, love a dry Spa. Obviously the wet weather always does throw a curveball in there from now, well, every now and again. But yeah, so who do we have for Dremont Racing? Only 2 drivers, Daniel Krebs and Marcel Chico. So that is a 2-man team. That is quite a feat to do 12 hours with just a crew of 2. A couple of 2-man crews throughout the grid. There are a couple who have, I do believe, have not taken part. We won't be seeing the N7 Racing team, which is a little bit disappointing, because it is always, they always do tend to put on the show. We've got H7K boys back again, which I do believe they're a little bit further down the grid at the moment. So we do have in the top 20, we do have quite a few silver cars, and as Luke mentioned, we obviously have the Platinum or Pro, however you'd like to say it, set of drivers as well. And McLaren dropping back just a little bit, so in terms of the stint timers, it's something that I will have to have a look at, as that 666 McLaren gets very nicely out of the way for these 2 here. And I'm just going to get my, where are my camera controls? Something Luke had issues with yesterday evening. So yeah, nice swooping curve, not taking too much either, as I do believe they're coming up on another lapped car. That's an Aston Martin. Who is that currently ahead of them? That is, it ends in a 5. No, it doesn't. It's the 26, which is in position. I'm trying to find the race number now. Currently P34. As we are very, very, very close. Now it's going to switch to the helicam, watching over. The McLaren has a look, and that is a little bit of contact. The BMW taking a bit of a wiggle there, and the McLaren probably taking a tiny bit of aero damage, and losing a lot of time for his trouble as well. Yeah, you can see the different lines that that the 2 cars can take. The BMW quite nice and tight, whereas the McLaren not very happy So Marcel definitely not very happy with how Juan has, we say, piloted that car through Blanchimont, as they both do both take quite a tight line. It's down to 6/10 of a second. I do apologise. It's been a little bit of a long day for me already, but yeah, we shall soldier on. And you get my lovely voice for 6.5 hours. McLaren having another little bit of a look. Been talking all morning as well, so my words may turn to spaghetti at some point during the course of this race. So yeah, 0.6 of a second is now the gap as it now comes down and down again. The McLaren very, very good in a straight line, and I do know my onboards. I can't use. There's a specific one we're not allowed to use, but I'm not 100% sure on what that was. It's been. It's definitely been an interesting day to say the least, at least so far. So let's have a look around. So the 869 is dropping back. We've got a battle for P7 between Wyszak and Strelnikov. About a second in that, a gap a little bit further back for P19 with Ullman with that 5-second penalty and Kranjček in the 370 BMW. We are going to stay on board with these two for the moment, just because these two cars do look fairly fast at the minute. But yes, welcome to anybody who is returning from earlier, for I believe we did cover the start of the race and the first couple of hours in that as well. So as always, AOR is brought to you by Driver61, SIMSOK, both of which you can check out in the description below. If you are interested in AOR at all, go to AOR. I'm trying to think now. Ferrari's looking fast. The Ferraris are very, very fast. It was definitely a shock to see how much time they managed to get out over the two over a couple of the cars in the Super Pole yesterday, as they go 3 wide, and I do believe they are lapped cars as well. The 177. Is this the battle for P19 we have just come a crop on? It is, and it looks like the BMW is ahead as well, and this is really not helping the number 169 McLaren. He now has 2 lapped cars to negotiate, which are fighting for position, so definitely not what you want to see. So they need to move out of the way as best as they can, and this McLaren is just losing a lot of ground at the moment, which is very unfortunate. Marcel flashing away the headlights there, as neither of them want to relinquish any track position to just to try and not lose any time at all. As they come across the next timing line, the gap between the Aston and the BMW is 0.5 of a second, half a second. Now I think this is where the McLaren is going to get past possibly just the Aston. I think it's a little bit far to assume the BMW as well. BMW a little bit wide into Blanchimont, the McLaren lifting off just a little bit there as well. So now there is only 1 lapped car to negotiate for Marcel. It is the 370 of Kranjček, as they come across the line to complete their 130 something lap. The leader is currently on 133 laps. I think we're around 130 for these guys, roughly. But yeah, we'll pick up stint timers and distances as the race goes on, just as I get into the swing of things once more. A little bit of a lift off just to make sure the nose is pointing where it needs to. It's a little bit of a trick with the McLaren, so you can come off the brakes or off the throttle. The front of the car will settle back down and you will get the best possible turn in for the corner. BMW is a lot more stable with corners, so you can pretty much hammer the brakes, hammer the throttle, do whatever you want to it, and it does tend to stick. I mean, there are limits to what the BMW can do, but it does seem that all the drivers have the capabilities very well versed. Now, I am noticing a distinct lack of a number 58. I have found said 58. It's down in P29. What has happened to the second Van War SimSport team? Be interesting if I can find out. The Endurance Championship leader is number 57, driven by Dennis Latt at the minute. Currently in P5, chasing down Darren King in the Mercedes. So that gap at the front is opening up, so P5's definitely got a more comfortable car at the minute, and one Mr. Jardier is he's got the fastest lap, but I'm sure he's doing all he can to close up that gap, or just minimise how big that gap will get before the next round of stops. So I know there will be a few people in the chat who have some preferred teams. Just let me know how the audio is as well, guys, just so I can try and get the balance right, and so that I'm not completely drowning out the wonderful symphonies of all of these engines. So that BMW finally letting the McLaren go, possibly a lot later than the 169 would have wanted. But it doesn't look like the gap is too big. Just over a second to Juan Diaz in the BMW as they come down the Camel Straight. Now, not only is this McLaren fast in a straight line, it also has the slipstream of that BMW. Everything sounds perfect. Thank you very much, KR. It is very good to know, because I do a couple of streams differently, and sometimes I do have to play with the audio, and yeah, it can always sound different every single day. The fun of messing with audio settings. But yes, we are coming up on 6.5 hours. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting race. I will also get in touch with Tetra as well. You heard a smirk. I have no idea what you're on about, Botgot Ninja. Anyway, back to on track action, of which there is not the most at the moment. There are quite a few cars filtering through the larger chicane at the bottom of the circuit. Not very many close battles at the moment, so it does seem everything has kind of stagnated at the moment. I think the closest battle we probably have is the one we have at the moment. I'm just going to see if there are any closer battles at the moment. Grand check, and P18 and 19. How far back are they? There's 1.3 seconds. The best lap so far was a 2:19.3. Last lap was a 2:19.8, so pretty consistent from the McLaren, which, especially if you put your tyres on around 30 minutes ago, consistency is absolutely wonderful. I think my things tracking gaps on the game are a little bit a little bit broken at the minute. So I'm just trying to confirm that I can get that pit link for you, just so you can get the live timing as well. So you can watch everybody run around the track. Why is this? Okay, I'm just going to try and... oh dear. That was not what I wanted that to do. Thank you very, very much, Windows. I'm just going to try and restart that to see if I can get anything from it. And it's vanished from my desktop. You have to love technical issues, don't you? They're always so much fun. Let me see if I can find it another way. There we go. I'm just gonna try and... oh, come on, Windows, stop being so silly. So yeah, I'm gonna try and... oh, come on now. Okay. So yeah, I'm just trying to get PitLink working again. I do apologise. So I am just going to try and connect to that and see if I can get a link up for you. Yeah, it's definitely not playing ball with me today. The gap has now come down up to 1.6 seconds, so the McLaren possibly starting to struggle a little bit there. And I'm just trying to get this to... there we go. Just making sure my camera controls are still working. And I do believe I have the correct things. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to set up a... I'm trying to get the pick link working. Just so that all of you can... so that you can all watch along and follow the live timing for the session as well. So, having a look down at the field. I'm just having a couple of tech issues, at least. We can still watch cars go around. How close do we have a gap further down? Andy Van der Velde in the 58 BMW on board Van Wall SimSport, chasing down the 115 Audi. They did compete in the Super Bowl. Good evening, Luke. I hope you had a nice commentating session. I am trying to... let me just do this and try and get the... yeah, I do apologise about this, guys. I am just trying to get the... I'm trying to get things working properly. In terms of, well, at least in terms of PitLink. So we'll see if I can get that working properly. Meanwhile, on track, what is happening on track? Still covering Andy Van der Velde, Van Morsum Sport. Yeah, they started in the top 10, so they have had quite a. Seems like they have had quite a rotten race. for the moment at least, dropping back to the lower half of the field as they do try and gain some positions back. Just trying to... Wondering who sent me... Right, let's try and do this again. Ah, technical issues plaguing the world of ACC once again. You gotta love it, haven't you? You gotta love those old technical issues. They're always fun to deal with, aren't they? It is unfortunate. It has happened to quite a few people in the past, which again is unfortunate. Just because it is always fun to have. It is always nice to have a... Why is this not working? You silly thing. It's never nice to have technical issues. At least it's not iRacing. iRacing, no matter what game you go for, it will always have issues. I'm just wondering if it's all of that. Not making much, not making leaps and bounds towards... Yeah, not making leaps and bounds towards the Audi at the moment. Which is unfortunate, because the Van Warsum Sport guys are usually very quick. In fact, they are very quick. Yeah, I do apologise. I am trying to get the pit wall thing working. It doesn't want to... Doesn't want to play ball with me at the minute. Let me just Okay, so I think it was from someone who is currently driving as well, so that might be the reason as to why. Apologies about the lack of pit link, but we shall soldier on as we must. So Van Rooten is in the pits, the 999, so possibly on the off stints. How are we looking further up the field again? Who were we following? Marcel and Juan Diaz. Back to under 1 second between the McLaren and the BMW, and this is for a current top 10 spot. But yeah, I have iRacing. I have nearly every racing game under the sun, including the Codemasters. I'm not sure what to call them without being extraordinarily rude, or getting in trouble with the AOR guys for being very, very inappropriate, shall we say. My opinions on the F1 games are not representative of what AOR thinks. AOR loves them. AOR has leaks for them. I have my own personal issues. Here we go. Down the Camel Straight. Who will be late on the brakes? None of them braking pretty equal there. Trying to go up the inside. And let's see if they can make that move stick. Which one is ahead? The McLaren is ahead of the BMW, sorry. I was looking at the car behind. Oh, it's been a long day. So yeah, the 169 of Marcel is past the 555 BMW. And unfortunately, because of all the wonderful extensive nature around the circuit, we only saw the result of it. That and my amazing camera skills. But yes, so we're coming up to roughly to the hour. I think I've only seen one car in the pits so far, as our race leader comes across the line and up through Eau Rouge Radion once more for lap 140. The gap at the front now up to just a shy under 15 seconds, and the 720 McLaren is well behind the pair. So yeah, the 869, just as you can see on the minimap, just coming down Kemmel straight at the moment, as the BMW stays quite tight to the back. The 55 BMW is currently in the pits, as far as I know, not to serve any penalties, just for a routine stop. So, how is everybody's day, evening, morning, wherever you are? I hope you are all having a wonderful Saturday. I know we've had quite a eventful few hours already, just based off the reports from race control. So, nothing happening recently. However, there may be a penalty coming for the number 24. So, this was the stewards are still. This is live stewarded. I believe this one is live stewarded, and there are also like additional reports as well. And then we have the tier 2 as well, which we will not be broadcasting today. That BMW is still taking, still not really losing the McLaren. So they are kind of, they are on similar pace at the moment, which is, I mean, it's always a good thing if you've just lost a position. You maintain the pace just in case they make a mistake, and then you can take that position right back. So, between cars, number 24 and number 28. So, number 28 is a BMW in P20, and car number 24, I believe, is further back in the field. It is indeed 20-second time penalty. And that is for causing a collision, and 2 license points to boot as well. So, for how we're getting on with how we're getting on in terms of lap times, laps, and racing. I'm losing my train of thought a little bit at the moment. I do apologise. My brain has seemingly jumped out of the window, which is just to my right. Lovely British weather, though. Lovely British weather, it must be said. As is the weather here, as well as it will go on late into the evening. Still a dry track, still a very, very nice dry and warm track here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. So the BMW still keeping tabs with the McLaren, but the McLaren possibly getting a little bit further away as the lap goes on. They have dropped about 4 tenths to the 169. So I'm going to check in with Jfang in the number 1 as a Ferrari gets all kinds of squirrely and wide out of the final corner of bus stop, which is no longer called bus stop. That was a very late decision by the Ferrari to let them go. That is the 24 Ferrari with that 20-second time penalty, and we do have a McLaren chasing a McLaren being chased by a McLaren. Those back markers certainly did not help. So yeah, a little bit squirrely for The Ferrari and the McLaren, not exactly what you want, especially coming into La Source as they come around Le Com. Has the Ferrari picked up damage? Because they've just run wide at the first chicane of Le Com there. So it's possible they do have damage and are struggling as the number 7 Bentley, which is a car that is ahead on track. Well, on the leaderboards, not currently on track. However, they do seem to be maintaining pace fairly well, so... multiple commentators that swift throughout the race. Yes, we do have... so we had Luke and Benny Cage at the start of the race today, and then myself and TetraDex will be popping in some time later. But for now, you have myself. You are stuck with myself. So yeah, the McLaren dropping back a little bit, getting a little bit squirrely on the exit of the sharp right, coming through Stavlo and just wanting to plant the throttle as hard as he can in the footwell to try and catch the McLaren, which I do believe is the one that you can see on your screens, and indeed it is. So both of them taking similar lines. So Bartosz Zajtek for Victoria's Secret. I always have to do that because otherwise I'll say Victoria's Secret. Not sponsored by that particular clothing brand. For AOR, Juan Diaz has got the gap down to half a second again, so still keeping tabs with the 169 McLaren. As we watch these two McLarens come through La Source, taking quite a tight line, try and get the straightest line out of La Source, coming through to Eau Rouge and Raidillon. And we're going to watch on board with this particular McLaren. Windscreen could probably do with a bit of a clean, to be honest. But that is racing. You get dirt on your windscreen no matter where you are. But yes, so you have myself for the next 6 hours, and then I think we have our final round of the season of the Endurance Championship, which I believe is at Laguna Seca. If I can't find the information, I can't find it. Once again, I can never find it. Why can I never find it? Where is it? About to go through all of his messages. Okay, so yes, we only have one round to go. The 8 hours of Laguna Seca. Greetings from the Bermuda Islands. Hello there, Norman Robinson. So yeah, we are next month at Laguna Seca, where I do believe pretty much all of the commentators will be here. So you may have pretty much all of us for a round, possibly just joking around, and unfortunately we cannot take the mickey out of Rage for his love of meat snacks. He's currently taking a well-deserved break from the world of commentating. So as I come across the line again, it is 0.3 of a second between the two McLarens. So not much of an edge either. That was extraordinarily close for the J-Team McLaren, the number 1, as Marcel Chico now pits for the 169 crew. That will be a track warning, whether that is no time gained or an actual track warning. We will have to wait and see. But yeah, so dropping back a bit of time there, that little mistake into Eau Rouge and Raidillon did cost them not too much time, but more time than you'd probably want to lose, especially coming into this part of the lap, especially with the McLaren. The McLaren's quite a specific car. So yeah, it's very specific on how it wants to be driven. Very specific on how it wants to be driven, like throttle inputs, braking, turning in. Some of the other cars you can definitely just throw around. Andy van der Velde has a drive-through penalty. What on earth was that for? Not assigned. Purchase your merch. That is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. For your own sim chassis and rig, it's always nice to hear about fellow sim racers and their rigs. Whatever configuration they may be, whether you're starting out with just a wheel stand or whether you have one of the full metal ones. Whatever takes your fancy, whatever suits your style. These McLarens are getting very, very close and taking pretty similar lines through both sections of the bus stop. Coming across the line, is it still 0.2 of a second? It is 0.4 of a second. So Zetec getting a little bit better exit on that one. A little bit tighter is J Fang through La Source, and coming once again to Eau Rouge and Radion. So we will see how they get on. So we are looking to maybe get into the next round of pit stops. We shall see. That's a much better line from the number one. So they will maybe get a little bit more speed coming down the Camel Straight. Not too great effect on this occasion, just because it's McLaren versus McLaren. So they both have as slippy a setup as each other. One thing I have tried to do is, if you are members of some of the teams racing today and you don't see a livery, I do apologise. I have tried to get them working prior to starting the stream. I have been working today, so I haven't had as much time as I'd probably like to try and get things sorted out as best as possible. But we'll see, as J Fang has a little moment there through Puon and has lost a fair chunk of time, and I do believe two backmarkers have since overtaken. Are they backmarkers at all? They may not be, actually. That's the 48 in front, I believe, which I believe is further ahead of the car. Yes, Milan Hack for Race Anywhere SimSport with that 10-second time penalty, as Darren King and Jaroslav Honzik, Mr. Jardier, both come into the pits. So they are serving their respective pit stops for possibly a tyre, fuel, and maybe a driver change, depending on how comfortable they feel. So it does look like we are getting around to the pit stops at this point. As we follow the Aston Martin. Watch how more stable the Aston is up here. No lift off the throttle, a lot more stable through there, and that can be the difference between you being second or first when it comes to the end of the Camel Straight. How are we doing further back on track? Let's go to Florian Herenz. 0.3 of a second behind, I think. It's because they were in the pits. Coming up to being lapped by our race leader, Fabien Piffet, in the Race Anywhere SimSport 213 Ferrari. couple of the Race Anywhere guys are here today in various cars. How many Race Anywheres do we have today? Let's have a quick look. I can see 3 so far. And it looks... Yeah, so we have 3 cars for the Race Anywhere team running today. The 213, we have the number 12 and the number 48. And the 213 is doing a fantastic job at the moment. As the 869 has a change for the person who put this car on pole yesterday with an immense time of a 2:16.3. Message Malinowski, or as he's known in the community, I believe, Tortellini. I do know there were a few people who were quite shocked at that pole time. I was one of them. I don't think I've seen a pole time that fast for a while. So yeah, the cars are now coming into their respective pit windows. Can see a lot of cars going through the pits at the moment as we ride on board with Connor Wright for the leading Van Wall SimSport BMW, chasing down Jarzbowski in the 501 Forza Italia Ferrari. Yeah, just the sheer pace of these guys is absolutely amazing. So yeah, 4 tenths in it for the 2 drivers, and the next part of the first part of this lap will be absolutely crucial as to who comes out on top coming into Le Com. So as we go up Eau Rouge, up through Radion and on to the Kemmel Straight, it looks like the BMW just got a slightly better exit. That Ferrari is telling them where they're going, which is actually quite nice of them. Let's see if the BMW is going to go late on the brakes. They are diving up the inside. That looked a little easy from the BMW there. Maybe did they let them by? Are they pitting this lap? We will have to see. Which series like this could be reality? GT series that has long endurance races. It's unpopular. I like them more than... to be honest, I do like the, I like some of the, I have been watching a lot more GT racing, kind of like the Brit Car series with the GT3 races. They have been quite fun to watch, especially at some of the older British circuits that aren't as used much anymore in like the higher classes of motorsport. But I mean, I do love a good endurance race like the LMP cars, just for how ridiculously fast they can be. But I do believe for like the endurance series this year they are changing from GT to GT3s. Don't quote me on that, but I do know it has been something coming up, because we have Le Mans this year, the 24 hours of Le Mans, and obviously the 24 hours of Spa, which is happening in a couple of months, unless you're racing in another league, in which case it's next month. I'm looking at myself in that one. So yeah, Jarzbowski, we're just going to see if they pop into the pits. It will make a little bit of sense with the letting go of the BMW, and there it is. So yeah, kind of dipping out of the way from the BMW there as they are coming in for their pit stop. So let's have a look. Who do we have? Let's catch up with the guys in P2. The gap is 15 seconds. So the leading car have also changed drivers as well. The 213 now has Hyler at the wheel. Both of which I have, I think, yeah, so we have the same first name for the driver in second and first at the minute. And then we have Kleminskas in the, I believe it's the, is that the Beaver Grease guys? Yes, it is the Beaver Grease guys. Beaver Grease Racing Lithuania are currently in third position. Very good effort from them yesterday in the Super Pole, as we now jump back to the battle with the 177 and the 370. This was quite a nice battle before, so we're just going to enjoy it a little bit more. Aston definitely got a little bit faster exit there, but had to kind of throw it all away because the BMW just wasn't up to speed. It's a bit unfortunate, but how do we do up Eau Rouge and Raidillon? BMW going very wide there. Aston letting off a little bit there. Not 100% sure as to why. Do we have anything else from the stewards? Not at the moment. All is well in race control. Cheers at what we want to see. No penalties, no fighting, just pure racing. And for some reason, there's usually automated messages on connected and ready to stream. Okay, I finally have a pit link for you guys. I do need to figure out how to get it. Let's see, did someone post it before? Maybe. I need to try and find all the links for pit link again. I've done all this to get it working, and now that it is working, I can't find the link for it. I think it was, where was it? It was in the chat from. Okay, I'm just going to leave you guys on board with this while I try and find the pit link for you guys. So just bear with me. In fact, I am going to keep an eye on that for that as they take a dive up the inside of the source, and that seems to be job done for Scott Cranston in the Aston Martin. Can the BMW fight back at all? Let me have a switch on board there. Let's see if they can fight back at all. They're getting a much faster line off track there. They will have to lift off so that position remains with the Aston Martin. Little bit naughty there, I think, from... Right, let's see if the live timing is working. It is indeed. Okay, I have your timing link for you. So live timing for this session, if I can type correctly, it would help. There we are. I will also pin this as well, so it is there for you guys. There we go. Yeah, the BMW has kind of dropped back, as it is kind of expected for the little bit of track limit exploration at Raidillon. And we're back with a battle between the 169 and the 555 between Max Melamad and Daniel Krebs. This was an interesting battle previously, so we shall see how this one pans out. So McLaren a lot tighter into La Source, possibly getting a little bit more traction. The rear end stepping out just a tad. Both of them going very nicely up Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It looks like the McLaren has the legs on the straight. Who has the balls in the braking zone? That would be the BMW, who holds that position. McLaren getting all kinds of out of shape, trying to trying to fight back just a little bit and lost a chunk of time for his trouble. Not what you want when you're trying to chase down for... I believe these guys will be fighting for top 10. I do believe a couple of the guys up ahead are yet to pit. But again, it is a marathon, it's not a sprint. That was earlier today for the F1. Really good sprint race, by the way, if you haven't seen that. I obviously will not spoil it, and it will also, if you do try to spoil it for anybody in the chat, then it will be removed. And if you continue to do it, then you may incur further punishment. That is a warning for you all. But on the lighter side of racing, this is quite a good race so far. I think everybody has done their pit stops. The moment, I think one of the last ones is I can see the 666 and the 808 is coming around the pits now. That McLaren was a little bit deep into there. So won't have gained much time there. And I do believe, in fact, they gained a little bit of time, but probably not as much as they would like. But yeah, so I'm just going to have a look in I'm just having a look in all the details to make sure that everything is perfect, everything is fine. Ensure there's no issues. Because it is always, it's always important to make sure that nothing's gonna break. Because it's just how it is sometimes, isn't it? It's just one of those things. So let's have a... I did this last night, I should really remember things. But yes, so if you want to have a look at any of the sponsors that help us run these events, or you want to possibly take part in some events yourself, leagues are organised on www.apexonline.racing. You can also find us on Twitter and Facebook. All the links you need are in the description below. But yes, on we go, on we soldier. I do apologise if I do go a little bit quiet. I may be feeding myself because it's been a long day so far, and I've had an okay lunch, but you know, the body always wants food. As we pick up this battle for P21 between the 28 BMW and the 51 McLaren. So 51 McLaren for Victoria's Secret is one we visited earlier. Different battle then as to what is happening on track now. I will be keeping an eye on the battle for P11 as well, because that does look like it could be interesting as well. A little bit of a tighter line. BMW running onto the gravel, which will give the McLaren all the speed it needs to maybe make the move into Blanchimont, which does look like the plan. Running a little bit wider, the BMW covering off the inside of there. Doesn't want to be don't really want to be going too wide into Blanchimont. I think the BMW will keep the position for the moment. The McLaren taking a little bit more curve. BMW possibly trying to get a bit of a wider line, maybe going a little bit out of shape on the entry to the second part of that, as they both come down to La Source. Now the BMW has probably better brakes than the McLaren. The McLaren takes a tighter line and keeps the gap small, as I do believe we have a third contender coming into this battle. So we now have 3 cars fighting for P21, a BMW and 2 McLarens, and I do believe they are about to be passed, or they are very close to being passed by the race leader. So the McLaren looks to the inside, coming into Lecombe, and that seems like job done, keeping a very tight line to ensure the BMW cannot fight back on that one. It is now the 51 up into P21. So we are going to keep an eye on this fight. It's a 3-way battle at the moment. It does look like the 169 has had a bit of trouble. It's gone from 1/10 to nearly 9. So that is a bit unfortunate. And I think you can see the 2-1-3 in the background there, which will not be a welcome sight to any of these drivers, as they are all fighting for position and do not want to yield any time at all. So it is about a second between the 3 of them. So that McLaren at the back, the number 1, driven by Jay Fang currently, just a little bit further back, possibly even biding his time. The more these 2 fight, the better it is for him, as shown there by Jay getting a lot closer to the back of that BMW with maybe a little bit of any opportunistic look on the inside. Now that McLaren is getting ever closer to that BMW, having to stay there for the moment, and that Ferrari, that gold Ferrari, is our race leader. Where will the McLaren go? Sticking to it, letting the race leader go. Quite a quite a smart place to do it. Don't lose as much time as you would on a straight around this circuit. So we're still going to keep to the helicam with the number 28, again letting the race leader by, and that brings the number 1 McLaren back into play. Now the McLaren won't get as much of an advantage as he would probably want, just because the BMW now has a slipstream of that Ferrari. So as they both come up, BMW again getting a little bit out of shape through Eau Rouge, probably taking a little bit more curb than he would like. That McLaren in front is just sailing away at the moment, as the blue McLaren of Jay Fang gets ever closer to the back of that BMW. Do we have another contender in the mix, or is that a back marker currently chasing them? Oh, he's going for it into Bruchel, who too wide through Bruchel. The McLaren has the inside line. The McLaren has the position, and I do believe that is a car further up the field. Who is that? Is indeed a leading car. That is the 101, which is currently in P5. Mr. Nowicki at the wheel of that. So very well done by Jay Fang. That gains him a position on track and is now once again chasing down that 51 McLaren. A familiar battle from earlier on in this race. So both of them taking fairly similar lines through the last sharp set of corners, as I do believe the 2-on-3. The 2-on-3 stopped. Where has the 2-on-3 has disappeared from the circuit? Tech issues for the 2-1-3 crew, who had quite a commanding lead even after the driver changes. Is the live timing server down? It should not be. It should be back up, that I am aware of. It has been reset. If you bear with me, I will try and have a look at that in a moment. But yeah, the 2-1-3 crew, plagued by technical issues, which means the 869, the Keck W Claim Fiesta Esports team, currently driven by Malinowski, are now in the lead as the 2-on-3 now pops back into the server in the pits. So that is definitely a tech issue. That is definitely a connection issue for the 2-1-3 car. And where is the 720 McLaren coming through Podium? So they may retain second position, but it would be a feat and a half to regain the lead. Yes, let me just have a quick look at the... let me just restart pit link for you all to see if I can get this working. So let me just connect to that. Right, I do believe I've now fixed it. Let me just have a quick look. That looks about right. Yes, I do apologise for the issues. It is now up and it is fixed and it's working again. I do apologise about that. I don't know why that has happened. But anyway, we shall carry on. So the 720 Beaver Grease team are now ahead of the 2-1-3 crew. What is going on for the 2-1-3? Where is Darren King currently in the Mercedes? Currently coming through Bruchelle, overtaking, I believe, a back marker, the 555. So it does look like the 169 has passed the 555, and indeed it has. But yeah, the not the race they were hoping for that crew as we get back on board, and it looks like the number 1 has got past the 51 as well and is now under threat. Or is that a back marker? That is indeed, that is actually a lapping car, not a back marker. I was getting a bit too excited there. But yeah, so Jay Fang definitely enjoying his time in that number 1 McLaren at the moment. And Rafael Dabal certainly not enjoying it as much as he would probably like, as I think the 2-on-3 is now finally back out onto the circuit in 5th position. So a lot of work to do there for the Race Anywhere 2-1-3. And yeah, they kind of had a good lead for quite a while in this race, not only after this start, but ever since. And yeah, a couple of issues plaguing a few drivers today, and yeah, it's very unfortunate for the 2-on-3s, the 2-on-3 guys, as the 869 does come across for lap 155. The 720 is coming into the bus stop now, so the 720 nearly a lap down. So the lead has changed quite dramatically here in terms of the race lead, over halfway in. Yeah, Jacob, the pit link, the pit wall should now be fixed. Let me just try and... Why is this not working? I'm not sure as to why the video embed is not working. I do apologise. I'll have to speak to the other guys about that later, as my cream egg is leaking everywhere. But yes, soldier on we must. It's quite a nice battle between these two. I think this is probably going to be one of the battles to watch later on, coming down to the wire. BMW did get a little bit squirrely out of that chicane, but we'll see how we get on. I think a little bit of a flash there to the McLaren. Not 100% sure as to why, and no updates from race control. That is what we like to see. I thought I was going to break into a song and dance there. Fortunately for your ears, I'm not going to do that, so that your ears don't start bleeding. But yes, so again, kind of like smoothing out again, especially around Spa. The gaps will either be really small or really big. That is just the nature of the track. So 14 and a half seconds for P-Fay to catch up to Nowicki, and that is for only P4 at the moment when they were leading this race for so long. Yeah, we'll have to see if we can find out what happened to them. As Heiko, one of the AOR guys, gets a drive-through for more than likely speeding in the pit lane. Come on, guys, you have to keep to the the pit limit. It's not like it's an extraordinarily short pit entry. I know it's a long pit. I know it's a long pit lane, but you have to go at the speed it tells you. You have to do it. Max running quite wide there through Speaker, coming into Puon, and again has a little bit of a wobble. BMW M4 disagreeing with him a bit there, so not the ideal scenario for them at the moment. Okay, I can minimize that. Yes, I'm just making again, I'm just double checking everything because there's been a few people who have had issues today. One of them was in the top 10, and they are now in the bottom half of the grid. Where is the 58 at the moment? 58 is currently 29th, being driven by Matt York. Ah, this is a car I will focus on for the moment, because this is one Mr. Erksbull, who helps run a lot of the AOR events, and does talk to us and coordinates with us when we're ready to commentate. What happened to P-Fay? It does appear they had a connection issue. They completely disappeared from the listing on the board, and as a result they have lost 4 positions. So they did have a connection issue, and had to get the first driver to reconnect to the race server. So yeah, it's very unfortunate for Fabian P-Fay. Connection issues plaguing ACC once more, as I do believe they are now a lap down from leading the race. So yeah, it was from Marcus Lawrence. It was a disconnect issue. It kind of happened. Yeah, the car just yeets itself off past a random barrier, and then they just disappear from the timing screen completely. If that is the case, and that does occur, which it's unfortunate to see, because they, especially when they had such a lead. But yeah, it is. I think the last time I checked, it was around 16 seconds, so they did have a fair lead over the 869. Where is Jay Hunzik? So, not in the car currently, but his teammate Maciej Malinowski is currently in P1 and on lap 158, just coming into Lecom. So yeah, the KEK-W Clarion Fiesta Esports, with 3 drivers. We have Malinowski, who is currently in the car. We have Samir Fuck, and then Mr. Jaroslav Honzik. Those are the 3 drivers. Jardier did start the race, and he did look like he was having a lot of fun. He has driven since then, so he has done a couple of stints so far. Whether he will be back, I do not know. I don't know. They did say yesterday in the the post Super Bowl interview that they don't know how the stints are going to work. So it's basically the fact of wake up and see how they feel. It would appear. We are going to go back to Jay Fang has a drive-through penalty for likely speeding in the pit lane. Again, the pit lane. Come on, guys. The pit. It's a button. One button. Just press the button, and the car does it for you. You don't have to regulate speed. Just turn the limiter on and then put your foot down. I do believe Echo has dropped a fair bit of time, actually. To the BMW in front. Which is a bit of a shame. Let's have a look further down the grid. Further down the field, shall we say. The 808 McLaren, Your Way Racing. Currently fighting for position. That will be a track limits warning, as the 2-on-3 Ferrari makes its way down the Camel Straight and chasing another BMW. No, it's a McLaren chasing a BMW. A lot of BMWs today, I'll say that. As they now come through out of Le Combe and into Bruxelles. Or Bruxelles, however you want to do it. There's Nightbot. There is the automatic things. I don't know why that wasn't working. So yeah, if you are interested at all at taking part in events such as this, you can find all the links you need to have a look at the Apex Racing website and the Apex Online Racing. Sorry, socials, and there is a Discord server as well, where you can talk about multiple things, but obviously racing being the main one. There is a football chat, so if you're a fan of football and you want to do some sim racing with AOR, there is a chat for you. And again, no update from Race Control. Perfect. And I do mean that in a good sense. It is always nice to see no incidents from Race Control. As we look further back as well, Matt York, Van Warsen Sports, gets in a collision with the Lamborghini of the 969, losing it up Eau Rouge. Daniel Schwab there just losing the rear end, and the BMW possibly having damage now. So let's have a see. Can I get any of the cameras up? Yes, I can. Doesn't appear to be too much damage. It was a little bit of a knock. You can see a few scuff marks on the front. Shouldn't affect the aero too badly, if at all. And yeah, we do have quite a few personal best laps as well, and then the obviously we do have the fastest lap of the race as well, currently being held by none other than the 869 crew, and I do believe that was Mr. Jardier who set that one. As the gap is over a lap at the moment. They do have quite a nice lead now after those technical issues for the 213, who is picking up some pace, trying to catch currently the 101 of Nowicki. So definitely a bit of a recovery drive at the moment for the 213. For the Race Anywhere Sim Sport, one of 3 cars running today There is the 2-on-3, the number 12, and the number 48. So all three teams now in 5th, 6th, and 7th, respectively. Yeah, what battles do we have? The 177 and the 370, that's still going on. The 28, you can find it. The 28 and the 808 were relatively close. I need my timing screen to update a little bit quicker, if it wouldn't mind doing so. What else have we got? We have Igor returning to AOR again with victorious secret car number 2 as they come through Eau Rouge and Réunion and hammering down the Camel Straight. That looks like a very easy overtake there on the Lamborghini. So up another place into P29. And that's kind of it at the moment. The gaps are kind of stretching out again. I think the closest one we have at the minute is with the 177 and the, in fact, let's go on board. Let's go on board instead. The 177 and the 370 is the closest battle on track at the moment, after that overtake from Igor on Daniel Schwab. Orange blue works very nice. It does look quite nice. I love the liveries. I love these liveries. They, like, one of the, like, other than the racing, the liveries are the next best thing about these. Personally, for me, at least. You can have your own opinions. I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, I'm not saying you're right, but I'm not saying you're wrong. So, yeah, we'll definitely see how the battles play out, especially in the latter stages of the race, because the track is now starting to cool down a little bit. We have gone from in the past hour, we've gone down, I believe, at least 2 degrees. So that will start to affect the tyres sometime soon. Well, soonish. But yeah, so for anybody who is just joining after the first part, welcome back. You have myself for the moment, and we should be joined hopefully later on by Tetra, who will also be helping me cover the final 5.5 hours of this 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Unfortunately, we don't have a method of highlights. I could possibly try the instant replay, but I don't want to break anything. We've had a few technical issues today, not just on the broadcast side, but on the racing side as well. And I'm keeping my eyes peeled on race control as well. But yeah, it's not much is happening on track. It is a little bit sad, but that is what happens when everybody kind of gets into their rhythm, as the 2-on-3 just comes out of nowhere past that Aston Martin. Now, it's going to be key for the Aston Martin to keep to the back of this Ferrari, as well as for the BMW to let them by very carefully. And I think they have managed just that. Very well done from both drivers there, all three drivers rather, to have a clean, just trying to think of the word there, a clean, I don't know, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you when I find the word in the English language. But yes, we are carrying on as we must. There, that's a lot of grass, and that is in the gravel. Can he keep it at the wall? Only just. So Cranston lucky to not get any damage there. Needs to be very careful when coming back on track. That 501 is the reason why. So yeah, unfortunate there for the 177, and the tyres are now dirty and not giving as much grip as they should, as the 199 flies past as well. So losing out to the 51 McLaren as well. So it is unfortunate for the 177, as they did have really good pace from before, as Nowicki is, I believe, lapped by Malinowski, and that is correct. Where's the 2-1-3? So for just under 4.5 seconds between Pife and Nowicki. Now, Pife definitely has the pace to catch these guys. Definitely has the pace. They've been leading the race for half of it. And it's only because of technical issues that they have had to relinquish the race lead. Which is, yeah, it is a shame. So let's have a look. I'm going to keep on board with the 2-1-3. In fact, so the last lap for the 2-1-3 was a 2:18.5. So 2:18.5. The last lap for Nowicki ahead was a 2:20.1. So that is nearly a 2-second time gain for the 2-1-3. The only car that is beating that currently is our race leader, Malinowski, in the 869. Their last lap was a 2:18.012. And then Grantas Caracas in the 720 is a shy quicker at 2:18.510, and Pife with a 2:18.527. That is how close these guys can get. It wasn't too close in Super Pole yesterday evening. I think the 869 got pulled by about 3/10. Absolutely astonishing lap from Malinowski. As I am going to dip back to Connor Wright in the leading BMW, which is half a tenth behind the number 12 Aston. So that is one of the Race Anywhere guys, and they currently have, I believe that's the number 1 McLaren of Jay Fang, currently ahead on track. And indeed it is. Little bit of a wobble there coming through the long right-hander and left-hander, so hopefully they will be able to keep out of the way as best as possible. As you can see, I do believe, who is that Ferrari up ahead? So yeah, the BMW is very, very strong, and the Van Wall Sim Sport, I will just go to the TV set for the moment, just because the Van Wall Sim Sport livery, I will admit, it does look pretty good on pretty much any car. They ran it on a McLaren last season, and they did do very well last season as well, I might add. A little bit deep into the first half of the bus stop as they come into the pits, so we'll be keeping an eye on the cars in probably Dijkstra in the 48, as the long trundle down the pit lane begins for Connor Wright. One of the probably the longest pit lane on the calendar, just because you have to negotiate both halves of it. Not just the F1 pits, but the endurance pits as well, also known as the old pits, but is very much used by the endurance categories. And I do believe sometimes if they have a lot of cars, they do wrap it around as well. So yeah, the McLaren chasing down the Aston Martin that did have a little bit of a wiggle and a little bit of an off before. Coming in to the penultimate chicane of the lap. I'm going to get a track map because I want to know what that's called. I call myself a motorsport fan. I don't even know the name of half of these corners. What am I like? No, I don't want eBay. I hate all my all my shortcuts sometimes. Okay, I have all of them now. Into Campolis, Stavlo. Okay. Coming through Blanchimont. And it's... This is called the chicane. No, it's the bus stop. I have all the names. It's fine. So many different... There's so many different ones. Why can you not just have... Why can they not just... I don't want to... I'm missing on-track action here. Let me look at a track map, please. Okay, there we go. I don't need a name. I don't need to look up a name for turn number 1. It is La Source. Both cars very, very close to each other. And we're going to go on board with the McLaren as it hunts down the Aston Martin. As we come through Eau Rouge, up around Radion, coming up towards Kemmel, and then along the Kemmel Strait as well. So into Le Con we go. Le Con. And now into Malmedy as well. I do apologise if you are a very big fan of the Spa-Francorchamps track and are appalled by my lack of corner name knowledge through Bruxelles. I know this one. And then Speaker, which used to be called No Name. And I miss the fact that it has no name because its name was No Name, which is kind of ironic. And then up through Pouon as well. Down through Pouon even, it's downhill. What's my on about? Yeah, the McLaren's lost a little bit of time there. A little bit wiggly. Which, yeah, between the Aston and the McLaren, McLaren is a lot less stable. Riding the curbs a little bit there as well. So, yeah, we'll... Oh, and onto the gravel as well. That is definitely something you do not want in your under tray. Or anywhere on the car, really. Definitely wouldn't want it in the cockpit, because that would hurt if that hit you in the crown jewels. As they come through Blanchimont, the McLaren has been dropped by the Aston Martin through a couple of mistakes from the driver, and the McLaren getting a little bit out of shape there. As the 51 does get past the 370. As the 501 also goes sailing by as well. And I think that's the... Is that a Van Wall Sim Sport up ahead? It looks like it is. So the 501 is currently chasing down that banana yellow BMW rear end at the moment. Which what was the last lap? So they've just done a driver change in the 57. So there's no relative lap time at the minute. So this is their first first fast lap after pit stop, and they are stuck behind traffic, which is not really what they would like, as I think they have just been let by, and indeed they have. As a Ferrari goes a little bit deep, trying to keep the speed but not doing as much. Are they getting out of the way for the 199? I don't understand as to why they would be. The 199 is a back marking car. 199 is in P34. So, certainly a little bit odd. Ferrari got a little bit out of shape in the 199s, took an advantage to try and, I guess, unlap himself from that particular car. That Ferrari is really disagreeing with Lucian at the moment, as P4 has caught up to the 101. So after the tech issues, can they take P4 into the bus stop? Hard on the brakes, very nicely done by both drivers. The BMW not really having an answer for the speed and the brakes of P4. So P4 gaining back a position. The next target for him is Darren King in the 122 Mercedes, which is already around halfway around the lap. So, again, the last lap for Pt2 was a 2:19, and the last lap for Darren King was a 2:20.3. So there is definitely a lot of time there for Pt2 to make up, but he does have the pace to do it. So we will have to come back to see if Pt2 can take a podium in this race. Maybe change a pit stop strategy to try and gain some time back as well. As Nowicki is keeping to the back of that Ferrari somewhat, but I do get the feeling over the course of the lap that will slowly degrade for them. 808 and the 177 going toe-to-toe into Lecombe. Who will come out on top? The 177 is side-by-side. Very side-by-side. And I'm going to go on board. Where are we? Let's have a look. McLaren runs wide and onto the grass. Where is the 177? 177 having issues, maybe. Or maybe running a little bit wide, possibly some contact. Thanks to my amazing camera skills, we did not find out. And now being hunted by the 45, which is a car ahead. And that is a plain white car, so I do believe they have a custom livery. However, it does not appear to be working, so apologies for that. I will try and figure out exactly what's gone on. That bonnet, the bonnet of that Aston, is wobbling a little bit, so that looks like they've had some contact. Or the Astons had maybe some contact with the wall. We will have to wait and see. What gaps have we got? So the lead is over a lap. Pt2 has dropped Nowicki by over a second. Like I said, that gap would start to open up quite a lot based off Pt2's pace. Further down the field, how are we getting on with... Let's check in with the other Van Wall SimSport car as Igor in the second Victoria's Secret car comes into the pits for a likely driver change. As we tick down yet another hour. So let's have a look. The 177 is in the pits, likely to fix that damage incurred from something that we did not see. So I apologise for missing that. I'm doing well. In the interview channel, I do apologise. Let's have a chat to the one and only Mr. Andy Vandervelde. Welcome to the commentary booth, sir.
Hello, mate. How you doing? I'm from the driver 58 Van Wall SimSport, and I thought you might be
number. Yeah, the number 58 currently on screen. Yeah, you guys had quite a you guys had quite a good Super Pole last night, and you had quite a good starting position. And it seems from when we had to go off air, you've had a bit of trouble. It seems.
Yeah, you could say that. Let me just list all the things that have gone wrong. So during the first stint, I wasn't driving, luckily, but I had a power cut, which is probably a bad omen. Must have been a bad omen. Yorkie had a brilliant first stint. Then on his second stint, he had to park the car due to an emergency, which basically meant we were like 8th, and then we were like 30th. So that was a bit of a disaster. Then Marlon, we were kind of sort of trying to recover, doing okay. Marlon's monitor turned off in the pits, like he was literally driving into the pits and it just turned off. So he had to park the car and get his monitor working again and then carry on again. Later on, he then got a disconnect in the middle of Eau Rouge.
Oh no.
It's, I mean, this is only halfway down the list, though, I should point out.
Halfway down the list and half the just under half the race to go.
Yeah, quite. I mean, so yeah, because of the disconnect was like terrible timing in another way as well, because basically it was just before it was about to rain.
So we have had some wet weather in this race as well.
Yeah. So we had to run wet tyres in the dry for like 5 or 6 laps, which meant that the wet tyres were then just not very good in the wet. Like, it wasn't like they weren't like undrivable, they were just slow. Then I got cramp while I was driving. I got cramp in my
no.
while I was driving, so like I got a an off track because of that, because I had to cut across a chicane or something, and then we got a drive through for track limits. So so yeah, that's been our whole race so far, which is why we are not in the top 10. We are 26th now. Oh, we've gone up a bit.
Yeah,
great.
You've you are slowly chipping away at the field, which I mean, considering the considering the amount of let's say issues you've had, it's certainly nice to see you you still going and still trying to get further up the field.
I mean, I feel like we've probably still got an outside chance of finishing in the top 20. Like, it is an outside chance, because I think the gap between, I haven't looked recently, but I think the gap between our car now and like the next car is probably a decent amount.
Just under 8 seconds.
Okay, that had come down, and then 24th to 23rd is like 18 seconds, and it's another. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of time to be made up, but you know, we've got the pace, so it would be nice if we could just sneak into the points by the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the previous lap times, I think there's only 1 or 2 cars that are lapping faster than you are at the minute. So, I mean, you guys are normally in the in the top 10 anyway. So you've definitely got the pace here. You have been well, I would say no. You've been unfortunate. I was about to say a little bit unfortunate, but no, you've definitely been put through the you've definitely been put through the wars so far today. So have you got a target for the team, or is it more effective finish the race and see where you end up?
I mean, yeah, I think target is like top 20 is points, right? So it would be nice to finish in the points from where we are. Given the length of the race, still 5 hours to go, it's not impossible. It's going to be hard, I think, but it's not impossible.
Yeah,
as you said, Yorkie this stint in particular actually has been an absolute tear.
Is he your fast driver?
Actually, Marlon is probably our fastest driver. He's always driven the Super Bowl and has got like 2 pole positions this season. But I think we're paying the price for when we won Monza, and we basically had absolutely nothing wrong happen the whole entire race.
So it's all coming back to bite you. It seems that bad luck's been spread out as well. The race leader P-Fay had a disconnect, so they lost the lead and are now in fourth. So
that would be painful.
Yeah. So you're not the only one to have issues, but you definitely have had probably the most issues today, I'd say, so far. And knock on wood that you don't have any more for the rest of the race.
Yes, absolutely. But it's been a fun race, sort of. I can now laugh about it. About 3 hours ago, I wasn't quite so relaxed about it. But
getting a bit ready for the checkered flag, then, are we?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we, as I say, we're still within a shout of points, which I think is, gives us something to aim at. I think that's the thing with any endurance race. It's like you have to kind of reframe your goals when stuff goes wrong. So that's what we're trying to do now. So anyway, I've got to head back to my team, but thank you for the chat.
No worries. Best of luck with the rest of the race, pal.
Our tale of woes.
Yeah, I hope it goes a lot better for you for the last 5 hours, pal.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Cheers. Bye-bye.
No worries. So that was Andy Van der Werf for Van Moorsim in the team for the 58, the trailing Van Moorsim Sport car. They have definitely been through the wars today. I've heard of tech issues. I've probably never heard a list that big in one race. Disconnects, power cuts, cramps, emergencies, and monitors going off. Yeah, that is that I genuinely have no words for how unfortunate and unlucky the second Van Sim Sport car has been today. Which, I mean, people get bad luck, but come on, that's just cruel. That is just utter cruelty to these guys. I mean, they definitely have the pace. Like, again, I'm not being favourite, but I want these guys to do well just because of how badly it's gone for them so far. I really, really, really want them to get some points out of this. I genuinely do. Like, I really want them to get some points. Just, like, because then... Oh... That's... Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm just lost for words on that one. Oh, and I've dropped a Red Bull can somewhere. Make sure it's not on anything electrical, because otherwise I will have a power cut. Or my computer will cut out, and then everything goes wrong from there. But yeah, that yeah, I mean, even if you're competing against these guys, I mean, you've got to feel some sympathy for them, because it's just like it can happen to anyone, and like ACC is just absolute. It's just thrown so much at them today already, and we still have 5 hours to go. So, like I said, knock on wood. It stays as that many issues for them. So let's catch up with further up the field. How are we? The race leader Malinowski is pitting for a driver change, I'd like to say. Definitely a new set of tyres, because it'd be pretty silly to go. I mean, I don't see the reason to do 2 stints with a set of tyres at Spa, because if the tyres drop off a cliff, it'll be like being thrown off the White Cliffs of Dover. You're just going straight down. There's no hill, there's no nice grassy descent. It's just nope, off straight down. So where is P2 coming through campus now and into Stavelot, as the trailing Van Sim Sport car is there in the background as well. The leading Van Sim Sport car is being driven by Pashk at the minute. They are behind the leading silver class leader, the 760. And let's check in with Pife. How is Pife doing to the car in front? I'm just waiting for the deltas to come up. Nothing listed for that as of yet. Where's Darren King? Darren King is currently through Kemmel, so they have took back a fair chunk of time, which is a really nice thing. So Darren King and Pife are on the same, they will be on the same lap. So as Pife crosses the line now, it will be, they will be, yeah. So they are on. Darren King and Pife are on the same lap. I do believe Rantis Caracas is on a trailing lap, I believe. No, so Darren King and Pife are on the same lap, as is Nowicki. There are 2 people currently on the lead lap. That is Samia Fock, now in the 869, so the KW team have indeed done a driver change. And Grantas Caracas in the 720 McLaren. So the fastest lap of the race so far is by the 869 crew. It is a 2:17.597. That is faster than the pole time of Tier 2 that we saw yesterday in Super Pole. And that is a race lap. That is absolutely mental. 2.7. I can't do a 2.17 on a quali lap with, like, no fuel. Mind you, I'm not an alien like these guys, so it kind of, that kind of checks out. Yeah, that's an astonishing lap so far from the KEKW guys. Oh my days. Yeah, just unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable. If any of you have ever watched Sky Sports in the UK, unreal pace. It is absolutely ridiculous pace. I hope you're doing okay, Luke. I'm not sure how much you heard of how much bad luck the Vanwall SimSport guys have been through. They've had quite a lot happen today. Which, yeah, I can do nothing but feel for them, really, because that's just... yeah, I just feel so sorry for them. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal pace from these guys, especially in the lap. Darren King is coming into the pits. Where is Pife? We have a new stewarding report from Race Control, everybody. Anyway, as Pife goes down, where is Darren? Darren King is still in the pit, so it's all now down to Pife to make these laps count. Definitely has faster pace than the 122 crew. The best lap from both cars, so the 213, the best lap is a 22.18 flat. Best lap from the Mercedes is a 2.18.5. Hello there, Michael. Been a long day. It certainly has so far, and we still have 4 hours 58 minutes to go. Just getting a little bit squirrely from the 213. Now 9 seconds behind is the 101, so Pife really needs to pick up the pace to try and minimise the losses for the Race Anywhere Ferrari today. As we have, I think we have the next round of pit stops. So, for anyone who is new to ACC, why do we call it ACC? It's an acronym for the Sims title, Assetto Corsa Competizione. It is a endurance racing game made by KUNOS. I have no idea how to pronounce the second part of that, but they may advertise themselves somewhere around here. It covers mainly the GT3 and GT4 classes of endurance racing, with a couple of different class cars such as Porsche Cup cars. They have recently added the Ferrari Challenge car as well, and they are up to date with a couple of the 2022 cars. Any more endurance events planned? The only ones that I am currently aware of is the 8 Hours of Laguna Seca, which will see out the second season of this Endurance Championship. That is in just under a month's time, as Grantus Caracas comes into the pits as well. And I think that puts Pife roughly in shouting distance of a similar lap. As the 122 is now in P5, not P4, sorry. Any information in regarding to any more endurance events can be found at the website, apexonline.racing. Go on there, sign up, and there's not just like endurance events, there's small races as well, small championships. I think they're running an M2 championship, a BMW M2 championship at the minute. That was another recent car release as well, the new M2. So that is someone dared me to go in that and I didn't like it. That was after I was driving like GT3 cars for like 2 hours. They were like, oh, just try the M2, and I was like, what is this? But yeah, the track temperature has now dropped another couple of degrees as we get on into the evening here, as a few more cars are making their pit stops. We have Dijkstra in the 48 Race Anywhere, Hamling in the number 9 NSX, and Jay Fang in the number 1 McLaren, and Dormeyer in the number 5 BMW. But yeah, so we do have the 8 hours of Laguna Seca to round out this championship in about 8 months' time, where you will probably get a barrage of commentary from pretty much everybody on the commentary team, including one Fizzymon, who may be around. But yes, let's have a look at the Steward report. So there is only one penalty being applied, and that is for car number 5. So that is that BMW that is currently in the pits, and that is for pushing car number 7 out of the track, so forcing another driver off of the track. No license points for that offence, and a 5-second penalty, which will be coming through anytime soon. There was another report, but there is no further action deemed on that one. So I hope you are all doing well. I hope you all are all comfy. I certainly am. I have a lot of food around me, and I have a big bottle of generic fizzy drink down to my side, just in case I need a top up. And the 501 has a drive-through. I'm wondering if that is for track limits. They are currently in the pits at the moment, likely serving that drive-through. Nowicki is now in the pits, and there is around a 21-second gap. It's a 40-second gap now to Pifei and the 122 Herbignew. I think, I do apologise if I absolutely butcher your names. I do apologise. I will use the excuse that I am British and we do not know much other than our own language. It is a blessing and a curse sometimes. But yeah, so we will have a definitely have some interesting moments coming to you. I just keep rearranging, keep maneuvering my microphone just based off where I'm looking. Just because I am starting to slump in my chair a little bit, which I need to fix. But yeah, so Pifei is doing an absolutely stellar job, a 2:18.8 on the last lap. So absolutely flying at the moment is Pifei after that earlier disconnect issue. Let's have a look further down the field. Is there anyone? And there is that 5-second time penalty for the number 5. Who else? Is there anybody close? Yes, the 28 is close to the 370. And both of these are BMWs. So we will see who comes out on top as we get to ride on board with the 28 for Simulation Esport, as they lost a fair chunk of time through Eau Rouge and Radion there, so not much that can be done on this one at the moment. Jazabowski, this 501 has not served the drive-through, so I think they've just done a driver swap and now they have to do a drive-through as well. That will not come as good news to the 501 crew, as the 58 Van War Simsport car comes into the pits, who have had probably the most rotten luck of any competitor today, apart from the 213 Ferrari, who was leading the race up until about an hour and a half ago, when they had a disconnect issue. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the 501. They should be serving that penalty this lap. I'm just going to keep an eye on that. So we do have best personal laps being set just after the pit stops. But that does make sense. Fresh tyres, nice comfy car, nice hot tyres, even though the track is no longer as warm as they would like, and that 501 is indeed serving that penalty. And that should come up on my list as being cleared in a second. A round, I think it's around a 30 to 40 second loss in pit lane. So around for a pit stop you are looking over a minute in the pits if you need to do a pit stop. We do have a three-way battle at the minute, I do believe, for P21. So Matt York still in the 58 car at the moment, from what is listed on my board. Some would say you don't even know that. It's not a bad thing, Luke. It's not a bad thing, it's just... a lot of us do come around for the commentating, but we don't tend to do much racing in AOR. I've been thinking about it, but then I have to have the likes of Timosaurus and Rage commentating over my appalling driving. And I may just run an Aston Martin with a King's Meat Snacks livery just to say hi to Rage. But we shall see whenever Rage decides to return. But yeah, so 7/10 is the gap behind. Have they just been passed? No. That gap was smaller before, and it's suddenly got bigger. I know, crazy, right? The gap gets bigger in racing, who'd have thought? But yeah, this is where my brain goes to mush again. I was fine for a bit, and now I've just absolutely just... Bah. It's going again. Yeah, so 7/10 between Zoricic and Ostrachars. Again, I do apologise if I butcher your name. I am not intending to. Again, I'm British. We don't know much. We don't know much. Let's have a look further up the field. How are we getting on in the midfield? So we have the number 12 pitting currently. We're on board with the 169, who is only just under 3.5 seconds behind. Down a look in the 45. There's a couple more cars come into the pits and reset the stint timer. So a maximum stint that any driver can drive in this is 65 minutes. So if you have an immense pace, you can stretch that as much as possible and get as much pace out of the car as you can in those 65 minutes. You then don't have to refuel or change tyres. You only have to drive through the pit lane. That will count as resetting the stint timer, as that McLaren gets very close to the number 16. And I think the McLaren just ahead going through Eau Rouge now is the one the 169 is chasing. I think they're going to let them go on the Kemmel Straight after giving them a little bit of a tow here. Yeah, so moving over to the side, being nice and casual about it, that is indeed the car they are chasing coming into Le Combe now. So what is the gap? 3.3 seconds. So still a fair gap. We do have some more driver changes going on. And we now have Pavelatis in the 720. Mantas, Pavelatis, and I think there's a third driver who will be... I don't think I've seen the third driver in that car as of yet. Right, we have Heiko in the number 7. We also have... Where is... as we have Ludwig's in the car at the moment. So HAWE. We have H Ludwig's in the car at the minute, and we also have. This is the one that is part of. That bonnet has seen better days. You can see it shaking, and that's a bit of a light upshift as well. For Gut Racing 2, we got Joe Chick. I will be keeping an eye on them as we jump on board with the Mercedes, who is currently behind 213, which is. They've made up a lot of ground, so they're currently coming through bus stop. The 213 is approaching Le Com, so that is a nice, healthy gap, but they need a bigger gap than that to complete a pit stop and come out on top. Of course, you don't know the condition. We don't know the condition of the tyres, how much fuel they've got, and what the. I have a ping. Why do I have a ping? Okay, so it's just a couple of things I had a bit of a ping for in another Discord, which is nice. Yeah, so the 213 needs to make out how big is. This is where normally there'd be two of us going back and forth, one of us talking, the other one googling. I am having to do both. So I'm lost. Spa pit lane. Trying to find out how much time you lose in the pit lane, which would be nice. The original layout for Spa's amazing though. How much time have we got? 2 hours at Le Com, so about 40 seconds at the moment, I think. I can't find out. It doesn't say. So we'll have to try and keep an eye out and time how long someone is in the pits for. We'll have to see. In fact, what I will do is number 28 has to come in for a drive-through. We'll see how much time they lose in pit lane. And then we'll add about 30 seconds and see what we get. As Vanderlinde has just come in, and Vanderlinde's already in. 213, I believe, is in the pits. 213 is in the pits, so I'm keeping an eye on, just as I'm about to figure it out as well. That's rude. That's very rude. So are they going to serve it now? I want to find out how much. Yep, they are going to serve it. So, from when they hit the pit line... Okay. I am timing this to see how long it takes to do a lap of that, and then we're going to add about 30 seconds to cover off like the pit stop. Probably about 33 seconds for like the stop the engine thing and when it pops up on the jacks. But we'll have a look. This is a lot of time. Where's the 122? 122 is going past now. So we'll have a see. We've just hit 35 seconds. I was way off with about 40 seconds. Jesus. Just hit 40 seconds. Not even in the GT pits yet. I'm waiting for the 2-on-3 to move. Do you really lose a minute? Nah, you lose more than a minute. Oh my lord. And there is Pt2 in the Ferrari. So, total pit loss time. 1 minute 12 just going around the pit lane. So you're losing over a minute and a half on a pit stop as the 2-on-3 finally comes out. Where's the 122 going through P1? That is doable. And I think Pt2 will be very happy to have fresh tyres with adjusted pressures because it is now 23 degrees as we move further back up the field. In fact, we're going to move back down the field to watch Cranston against the 370 BMW once more. Now, they did have... Oh, that BMW's had a little bit of a scuff. That's been through the wars. That definitely has been through the wars. Oh my days. Yes, you lose 1 minute 12, so that's about... Oh, there's the 122 blasting past as well. As the 2-on-3 comes through speaker. So, yeah, they're about a third of a lap behind. This could play into the Aston's hands as he dives up the inside. Can he keep the move? I think he's got it. It's a drag race down to La Source. But it looks like the Aston is ahead, and it looks like they have to both move out of the way for the number 12 as well, which the 177 is so graciously not doing. The other Race Anywhere team. So yeah, that is a 1 minute 40. That's about a 1 minute 45 loss in the pits for these cars. 1 minute 45. You need to be nearly a lap ahead. About 3/4 of a lap ahead of the car you want to beat in the pits. If you're an entire lap ahead, you're golden, but yeah, that's a ridiculous time loss. I did not know it was so much. Where's the 720, mind you? 720. Wow, okay, so Samir Fock is on lap 183. Mantis Pavelatis is on lap 182. And Samir Fock is catching the 720. So they are... This is probably where you need to be. To be in a pit stop. And still come out on top. So that's where P2 is. This is P1. Coming into Le Con. And P2 is going into Bruxelles now. That is probably the kind of gap you would need to be able to stay ahead, which the 869 crew very comfortably have. Right, let's go down back to the 370, which does appear to have dropped back a bit from the 177, and they have the 501 of Jarzbowski right behind them. That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was so much. I did not know it was so much. That's absolutely mental. I'm still shocked at how much time that takes. I thought it was more. I don't know why I thought it was shorter than that. I don't know. That just goes to show how much I know about pit stops. That is probably the longest pit stop you have to do on the calendar in any track. I don't think any track has a longer pit stop time of about a 1 minute 45. You can do more lap. That's like a lap. That's a very fast lap of Monza, which these guys would probably be able to do. Cranston has a 5-second penalty. What for? So, 5-second time penalty for car 177 for causing a collision and a license point as well. Okay. So that is where that 5-second penalty has come for Cranston. Let's see. Again, it's all kind of like spreading out a little bit now as they all get into the rhythm. We're gonna go on board with the leading Van Walsim Sport, our current championship leader, currently in P7. Where did they start? They started P8, so they have gone up a position, which is nice. It's very nice. So the two Van Walsim Sports the 58 and the 57 started 7th and 8th respectively. The 58 was the faster. The 58 is now trailing after having so many issues. They've definitely been put through the wall. So the 57 has had a consistent pace, and they seem to just be running on their own at the minute. They're about 13 seconds behind P6, and they have a nice 15-second gap. So as long as they're consistent, they will get a good haul of points here today. I mean, obviously they want to go faster. Who doesn't want to go faster when you're in a motor race? Raise your hand if you are that, and I don't want to see any of you putting your hand up, because if you do, you're lying. You're definitely lying if you don't want to go faster in a motor race. Further back down the grid, pick up with the 370. We still have 37 cars running, so let's see how we are further back. So yeah, not much happening in the field at the moment. A little bit, it's getting a little bit quiet at the minute. Just as we go to getting down to 4.5 hours, so we're getting into the thick of it where the track might start giving some issues. The Ferrari has its rain light on for some reason, probably just turned that on accidentally, as they come down at the Kemmel Straight. And yeah, I think you can see one of the Van Walsim Sport cars going through there, the 58 bit that's been put through the walls today. Where is P-Phase? There we go. It's not P-Phase, it is now Trevor Wenham behind the wheel, and that is a 48-second gap to make up. So that is, it's still a lot of time to make up, but these guys definitely have pace to do so. So we will definitely we're going to keep an eye on them. Definitely, just to try and one of my friends is making jokes about beef. Not actual, like if someone's angry at someone, beef. They posted a picture of a steak, and I'm kind of jealous because now they have steak and I don't. It would not be an endurance championship if we did not talk about food. Tim, hello, sir. Just as I start talking, it's like I summoned you talking about food. How is Silver Class Leader getting on? The number 760 Struggler is currently in P12 and is about 19 seconds behind Max Melomad in the 555, so doing very well for themselves with a couple of cars between them and the next silver class car, which is being currently driven by Heiko, so a friendly name to the AOR community, and especially to us commentators, because Heiko has helped us out a few times, as well as I think we have Urs is racing here somewhere. Where's Urz's car? Urz's car is currently in P27, being driven by Dejan Jocic. I'm trying to pronounce these names, but yes, it would not be it would not be one of these if we didn't talk about food. I think I don't know where that started. I know me and Rage started talking about it last season. I think that's more because of a livery in one of the cars. We started talking about meat snacks and pepperonis and fridge raiders and things like that. And I think it's just evolved in from there. It's just a lot of us have started talking about food. Like, what's your favourite type of cake? What's your favourite sweet? And now I'm talking about steak because someone's posted that. I have jammy dodgers though. I do have jammy dodgers on my desk. And I do need to clean my desk up. I've got like empty food wrappers. Just when I've been doing like long days, I'll just have snacks on my desk and it'll get you. But yeah, 760, they're doing all right, Tim. I don't think they've had many issues. I've been here for about 2 hours. I don't know how long I've been here for. I will be honest, I have no clue. But I think just over 2 hours, and they've been doing well for themselves, dropping back a little bit, but they've definitely got they've got some really nice pace going for them. Tim, I hope the move's gone well. Actually, mentioning that, I do know you. I think you mentioned that in Super Bowl yesterday, and I read it, and I don't know, my mind just blanked. I am sorry. I hope the move's gone well. I hope you can get back to racing soon, because I could not imagine a 5. Yes, that's a 5-second penalty, which I think Scott Cranston is serving in the 177 as he trundles down the pit lane. And some people who watch IndyCar are like, but it's pit road. No, it's not. It's a pit lane. It's a lane. It's one lane. It's not a road. It's a lane. Yeah, pit lane, not pit road. I'm a little bit picky, but you all knew that. You already know that from the previous times I've been commentating. I am picky. We've had a discussion about, is a Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit, and it's a cake. And if anybody disagrees, you are just wrong. I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. I don't know if you know what happened to the 2-on-3, Tim. I don't know if you were here for that. They DC'd from the lead, and they're now in P4, chasing P3. I'm not sure how far back they are at the minute. I'm waiting for the next timing zone. Yeah, I don't think they're making like massive inroads at the minute. They're kind of lapping. They're lapping about the same. So we'll have to see how that carries on. Not very. Again, there's not very much like battling action on at the minute. There's a couple of snakes of cars. So 760 is currently behind race leader as well. So yeah, not really much on track action happening, which is where the food talk comes in. But yeah, so it has been an interesting couple of hours so far. The weather is still looking high and dry. We have had some rain. We have had some rain courtesy of our local on-site weatherman Andy van der Vel. That is of course a joke. He's been racing in the 58 Van Moor SimSport car, and told us that there has been a little bit of rain earlier on in the race, which must have been a lot of fun. But the track is dry, the track is optimum. There's a little bit of wind, turning into a tailwind going into Eau Rouge, kind of like a tail crosswind going into Eau Rouge and Radion as they make their way up. Very nicely cut, and just staying within bounds of the track as well as they go past a back marking BMW. But I hope everyone is having a nice evening. How are you doing? Yeah, I hope you're well. This is a thing. It's like, I think at some point we should have up like which AOR commentator sounds like which IRL commentator. I wonder who would get David Croft. I wonder who would get David Croft. It'd be certainly. That'd certainly be a. That's a good question actually. Who would be David Croft? Out of us lot, I don't know. Tim, don't worry about it, mate. I just hope that the move has gone well and you're doing okay. Like it wasn't off the cuff joke, but it is a fact of like I know how much I know. Like even if you do sim racing, if you don't do it for a while, you miss it. And like that's the thing that like I don't know how much you're missing it. So it's like I just hope at some point you do get like your fun back. Because yeah, that can be like I don't like going on holidays anymore. Purely because I'm without my computer. It seems a little sad, but yeah, it's unfortunately very true. So yeah, they are doing very good. First in class and 12th overall are your buddies in the 760. Again, not much happening up front. We got Marcus Lawrence catching. How do I pronounce that? Hamling, I'll say, in the NSX as they come through Speaker and absolutely cane it towards Huon. Just like how do they come up with names? How do they come up with circuit corner names? It's something that It is something that perplexes me. Yeah, this is one of the 3 Racing and Western Sport cars running today. I think it's the last one in the field actually, and it's P9. So Race Anywhere Sim Sport doing well today. So well, I say that the car that was in the lead was for Race Anywhere, and that has dropped back a little bit. Are they going to go into Blanchimont? No. They had a look, lifted off a little bit. Nice wide line. Are they going to go into bus stop? I don't. Oh, they're having a look. No, not got the legs. Nice and tight through bus stop. Honda's taking a wider line. Aston's still around. Let's get. You know they're close when you can read like the small print sponsors. It's like I can read the underside. Oh, dive on the inside into La Source. Has it worked out for them? No, the NSX went right up the inside and said thank you very much, but no thanks. So yeah, possibly a little bit ambitious from the Aston Martin. A little bit too fast going in there, I think, which is where it has. Not gone as planned for Marcus Lawrence, I think. So I'm keeping an eye on Trevor Wenham. His last lap time was a 2:18.3, and the 122 Mercedes was a 2:19.4. So just over a second quicker. Where are they? They will catch... Oh, I don't know. See, it's very hard to say. It's very hard to like try and it's very hard to try and like gauge where they'll turn up. I think this is we've got another battle for P22. Matt York and Zurchik, I think, in the 370 BMW and the 58 BMW respectively. With about 3/10 between them. I'll see if they come across the timeline. The 24 has stopped on track. So possibly lost it at Eau Rouge as two cars come barreling down the straight. There doesn't appear to be any specific damage, so possibly just lost the rear of the car, I think, for a cash there in Ronaldo Racing. So yeah, possibly just lost the rear a little bit. Who were we with? Yes, we were with Marcus Lawrence and Hamling as well. Zurchik has dropped 8 seconds, so major mistake there, possibly. Or is it because of the race leader coming through, as the 58 will soon find out. Let's jump back on board with the Aston Martin. Yeah, eventually when I come up to move my PC, the first thing that's coming out of the box. PC's the first thing that's coming out of the box. Like, I'll put it on a kitchen counter, I don't care. It's coming out of the box. I will play games in my kitchen. I don't care. Just get it out of the box and set it up, because I want my games back. But yeah. We'll hope to see you soon, Tim. When you are settled and ready to rejoin the Ravelry in the comms box. You're having a well-deserved rest as far as I'm concerned, because you have a lot of things going on, so I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain at all. I mean, I'll complain because I'm British, but I'm not gonna complain because of that. Yeah, so they're kind of keeping pace with each other, these two cars, and they're trading blows pretty evenly. There's about 3/10, exactly 3/10 actually, on the last lap between the two on their last recorded lap times. So let's see how they get on this time around. Last lap was pretty much even Steven. A 2:19.452 for Hamling and a 2:19.420, what is it, for Marcus Lawrence. So yeah, pretty much even Stevens on that one. As Pash for Van Walt Simsport comes into the pit lane for a tyre change at the very least. We'll have to see how they get on. And I think I'm just trying to find where. Is there anyone else in the pits at the minute? There's a couple of cars in the pits at the minute. The 999, the 95, the 26, and the number 8 are currently serving pit stops at the moment. Either that or they are still in the pit lane. The 999s coming out of the pits now, so on the pit exit. And we're just going to see if they have done a drive change or not. So yeah, they're not really. These two cars between Lawrence and Hamling Hamlin's keeping it a lot tidier. Lawrence getting a little bit out of shape coming into P1 though. Rear end's a little bit unhappy on that one. The 95 is still in the pits, and the 999 has had a driver change. Christian Benz is now at the wheel. Let's see, the 57 is coming out of the pits, currently listed as P12, and will likely retain that position, as the 45 is quite far back. So the 760, you'll be happy to know, Tim, is currently now up into P11. So is Pash still at the wheel. It is now Connor Wright at the wheel of the Van Wall SimSport 57. Yeah, these guys were currently on board. Well, one were on board with, one we're following. Are very, very consistent for the lap times. It's down to 2 seconds. So, yeah, again, 2 seconds, 2/10. Yeah, so Lawrence took about getting very out of shape there because of a back marking Lamborghini. So they were 2/10 up on the last lap. I fear that may have, well, it's definitely gone now, as they run wide at Eau Rouge, let off the throttle to not incur any penalties, and that is the time pretty much gone there. It's now just under a second. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's have another quick look down the field. Let's pick a car to keep an eye on. Tell you what, let's have a look how the other Van Wall SimSport guys are getting on. Currently P22. I think they should be coming to the end of their stint pretty soon. But yeah, the pace around them, they have the fastest pace of any car around them at the moment. Even coming into like the top, like the top 20 there, their pace is a lot better than the majority of the cars. So it's just about that. It's just about getting that gap down to the cars ahead, which these guys they've had the worst of luck today in terms of just overall issues. They were in the top 10 and they're now trying to fight for a top 20 position, which I'll be really happy if they do get it. I'm not gonna lie, I will be very happy if they do that. So let's check in with the guys near the back of the grid. Back of the field, I keep saying the grid, back of the field. So again, we don't have many big battles as Deer comes into the pits for pit stop 24, likely to possibly fix some damage may have been incurred from that little adventure they had at Eau Rouge and Radion. But yeah, it is great to see how close these guys do get to like walls and track limits, especially when they're going at race pace. It is certainly nice to see. As the BMW, the Bentley, sorry, that is a Bentley. As the Bentley so graciously proves for us. Right, let's have who we got. Who's close? The 969 is also coming into the pits as well, and a 5-second penalty. Is that the one from before, or is that a new one? There is nothing from race control, so I'm going to assume that is the same. The 122, I do believe I can see nothing but clean carbon fibre. So if your livery isn't showing up for the guys in the 122, I do apologise. I'll have to try and figure out why that is. yeah, so for now, we will keep our tabs on what's going on up and down the field to try and find some battles. I think Ada Wheel Spin is getting a little bit closer to the BMW in front of Baltus. So we'll see how much time they have managed to get as they cross the line. I've got to do 24 hours of sparring at McLaren next month. So it's now down to 6.5 tenths of a second. So we will definitely have to see where it comes out. Not too much time getting through Origin Radeon, but the BMW is a lot more stable, so you can probably take a few more liberties with the BMW than you can the McLaren. But the McLaren is, I'd probably say it is considerably faster in a straight line. Just the BMW makes up for that in the other areas. So the McLaren can be quite bouncy, as you can see from the camera. The BMW, I don't know if like that specifically, but you can. It's not as bouncy as you might think. But yeah, the McLaren can be very bouncy, especially at circuits where you kind of need to like mount the curbs a little bit just to get a little bit more time out of it. But we are drilling down the time. I think the next timing line is coming up in a moment. So we will have to see 0.2 of a second. So this is going to be a drag race down to bus stop. The McLaren has the slipstream, and just look at the difference it makes, especially when you're 0.2. But Blanchimont, as just shown there, it can be make or break of an overtake, especially coming into the bus stop. So again, BMW is a lot tighter to the lines. You can throw it in a lot more. You can abuse the throttle pedal a little bit more. So you come down 0.2 of a second since the last lap. So it's it's about 0.2 quicker on the last lap between the two drivers. So we'll see how they get on this lap. Let's see how they go up Eau Rouge and Radeon. So yeah, McLaren F looks a little bit more bouncy. That is quite a nice baby blue, that actually. So the next opportunity is going to Le Combe. Can the McLaren get the legs to do it? No. Bit too far back, but has definitely closed the gap a little bit more. So it's not so much about the McLaren getting quicker, but if they can stay consistently with them and wait for the BMW to make a mistake, that's when you can go for your opportunity to go. As they come round Bruxelles, that is extraordinarily close. I'm pretty sure if that McLaren gets any closer to the back of that, I'll be able to put stickers on the back of it. As they both come down to Bruxelles, the next timing line is still fairly far off, as they're pretty much right on. Oh, he's going. Are they going for a move? He's had a look. He's had a look coming into campus. BMW still has the inside line. McLaren tucks back in. A little bit of a wider line to try and maximise exit speed. How close is this McLaren now? They've dropped back a little bit, actually. 0.5, half a second. So they've actually lost time there. I was expecting them to be a lot closer than they actually are. So that is... I'm actually I'm surprised at that. I'm surprised they've... yeah, I'm surprised they haven't managed to get down the time on that one. So the time at the line is, again, 0.3 of a second. So they've made up the 0.2 that they lost. So can they make a difference on this lap? We also have a fight for P27 as well. And I'm pretty sure the BMW of Matt York is making leaps and bounds towards P21 as well, of Artenzi in the 115 Audi. We'll have a look at that in a moment. See how they are getting on as they both come down to Lecom. Nice bit of curve from both of them. BMW probably running a little bit wider than you'd like to there. Both a little bit later on the brakes. The McLaren does do well in the slow corners. Once you get it slowed down, it does turn in quite nicely. Little bit slidey there. You can hear the tyres just scrubbing against the tarmac through there. So we'll have to see how this goes. Still 0.4 between them. McLaren's got a tighter line through the exit of P1, so they will gain some time back here coming into campus. As you can see, they're getting very close to the back of that BMW, so much so you can actually see what's on the underside of the rear wing. Just again, McLaren's sliding a little bit, not exactly agreeing with what the driver's doing. 0.3 again. So how wide do they run? Perfectly in line, and it's once again a run down to bus stop. Now the McLaren's a lot further back, so they don't have to lift off as much. I would say they do have an opportunity to possibly go down the inside of the bus stop, but they're not going to take it. They're going to stick to the back. The BMW runs wide, has to take a wider line, and nearly ending up in the back of that BMW, so much so you can read the Total Energy sponsor on the back of that BMW. Is it going to be a dive into La Source? I think they're going to go for it. A lot tighter line between the two. Let's have a look how they get on. They are side by side coming down to Eau Rouge. The BMW has the inside, but the McLaren has better legs, and that is job done for now for the McLaren. But the BMW will be coming back at that McLaren as the trees get in the way. The BMW is choosing the outer line. And I do believe that's the 122 Mercedes coming up against these two, which is not really what the Mercedes needs right now. Is two backmarkers fighting for position as the 122 stays out of the way and just tries to get a much better exit and just fly past that BMW as the McLaren sails off into the distance. And the 22 BMW is gone from that. Matt York up to P21 in the 58 BMW for Van Moor Simsport after getting past Armando Ortenzi in the 115 Audi. You can just see in the bottom of your screen. Now currently behind the race leader, so they will have pitted. Marcel Chico in the 169 McLaren is coming into the pit. 760 McLaren is up into the top 10 for the moment, and Sammy Fock is currently on lap 198. Nearly 200 laps so far today. It's taken us about 8 hours so far, so these guys have been going for 8 hours, and we've done nearly 200 laps. So it'll be interesting to see where Chico comes out in the McLaren. Comes out behind Connor Wright in the leading Van Moor Simsport BMW, the number 58, as Samir Fock has another BMW, both in front and behind him, both of which are not a threat to him. So not letting them pass just yet. I think he's trying to get the most speed out of it. Slowing down a little bit just to let the car by, just so he can get a nice nice entry braking into there. And I think, what BMW is that? As SIMSOK comes into the pits. So who was that? That was the 58 actually. 58 of that was 58 of Matt York, and the 871 currently in P35 Philippe Flack. So our race leader is coming into the pits. Where is the 720? More than a lap, no longer a lap behind, if they ever were, which they actually were. They were a lap behind actually, so they are no longer a lap behind, as the 869 trundles down. Look how slow that is compared to the guys going by now, because these guys going past are just absolutely flooring it now towards Eau Rouge and Rédillon. You can see there just the sheer speed difference and the overall time distance as well, as they come to a stop for their pit stop. Okay, what else is happening on track? Let's check in with Trevor Wenham in the 213. So they are trying to chase the 122. They're currently coming through Pouon. The 122 is coming through Blanchimont now. So not too far behind anymore. Nowicki is 40 seconds behind in the 101 as well. So there is still a lot of pace in that Ferrari, and we've dropped just another degree as in the past hour. So the track is starting to cool down a little bit more slowly now that the sun's gone down over the hills here at Spa. As the leading car comes out of the pits, they may have done a driver change. I'm just waiting for my timing screen to update, as it is Malinowski back in the car to take us over to 200 laps, as the 122 in third is now in the pits. So again, this is where the 213 really needs to get the hammer down, as you see the 122 there just coming into the endurance pits, as the car goes absolutely, the Ferrari goes absolutely flying up Eau Rouge and Rédillon as well. So yeah, this is where the times will definitely need to, the pace will definitely need to come out for Trevor Wenham. Last lap time was a 2:18.4, so the pace is definitely there in the car. Speaking of pace in the car, Matt York is still in P21. Currently chasing down Baltus in the 22. It's about 27 seconds behind. So that is for a top 20 spot at the moment. Marcus Lawrence is still chasing Hamlin and is trailing by a second. Got Dabal with a drive-through penalty that will either be for speeding in the pit lane or for abuse of track limits. We will not know. As we are going to keep an eye on Trevor Wenham. The 122 is coming out onto the track now. And who is in command of that Mercedes AMG GT3? Let's have a look. Is it Darren King once more, or is it a third driver? Let's have a look. Is it Alexander? Is Alexandre still in the car? It appears so. Doesn't look like they've done a driver swap. They've just done a driver change. So no, a tyre change, not a driver change. It's the same as a driver swap. But yeah, so 122 is just coming through speaker now. So there is a definite gap, but I think the 213 needs to get the hammer down a little bit more as they're flashing the Van Wall Sim Sports number 57. That's a 58. I can't read. As the 51 McLaren comes in to serve its drive-through penalty and is actually on its way out as well, as you can see just there coming across the pit line as it then makes its way back up the hill and on to the Kemmel Straight. Struggler in the 760 is now coming into the pits, so that's Silver Class leader, as are P2 and P3 in Silver Class. So Heiko and Crystalitis, I do apologise, are in the pits as well. So all the top 3 in Silver Class are currently in the pits. And I do believe the 760 is ahead by at least a lap. Let's have a look there. Yes. Yeah, so they're ahead by about a lap. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap at the minute, and then 3 cars a lap behind. So P3, 4, and 5 are all on the same lap. So it is still all to play for there. Yeah, again, it is that it's at the point where pit stops don't affect it that much. Everyone's into a rhythm, everyone's got certain gaps, and it all depends more on the driver in command of the car. As we dip under, we have less than 4 hours to go in this 12-hour race. This is still running on board with Trevor Wenham in the 213. Probably one of the more unfortunate stories today is that they were leading the race for quite a period of time, and they had a technical issue, disconnected from the race, and reconnected and were plopped into 5th. So it is unfortunate for them. So they are trying to pick up the pieces slightly as Pavlitis in the 720 McLaren comes into the pits for a pit stop as well. Now the question is always, are they going to do a double stint, or are they going to do a driver change as well? Because with a driver change, you don't lose any additional time. You don't lose any additional time if you're doing a tyre change as well, which at this point in a race, why would you not just change the tyres? So yeah, we will have to see who we'll have to see who comes out of that one. I did lose my train of thought. I tried to pick it up. The 828 McLaren has a drive-through, again I believe for speeding the pit lane or for abuse of track limits. So, has the 213 made massive gains over the 122? There's quite a gap there. So 122 has just come through turn 1 La Source now. So I'd probably say so, yeah. They are still making quite a headway. They probably need to be coming through Blanchimont if they wanted to come into the pits and still stay ahead. But we'll keep an eye on the pace. Let's have a look further down the field, shall we? Let's pick it up with the number 5. How are we getting on in the back half of the field? So again, not too many big gaps there. Matt York, P20, currently for Van Wall Sim Sport, so I will mention them a few times. The 808 coming in to serve a drive-through, so there may be even more positions on offer for Mr. York, as the number 5 comes out of Speaker and down to Pouon. They are still carrying that 5-second penalty from that previous collision. That will likely be added to their race time at the end of the race. So any car that can get within 5 seconds of the number 5 will essentially gain a free position. The number 1 McLaren also in the pit, serving a pit stop as well. and I think the 555 is in also. It's hard to tell which ones are coming into the pits, especially if they're coming down the first part of it, just because of where they are. And I do believe the number 5 has the 122 directly behind them. So the 213 is coming into Lacombe now, and there, in the background, that Mercedes is the 122, wanting to make headway against the 213 to try and not lose. I think that is a podium position. I think they're fighting for. The 101 by Mikolaj Nowicki is in the pits as well, as the 122 comes across the line. So we also have Hamling and Max Melomad in the pits as well. Both of them currently sat stationary, as the 101 is currently trundling down towards the Endurance pit lane. And the Mercedes sails on by into P4 once again. So I think the 213 that is offset, so the pit stops are offset with the Ferrari, just because of the issues they have had. 200 laps for quite a few cars out on track now. Our race leader on 203. So yeah, we have Alexandre in the GTWR RHG Academy in P4 currently, trying to chase down Trevor Wenham in the 213 Ferrari, who is just coming into bus stop at the moment. So yeah, they need a little bit more. The Ferrari needs a little bit more legs to try and maintain the podium position. I think P1 and 2 are sealed out for the time being. As Trevor Wenham just comes across the line. Yeah, so we do have a few more cars in the pits, the 501 Forza Italia Ferrari and the 22 BMW of Baltus. So I think they were fighting with Matt York in the trailing Vanwall Simsport. We will see where they come out of this. So the Mercedes finally getting past the BMW, or are they? Are they going to fight it? Nope, BMW hits the brakes and lets the Mercedes sail on by. A little bit later than the Mercedes probably would have liked, but that is the difference between a category such as Formula 1 and GT racing. With blue flags, you don't have to immediately let off and let them by. You can let them by at your convenience, although if you are extraordinarily silly and try and block them when they can easily overtake, then you will get a penalty for what they list as blue flag infringements, basically being a naughty by under blue flags and being extraordinarily silly. Connor Wright is 0.029, or at least was, behind Dijkstra in the 48 Aston Martin. Let's jump on board with these two as they get very close coming through Bruchel. And I think that's about a 1/10 of a second now coming through Speaker. So yeah, both cars are extraordinarily stable, very little bouncing from either of them, as you can see, especially from the BMW. Aston Martin taking a little bit of a wide line, but maintaining the speed to keep ahead and not let the BMW. BMW has a little bit of a look, see how much distance there is. I'm sorry, Connor, but there's not enough there to try and do a dive bomb up the inside, I'm afraid, there, sir. As they come into Stavelot, what is the time difference? 0.3 of a second is the time difference between Connor Wright and Justin Dijkstra. Let's see how these two get on coming into the bus stop chicane. There's not close enough to do anything into Blanchimont, as is evident, but there is a massive speed increase. Are they going to have a go into bus stop? A little bit far back. and Conor Wright thinks the better of it, getting very close to that Aston Martin as they do get a little bit out of shape on the entry into the bus stop chicane there. And coming across the timing line, it's just shy over, so it's a hair over. Are they going to have a go into La Sauce? He's thinking about it. Conor Wright's making sure he knows he's there. The Aston definitely knows the BMW is there as the Aston Martin moves across to try and break a little bit of the slipstream. And I think if Conor Wright can keep it steady through here, Conor Wright may be the new owner of position 7, as that does look like a lot more speed coming down into Le Combe. As they go side by side into Le Combe, the BMW is edging out. Is the Aston's going late on the brakes in, and that is contact between the two cars. So that is contact between the 58 and the 57 and the 48. Between those two, both of them will have picked up aero damage from that. Very slight, not to affect the car too much, but it can unsettle the car, especially if it is, especially if it's behaving in a certain way. Conor Wright again having a look into Podium, very well, making sure the Aston goes on the inside line. A lot more speed, as you can see, coming out of Podium, but the Aston Martin is staying ahead. Again, Conor Wright's having a look, and the Aston's keeping those doors firmly shut and letting Conor Wright know, I know you're there, but you're not getting past me at all. But yeah, as they come through Stavler again, what is the gap? It is, again, 0.3 of a second. Marcus Lawrence in the pits for the second race anywhere crew in the number 12 Aston Martin. I'm just having a look where they are now. The 213 is gaining some time on the 122. We'll keep an eye on that. Are they going to have a go into bus stop? Aston Martin's on the inside. Conor Wright's going around the outside. He's got the inside line into the second part. This is going to be a drag race down to La Sauce. Aston's got a lot more track to get the acceleration. It is 0.077. They are going toe-to-toe into La Sauce. Who will come out? Is Conor Wright going to try and get up the inside? Yes, he is. He is indeed. He's got the legs, as he gets very close now to Justin Dijkstra as they go side by side up Eau Rouge, and the Aston Martin backs out of it, and that is P6 for Conor Wright as they have passed Marcus Lawrence, who is currently in the pits, I believe, at the moment. Yes, so they should come out on the timing screen ahead, and there we go. 1.4 seconds now the gap between Conor Wright and Mark Dijkstra. A little bit rough. Definitely getting the definitely getting their elbows out for that one, and the Van Morrison Sport BMW coming out on top in that particular battle. We're going to go further down the field to the 115, which is just under a second behind Zytek in the 51 McLaren, and again another German car versus a McLaren, or another German car versus a British car, shall we say. Let's go on board and see how the Audi gets on. I do like the sound of the Audi, I'm not going to lie. How bouncy is it? The Audi can be fairly bouncy up there, very bouncy in fact, as it does look to have got a better exit, but the McLaren is a wonder on the straights, so there won't be as much of a gap decrease as the Audi driver would have liked on that one. Getting a little bit out of shape coming into Malmedy as they make their way down to Bruxelles. It does look like they are getting closer. We are going to have a look also at Gosselin versus Crystallitis coming also into Le Combe. This is a Bentley versus a Lexus, and I'm not sure what colour that Lexus is. Is it like a lime green? Again, the Bentley just eating the curbs like I eat chocolate. Back on food for a bit. Yeah, absolutely. The Bentleys are just, it's like a brick. It just sits there. I mean, look at this. Like, it bounces a little bit, but it acts like it doesn't. It drives like it just doesn't care as they come through Puon. The Lexus and the Bentley both taking a curve, both taking similar lines through there, coming down to campus. I'm just waiting for the timeline to update. So the Bentley has immense brakes, which is why you can brake later in the Bentley. I haven't driven the Lexus too much, but you can brake later in the Bentley. 0.4 of a second, and I think the Lexus did get a little bit slidey out of there. Coming up to Blanchemont, we shall see where they come out and what the gap is. Conor Wright's definitely extending his lead over Justin Dijkstra after that move. Just under 1.8 seconds ahead now. They both come into the bus stop. Lexus very slidey, and the Bentley deciding to try and eat yet another sausage curb. As is practice in a Bentley, you just go for every single curb you can. The gap is now down to just under 0.3 of a second, 0.293, and that is not too much in race cars. It's an immense gap in Formula 1, it's 0.2 of a second. Not so much in GT cars, just because of the overall speed difference. So let's see how they get on. Lexus sparking away as they come up through Eau Rouge and Rédillon, through Kemmel and onto the Kemmel straight. Now, I don't know which one has the better legs. The Lexus is trying to break the toe there a little bit, just moving to the inside of the track and then back across for the braking zone. And again, the Bentley a lot harder and a lot later on the brakes, can close that gap down. Lexus managed to get it back up to over half a second, so the Bentley does have some work to do. If the Bentley's going to get this Lexus, it will be in the corners, but they're not going to do it if they decide to venture out to the track limits like that. As the Lexus does get a little bit out of shape going into speaker, so the Bentley is able to keep a gap there. And again, later on the brakes, that Lexus is not responding as nicely as Crystallitis would probably want to. Mind you, the Bentley wasn't much better through there, as they are coming up, I do believe, is that the 51 McLaren? I believe it is in the 213. It is the, I do believe that was the 51 McLaren that they've just passed. As the 213 Ferrari is now also coming through. Again, the 213 needs to try and get back into the groove and get back on their faster pace. They are faster than the 122, but they do need to. Even though they're doing a 2:18.5, they do need to kind of pick up the pace a little bit at the minute. Yeah, Malinowski is just flying at this point. Last lap was a 2:18 flat. So, yeah, very, very happy with the car. And it seems like they managed to get that race setup they were looking for. Trevor Wenham in the 213 is coming into the pits. So this will likely be a change for P3 once again. So this is where the 122 Mercedes is coming through campus at the moment. The 213 is in the pits, so the 122 will take back third position, and we are going to jump back on board. In fact, we're going to jump back on board with, where is that BMW? Is the BMW behind? No, it is in front. So the number 1 McLaren has lost some time there, possibly due to the 501 going through. So the yellow car ahead of the Ferrari is the car this one is chasing, the number 1 McLaren, with Patrick Liu at the wheel. We have seen this McLaren get dicey with a couple of cars before. Marlon Andrade now at the wheel of that second Van Wel Simsport BMW. And they are in the top 20 for the moment, as a couple more drivers do start to make their pit stops. So, in terms of, let me have a look. No updates from race control, which is nice to see. We're going to have one of our good friends joining the chat for an interview very soon. However, if you just allow me to leave you with this McLaren, I will be right back. I just need to have a quick trip to the bathroom. And I am back, ladies and gentlemen. So, how are we getting on? Let me just have a look. Okay. So, the gap is now 3.2 seconds. I need to... I'll need to catch up with what's just been going on. But let's have a look around the field. The 999 has a drive-through. Do we have any reports from race control? We do not. That is good. It's always good to see nothing in race control. Let's have... let's have a look around the field. How are we doing up front? The 213 Ferrari has Masij Heiler at the wheel, and yeah, the 122 has overtaken the Ferrari. Gap's not as big anymore, so they are coming up on them. So they're going through Brichelle now, the 122. So they're not too far behind now. The gap is not too big. So we'll have to see how this develops. I keep going on WASD like I'm going to be playing again. Okay, so there are a couple of gaps that are interesting. We've got Daniel Krebs and James Warren battling for P9. So we've got Dremont Racing for Daniel Krebs, and then we have one of the Race Anywhere Sim Sport guys in the Aston Martin. So we'll see how they get on, especially in terms of lap times. What were the previous lap times? So for James Warren it was a 2:19.2 and Daniel Krebs a 2:19.7. So some time definitely lost there. So let's have a look how we are. Let's have a look as it comes timeline. 9/10 of a second. So they have lost some time to the Aston Martin. It's quite a nice gap to the car behind, however. So that is always it's always a good thing. As they come up to Blanchimont, how late on the brakes will the McLaren be to catch up to the Aston? Not very. A lot tighter line, and the Aston going a little bit skittish over the curbs there, so that will have cost them. That will have definitely cost them some time, and indeed it has. It's cost them 0.2 of a second at the moment. As we go into La Source, the McLaren again keeps tight to the wall. So we'll see how they come out of Eau Rouge Radion and then into Le Combe as well. That is where a fair few moves have been, especially the drivers have been having a lot of looks there today in terms of moves, and the McLaren is just so much faster in a straight line. Here we go. So let's have a look side by side. The Aston has the room. McLaren has a nicer line through Le Combe and into Malmedy, and they are very, very, very tight up there. The McLaren not agreeing with what Krebs wants it to do as they come into Brichelle. So yeah, possibly a little bit more time lost there for the McLaren. It was 0.068 as they came across the previous timing line, and I do believe that is the 213 in the background. There's definitely the 720 there. And I think that is the 213 and the 720. So P2 and P4 currently are rocking up behind them. So what's the new gap? 0.5 of a second, so not as bad as it used to be. Daniel Krebs taking a little bit more curb on the exit to try and again shorten the track just a little bit, and try and gain some time on Warren. We'll see how they get on coming in to Blanchimont. No issues whatsoever. Both of them running nice and wide, taking a little bit of curb on the exit and then braking just where the tarmac starts to turn a very dark grey. That's where all of the rubber is. That's where you want to be braking ideally. Obviously, if you're new to the game, I'd probably brake a little bit early, and then just find your feet. Really, just find where your feet are happy. They both come through. It's 0.7 of a second, so a little bit more time lost for the McLaren. And obviously, if the 213 gets past, then this is going to be blue flags galore. The 169 has blue flags. The 213 has blue flags as well, as they all dart down the Camel Straight. I think that Aston Martin is just a little bit too far back to be able to do anything. Goes very close to the edge of the track though. So yeah, you just want to be careful. Aston Martin deciding if he wants to be a lawnmower, as the Ferrari, the 213 Ferrari does give a little bump to the McLaren, and that is those two negotiated. Now that looks to be a perfect team effort there with those two Race Anywhere cars, the 213 and the 12 trading places on track, and one of those going, yep, thank you, good luck, off you go. Or at least I hope that's what they're saying. I hope they're being nice to each other. It's always nice to be. I know when you're, especially when you're racing, it's like you can get very angry even at your friends. I know that because I've had a go at a couple of my friends before. They've done anything wrong. They're just like, why are you not doing this? It's like, because I'm doing this. And it's just like, yeah. Frustration is one of them things that you can come up against in not even like only like just like motor racing, but anything competitive you can always come up against like frustration and obviously competitiveness, which will be the case with those two cars, as the 720 does want to get past that Aston a little bit, and it does seem that that McLaren has unfortunately had to drop back because of it. So our race leader Malinowski in the 869 Ferrari on lap 214. The gap is just over a lap to Povilas Kleminskas in the Beaver Grease, Lithuania 720 McLaren. 213 Ferrari, who were previously leading this race, who we have just seen going through, is about 20 seconds behind the 122. So they are making progress on that. Marlon Andrade in the in what would probably be the more cursed Van Walsum Sport car this evening, is up in P18, currently chasing down Jason Dyer in P22, and they are a little bit further back on that. So got a couple of cars in the pits, so the stint timer never runs to the full hour. It is always slightly off. But some drivers deciding that they want to either get rid of their tyres or that their stint it is time to change their stint, which is perfectly acceptable. It's likely that they'll be talking to the teams and going, okay, what can you do? Can you do anything about this? How's your pace? How are your tyres? Does everything feel good, or like are we gonna stop soon? Are we gonna do this? Gonna do that? Like, communication in scenarios like this is absolutely paramount, especially if you're doing a race that is 12 hours long. You cannot get through a 12-hour race without communication. Daniel Krebs making a little bit of a impact back into James Warren, just under a second once again, as the BMW of Marlon Andrade makes his way down to Blanchimont and coming past, I believe that's the 555 for Butlerpal Motorsports, which are currently in P11. I could be mistaken. Let's have a look. I don't think I am mistaken though. No, that is the 555. Awesome. And they are not really fighting anyone at the moment. These two cars are kind of just running their own race at the minute, just trying to keep pace. And if they keep pace with each other, that's not really it's not a hindrance, it's not a benefit. It's just nice that you've got a buddy on track to drive with. The leading Van Walsum Sport car is currently sat in P6, 8.2 seconds to Justin Dijkstra in the car behind, and a fair bit behind Ratajak in the 101 BMW. We still have Kleminskas in P2, Herbignew in P3 in the 122, Hyler in P4 in the 213, and then yeah, the 101 in P5, 57 P6, 48 P7, and the 9 P8, 12 P9, and the 169 wrapping out the top 10. As we do jump on board to the 169, that is now catching the Aston Martin once again. So the last lap time from James Warren was a 2:20.377, and the last lap time for Daniel Krebs 2:19.652. So they definitely have the pace in there. I think I'm being pinged by somebody who I know is waiting. Yep, I know he's waiting. He's probably going to be very angry with me. Welcome to the commentary box. I know you have been driving the 999 today. I've seen your name on there. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright. Done with my stints for today. So
you're done with the stints. How have your stints been? I must know.
Well, they've been pretty good, I'd say. Done 3 stints. 1 in the wet, 2 in the dry, I believe. Got 1 warning in total. Apart from that, not much happened on my stints. So
you definitely prefer the wet weather then?
That's not too bad in endurance when you have an uneventful stint driving. So.
Definitely prefer the wet weather then?
Well, I think the BMW is generally not very good around this track, and even worse in the wet. So for our car, I think it's better when it's dry. On the other hand, because we had some spins and damage because of it, we are on a different cycle or cyclus in terms of pit strategy or pit stint timer. So depending on when the weather hits, or if it hits again, then
I mean,
maybe an advantage for us.
Yeah. It's listed to be dry for the moment, but there are still just over 3 hours to go.
Yeah.
So you never know. So what's your aim for the end of the race? Do you have a certain position in mind, or is it effective get to the end and see how we do?
Beating the other Go team in P27 currently.
Ah, the 444.
Is a goal. Yep.
Right. Okay. So it'll be it's a team battle then.
Yep. It's gonna be difficult because the other team has another quick driver going in the car again, and his pace we can't really compete with. But yeah, they had 1 blue screen already today, which lost in like a lap or 2.
There's been a few there's been a few teams with a few issues today. The 58 Van Wall has had a bucket list full of issues. The 2-on-3 is disconnected from the lead, and you've had a blue screen, which is that's not 100% great. Whose blue screen was it?
Shanta.
And are they to go back in the car again yet?
Well, he is not allowed to go back in the car for this race. So.
He's not allowed. Okay, just in case it happens.
The team managed to recover the car, so that's the main thing. Well, they can still finish the race without him now.
Yeah, that's good. That's it's definitely good to hear that you definitely are able to finish the race, because especially like God knows how many hours in, you come up with a tech issue and then that's it. Your race is just done, even though like you've put so much practice into it, so much prep, you've done all the stints, and you've worked everything out, and it just comes down to a tech issue and you can't recover from it, which is probably worse than crashing in a race. It's like there's no way to actually get back anything.
Yeah, well, really nothing you can do about it either.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you have a crash,
sometimes ACC just decided that it's gonna crash, and then
the elusive DC crashing bug, or even that, like even entire PC crashings. I think I've only ever heard of that happening once before. So, and I don't think it was I don't think it was your guys when it happened last. It did happen during an AOR, but I don't think it was you guys that had it happen last time. I can't remember who. I can't remember who had the who had the issues, but we'll see how the 999 gets on. Hopefully you can catch up to the 444 and we can have a good race for the end for you guys. How far back are you? Where's the 444 right now? It is... I can't see it, so it's stuck in some car somewhere.
We are on the Camel Straight now, and they are coming up to the Camel Straight now, so they're like almost a lap ahead of us.
There's a bit of work to do, but yeah, stranger things have happened.
Yep. Well, it's still 3 hours to go. I think based on the previous 9 hours, close to 9 hours.
Yeah.
I think it's likely that we're gonna get another rain period. So yeah, like I said, depending on when that rain may hit, may give us an advantage for the stint timer over some other teams.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely there's not any consistency to the pit stops, so we'll see how they we'll see how we all get on.
Yep.
Right then. So if I don't know if you're going back to your team to coach them through, or are you off and just chilling for the evening now?
No, I'm gonna go back, join them, help them out if needed, and other than that, it's always some stuff to organize in the back end. So.
Oh, we're stuff to organize in the back end.
I have enough stuff to do during these races, don't you worry.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, we all do appreciate what you do for it as well as. But yeah, I'll let you get back to the team and let you get back to your wizardry of organization.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for commentating, and enjoy the final 3 hours of this race.
I'm sure I will. Thank you very much, Ez.
Yep, see you.
The one and only Urs, ladies and gentlemen. So that is one of the guys who sets up a lot of the stuff for AOR. He does manage a lot of the server side. So he's impartial. Don't worry. It's always nice to see the guys who organise all the events and things have a bit of fun. So I didn't actually know there was another goat racing team here today, which is this one, number 1, Raining Thunder. Currently in the car, Goat Racing 1 and Goat Racing 2. I do believe they've been in a Porsche, I think that was last season, which was the team that Heiko is currently. Heiko was in that, and Heiko's currently driving for Project Reminiscence, currently in P15, the number 7 Bentley. So, Steve Hughes for the number 9 Honda, currently in the pits. Daniel Krebs is still just over half a second behind James Warren at near the front of the field, so not really making any massive ground on the Aston Martin at the moment, especially after letting the back markers through. There's a 501 Ferrari come to join the fun, although that is a few positions down in P13. The gap to the lead is well over I do believe it's well over a lap. So the 869 has a lap in hand over P2, over Beaver Greece, Lithuania, the 720, as they both make their way through Erosion Ranion and onto the Kemmel Straight. So picking up with a 213 and the 122. Again, the gap is coming down. 213 is coming into Lacombe, and the 122 is currently coming into Speaker. As I believe they are going toe-to-toe into Lacombe. Aston later on the brakes again, taking the inside line, and McLaren just out of sync with that corner. So the Aston Martin stays ahead once again. Let's ride on board with the McLaren as they come into Bruxelles. The 501 Ferrari is kind of hounding them at the minute as well. Both these cars are lapping slower than the 501 by about 0.3 to half a second. So there is definitely some pace in that Ferrari round the Spa-Francorchamps. as we've seen from the 869 and the 213. As we come close to, we're nearly 3 hours to go. The track temperature's dropped a little bit more. Track is still optimum and it is still high and dry, although those clouds do look fairly menacing in the sky. A couple of darker clouds in the sky as the sun has now firmly gone away. The gap is 0.8 of a second, so a little bit of time lost there from Daniel Krebs as they come down through Blanchimont up to bus stop. Let's see if they can gain a large amount of time coming into the bus stop. They do look to be a lot closer. The McLaren is very good in a straight line, but the Aston is a lot more stable, and the McLaren maybe a little bit deep on the brakes there, having to take a tighter line through the exit of the bus stop. Let's see how they are on the line. It is 0.7 of a second, so not gained too much over the car ahead. So as they come through La Source, 0.7 of a second is the gap to go. Let's see how they get on through Eau Rouge and Radion. So a wide line for the McLaren, both of them taking quite a lot of curb, maybe the Aston a little bit more, but that McLaren is looking awful close. A drive-through penalty for James Warren. That will be for abuse of track limits coming through Eau Rouge and Radion, as the 501 absolutely sails past the McLaren at a rate of knots. Reminds me of the Ferrari Challenge car release. That thing's got a hyperspace button on it. It's called 7th gear. That absolutely sailed past. Again, a lot of these cars still have their rain lights on. Whether they've forgot to turn them off or purposely turning them on for possibly weather coming later on, we shall have to see. But yeah, a drive-through penalty for James Warren. That will be a big relief to Daniel Krebs in the McLaren. Take it a little bit easy and not use too much of his tyres to try and catch the car, as he is basically being given a free position. Now the question is, how far back will that Aston Martin come out of the pits when it comes to track position? So you lose, what was it? It was a minute 12 through the pit lane. Where are they? So they're probably looking about P11 is where they'd possibly be coming out. Best case scenario. I don't think they'll get pushed into P12. We'll have to see. There's no timing set for that at the minute. The McLaren's having a little bit of trouble with his gears, as I'm expecting the Aston Martin to come into the pits. No, so they're not serving that penalty this lap. They will have to serve it within 2 laps now. So let's see how we're getting on. Nothing from awesome. Nothing from race control. Absolutely zip. Perfect. Beautiful. So, how is everybody? I'm just gonna have a casual chat. Yeah, this is kind of like the lull period until we get to the only battle that was going on is the one that we were on board with until James Warren did get that penalty. And yeah, Daniel Krebs is kind of just taking it a little bit easy. You can tell just by the pace difference and the time of distance as they come across the line. It's gone from 1.6 seconds to 1.7, so the McLaren not really taking too much out of that. Contact between the number 12 and the 501, with a fair amount of damage coming to the 501 as well. Now, that will be investigated by the stewards, and I'm not 100% sure who would be the driver at fault there. I think the 501 definitely had a lot more pace than the Aston Martin, which is probably why they tried to go for the overtake there and just unlap themselves from there, and yeah, just try and get a little a bit clear of that. But yeah, So collision between the Aston and the Ferrari. We'll have to see what the stewards think of that one, because I would be very surprised if that one does not get referred to the stewards, as that is that was quite a hit in the wall for the Ferrari as well. So that will be a fair amount of damage and time lost as well. Number 10 Lexus has a 10-second time penalty. What is that for? Just as I say, it's nice and quiet from race control. Let's have a look. So there will be a few penalties coming through between as the Aston dives into the drive-through. We'll see where they come out, and the Ferrari will likely have to pit for repairs as well. So a 5-second penalty for car 24 for causing a collision between the 370 and the 24. No license points, which will be a relief to them. Between the 969 and the 177, a 15-second time penalty for the 177 for causing a collision, and again a license point for their troubles. And then involving cars number 7 and number 10, and then a 10-second time penalty for the number 10 causing a collision, and no license points applied. So you do have, I keep mentioning license points, what do they mean? So there are a certain amount of license points you can get for an event, and then a certain amount you can get for a championship. If you exceed them for the event, you are disqualified from the race by race control. That is your race done. There are no appeals. That is it. If you get enough points for the championship, you are disqualified from the championship. So it would be interesting to see what the license points are. However, we won't get I don't think there's a full record of that. Not freely available to us mere commentators. Unfortunately, it would be quite nice to see what the difference is. I am a little bit biased of a McLaren, which is why I've been staying on board so long. So the 213 is 18 seconds. We have a gap. We have a gap between the 213 and the 122. So I did tell you, Palowski in the 28 is in the pits as well. So I think they are coming up on the next round of pit stops once again. So there is 18 seconds. The last lap times. The last lap was a 2:19.3 for the 122. For the 213, it was a 2:18.3, so nearly a second faster on the previous lap. So we definitely have something to. They definitely have something to fight for here. It is a little bit of a recovery drive from the 213 guys, but they definitely have the pace to take the final podium place. As they come up through there, they are nearly within sight of the 122, as the 122 just makes its way through Bruchel now. So yeah, this will be a very interesting end to the race. The 213 has had a disconnect thrown at it. You had to rejoin with your first driver, otherwise it screws the entry list up, and then your team can no longer compete. So you have to get the first driver to join. That is the requirement. You have to do that. It's true for no matter who operates the league. You have to do that. That is how the entry list system for ACC works. Yeah, so they all had to get their first driver, which I believe was Hyler, and then quickly swap it back to Pife, and then for Pife to get that. And if you return to the garage, you have about 1 minute and 30 before you can use your controls again. You can start the car, but you cannot drive off, you cannot change gate, you cannot do anything. Except pray. So, I haven't been keeping an eye on the gap between Hyler and Herbie New. So Gosling comes into the pits, and I think is just about to stop in his pit box, and that number 10 has a 10 second. So it was a 2:18.8 on that lap. It was a 2:19.4 by Herbinu. So the gap is coming down. I think it came down by just under a second on that lap, and Hyler will definitely know that. We also have another battle happening further back between the 115 and the number 1, 115 Audi and the number 1 McLaren. So Michelle Rizzo, Virtual Drivers Alliance, Audi, and Patrick Liu in the J-Team McLaren. So this is quite a nice close battle as well. 0.4 of a second, so they were over a second faster on the previous lap, which is where this pace may have come from. That is extraordinarily close. I can see the carbon fibre on the booty of that McLaren. That is how close they were. If you can see the carbon fibre weaving, you know you are too close, especially coming into Eau Rouge and Radion. My nose is deciding whether it wants to sneeze. It decided it wanted to sneeze. You know that point where you think you want to sneeze and you're just there like, I don't know, McLaren's going to the oh, that was possibly maybe a little bit naughty from the McLaren there. But they keep the position, trying to break the toe, just under braking and then moving across. Possibly a little bit naughty, maybe. Yeah, now down to just under 0.2 of a second, and the McLaren can get very squirrely through this part of the lap. There's a lot of key exit points, as I do believe that's a BMW up ahead, kicking up the dirt, making some more work for the ground maintenance team here at Spa. That is, yes, the McLaren broke a little bit earlier than the Audi was expecting. Had to kind of hit the brakes a little bit earlier than they were probably wanting them to, but the pace is definitely here in the Audi. The Audi's a little bit wide through campus. You kind of want to do exactly what they've done there, run a little bit over the curb, nicely across, and then into Stavolo, cut the curb just a little bit, try and get it to rotate the car a little bit more. You want to be wider on the entry here, so you get the most amount of track available to you. Tie the best line through there, and it shows that they have lost 4/10, sorry, of a second. So they are trading blows, these two. The Audi is faster in some corners, but the McLaren is faster where it counts. At the moment, the Audi is just not close enough to take advantage of the pace under brakes. So again, this is for anybody who has stumbled across this humble YouTube stream. This is the the AOR. I'm gonna get told off. The AOR 12 hours of Spa, which have just under 3 hours to go. We're running now for 9 hours. And this is round 3 of the season 2 of the Endurance Championship. There is only 1 round to go. That'll be the 8 hours of Laguna Seca in about a month's time. And this is proudly brought to you by Driver61 and SIMSOK. Both of the links can be found in the description, and I do believe you can get an offer or two as well. But again, all that info is down in the description. So if you just scroll down on your mouse, you'll have all the information you need. McLaren very slidey through there, doing a bit of a Tokyo drift. Maybe was there ever a McLaren in any of the Fast and Furious films going sideways? I don't know. Never watched Fast and Furious. Oh, I watched one Fast and Furious, and it's the one that you shouldn't watch. It's the Tokyo drift. The Audi's definitely there. Where on earth was that McLaren going? That was an interesting line through poo on for Patrick Liu. So yeah, the McLaren has... I'm trying to think of the word. The Audi's got the position, basically. My brain. As P3, the 122 is in the pits, and there goes the 213. Our race leader, Malinowski, is also in the pits as well. 226 laps so far. And the P3 is 2 laps down. That just shows the immense pace of these guys. But yeah, so the 213 now goes through. It is up to Hyler to... I think Malinowski's getting a little bit bored in the pit lane, don't you? Just having a little bit of a weave. They are right... They're not right at the end, are they? No, they're right here. Yeah. And yeah, Herbino is also doing a pit stop. So the 213 back into the podium places. So this is where it counts for Hyler. They need to wring the neck of that Ferrari engine and absolutely get them tyres screeching to be able to get enough of a gap to the car behind. They are currently matching their previous best lap, which I think, what is their previous best so far on the 213 personal best? It does not say. Okay. But yeah, we'll see how the... there are a couple of collisions, so I'm expecting some stuff from the stewards fairly soon. Well, not as soon as like 5 minutes. It will be a little bit longer than that. But we shall see. So Hyler comes across the line. Where is the 122? The 999 is off at Puon. That is Erz's car. Where are they now? Though Joshik has had a little bit of an issue at... Is there any damage to the car? See if it will show us the front. That 808's been in the wars. Look at the back of it. Possibly a little bit of damage. They're taking Joshik's taking a little bit careful at the moment. So possibly some damage to that BMW. As the gaps are around 2 seconds for a lot of the cars at the minute. Race leader is now, they've had a driver change. Samiafak is now in the car. Klaminskas is still in P2, and Mrs. Hyler is still in P3, and Ratajak is in the 101, and then Darren King back in the 122 Mercedes. So it is all, I would say it's all happening, but it's I wonder if Laguna Seca is going to be like Laguna Seca's. I like watching it. I don't like driving it. I just don't like Laguna Seca. In the slightest, it is a bane of my life. In terms of sim racing, I just don't like it. It's yeah. Am I having voice cracks today, or is it just? Is my voice just giving up on me for the week? We'll have to see. I have just under 3 hours to go, so we'll see. I have snacks to try and get me through it. So the 501 is catching the 45, and the number 12 is still in P8. So the 501 definitely lost out. As I think they've clawed back 1 position, but they have definitely lost some time to the cars ahead. So yeah, we'll have to see how we get on. Where's the 122? 122 is... I can't see. Oh, it's coming through Puon. So yeah, I think Hyler can be going a little bit faster than the 122. Darren King is very fast though. So it will all come down to when the 213 Ferrari decides to come into the pit lane. I'm going to jump on board with a 501 as they are fighting with the McLaren of Denis Strelnikov as they come down. Two cars that are extraordinarily slippy. Can I get a good camera? And the Ferrari looks to have made the move stick. A little bit more pace through Eau Rouge, and Redion has the job done for the Forza Italia 501. That is up into P11, so that's one more position back for the 501. The next car up is, I believe that is Steve Hughes in the number 9. There's about 30 seconds between them, so a lot of work to do there. I think Christolitis is coming in and possibly serving the penalty. We will have to see how they get on. But yeah, a lot of drivers again coming into the pit lane for their pit stops. Again, it's really weird with how the pit stops work, because sometimes they'll pit a bit early, sometimes they'll pit a bit late, and it's just like, well, who's on what pit strategy? And you just don't know. It's hard to say anymore. So we're on board. Well, we're not on board. We have the 501 in view after that move on Strelnikov into Lecom. Let's have a look again. Let's have a look further down the field. So the Van Wall SIMSOK guys are currently in the top 20. They're doing very well after their monumental mountain of issues. So they could be gunning. They are gunning for a top 20 finish if they can. If the pace is definitely there, which I do believe it is. That is a beautiful view of the hills here at Spa-Francorchamps. As we look further down the field, there's, again, everyone's kind of holding station at the minute. We've got the 28 and the 666 getting a little bit close, slightly separated momentarily by the 869, which is our race leader. So they are just going through very nicely and wanting to kind of get on with it. The track is still dry and the weather is looking fine for the moment. 9:21 p.m. and it is 21 degrees, both on track and air temperature, so it is definitely very warm. I hope the people around here have their air conditioning running, because otherwise it would be very uncomfortable. The 28 Jaws dropping back from the 666 again, likely due to the leading car of SIMSOK. And that has cost them a bit of time on the track as well. So we'll see how they get on in terms of possibly clawing back some time. Mullet is in the pits in the number 16 McLaren for their pit stop. I think there's only going to be around 2 more. That was a very strange voice crack. I do apologise. 2 more pit stops, I believe. So should be. Yeah, I think two more pit stops to the to go to the end of the race, which is 2 hours and 45 minutes away. As the 28 gets very, very close again to the back of that McLaren. As Patrick Liu comes into pits for the J team in the number 1 McLaren. 760 still holding their own up ahead in P1 in silver class, 12th overall. And it is half a second the gap. Let's go on board with the BMW. The McLaren got a lot of straight line speed, so I'm not expecting them to make any leaps and bounds. Having a quick look, see how far they are. And again, a little bit later on the brakes brings them that ever closer, and just throwing the car around maybe a little bit more than the driver of the McLaren. I need to sneeze again. Both come through P1. The BMW looks to be a lot more stable through there, but the McLaren did take a tighter line, so it's not nothing lost, nothing gained. Although under brakes the BMW is gaining a little bit, but McLaren's just getting it on the exit as well. You can brake as late as you want, but if you can't get the exit, then you're that Honda, which Honda would that be? There's a couple racing today. I believe there's the number 9. Oops, I apologise about that. I may have just hit my mic by accident. And the there's the number 9 and the number 199 are the two that I have seen. So let's have a look. The number 9 Baboon Motorsports Honda qualified P10. And they are now... where are they? Let's have a look. They're currently P9. So they are one position higher than they qualified, and they are going along very nicely. I do apologise for my snivelling there. Not a problem, Rico. I hope you are enjoying the show so far. It's been quite an interesting race, to say the least. The 213 is... Where is the 213? Where's the 122? 213 is quite far ahead now, so if they go into the pits, it will likely be a drag race for them. Marlon Andrade in the 58 Van Wall SimSport. The trailing Van Wall SimSport BMW is coming into the pits. Now these guys have had the worst of luck today, and they are simply just trying to get a recovery drive and see how high they can finish. Possibly aiming for a top 20, which with the pace they've got is certainly doable. And then you have the leading Van Wall SimSport car, the 57, is down in P14. Why are they there? Have I missed a pit stop for them? I don't think I have, because I've still got, because Conrad's still at the wheel. That's certainly strange. Okay, so Malin Andrade is in the pits. Let's see where they come out. Let's check in with the 213. "32 seconds. The 213 is 32 seconds behind the 720 McLaren. And they're lapping about half a second faster. They are on the same lap. Or at least, now they're on the same lap. Siege Hyler is doing an absolute storming effort for the 2-on-3s after their disconnect lost them the lead of this race. It was picked up by the guys in the 869 who have since not relinquished the lead. They are over a lap ahead of P2, which is astonishing pace. Which I mean, they kind of hinted at in yeah, they hinted at during the Super Bowl yesterday. Just absolutely phenomenal pace, and yeah, these two, the two Ferraris, the 2-on-3 and the 869, were the two on the front row. So yeah, it was absolutely absolutely phenomenal by both of them. I do apologise about all these noises. Just bear with me a second. I'm just going to blow my nose. I should be fine. I don't know what it is. Possibly, I might be getting hay fever. If I get a cold when it's starting to get warm, I'm gonna be annoyed. Always happens. I always get colds like in the middle of summer, and then I'm fine through winter. I haven't had a cold for years. I just get like a runny nose every now and again. I don't feel sick. I just get a blocked nose, and it's like, why? Because I don't have any allergies that I'm aware of. Yeah, that I'm aware of. I might have like loads of allergies. I think I only have one, and that's it. What is the gap between Hyler and Pavlaitis? What is the gap? "32 seconds. Matched each other's pace on the previous lap, so Pavlaitis getting a little bit of a better lap there. But yeah, Hyler's absolutely flying at the minute. Where is Darren King? Coming through speaker at the moment. So yeah, that's kind of the gap you want to be able to try and make a pit stop and try and stay ahead of the car behind. Not many cars at the moment. There's one or two in the pits at the minute that are out of sync with the rest of the field, and no issues from race control. Perfect. That is what we like to see. Nothing from race control. I'm expecting one thing from race control, but I don't know when that's going to come through. So, for the time being, we shall focus on what is happening on the track. Let's have a look further down the field. On board with Christian Muller in the number 16 McLaren. Further back in the field, so they are chasing Joe Chick in the 999 BMW, who are chasing the only other Honda in this race, I believe. We have Malin Andrade is back out on track for the other Van Wall Sim Sport in P17, and Let's see how big. Where's the gap? Where are they chasing? They're chasing number 10. Where's number 10? Okay, so about maybe about half a lap behind the number 10. So the Van SIMSOK boys do still have some work to do, but again, their pace is brilliant. Look at that sky. That's absolutely brilliant. That's absolutely beautiful. There's nothing to say that there's any rain on the way, but obviously this is ACC, and it can do what it likes. It can give you rain. It literally, like I think last time in Silverstone, it just rained literally right before the start. It started raining on the formation lap. I mean, I could probably understand how someone would find it funny. But again, it's like I'm the same. I'm probably like on the same side as your brother Rico. It's annoying because it's like, why? I don't understand why it happens. Like, if I have an allergy to a certain food and I have to give it up, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Because I only eat foods that I really like. If I have to give one of those up, I'm not gonna be happy. Imagine if I had to give up like Jammy Dodgers. I would just. I don't know. Like, can I have like an alternative to Jammy Dodgers? But I would literally go to who makes Jammy Dodgers? Who makes them? I've got a packet on my desk. Who makes them? Is it like the Jammy Dodger company? Burton's Biscuit Company. Never knew that. Like, Jaffa Cakes are made by, like, McVitie's, right? I think Jaffa Cakes are made by McVitie's. Oh, if you haven't had if you really like Jaffa Cakes and you haven't had the Jaffa Cake donuts yet, go eat them. They're awesome. It's like a massive, it's basically a massive Jaffa Cake with a hole in the middle. It's amazing. They got blueberry Jammy Dodgers now, and I'm not sure how I feel about them. I haven't tried them yet. They have fizzy cola ones. Oh, they have fizzy cola Jammy Dodgers, and I love them. Like, that is like my new. That is probably like going to be like my new addiction food. Like, one of my addiction, like, people have addiction foods where they just start eating it and they just can't stop. I'm bad with that with What's-Its. I can't stop eating them until they're gone. Pringles, sour cream and onion though. What else? Maltesers. I'm bad for them. And like, you know them little chocolate sticks, like Mikado. They're called Mikado. They're by Glyco. Little chocolate stick, little like, I don't know what the stick is. It's just like a crunchy stick, like a biscuit stick or something, and it's covered in chocolate. It's so nice. And I just eat them till they're gone. I can eat like 5. I'll just get like 5 at a time and just put them in my mouth and just chomp them. I'm like one of them presses. Hyla is in the pits for the 213. I'm gonna keep an eye out. Where is the 122? Let's have a see where they come out. I think there's about 30 seconds left in the lap. Has Hyla stopped yet? Hyla's not stopped. Darren King's going to overtake them. Moment of truth, who's going to be third? I think it's going to go down to the wire, to be honest. These guys are going to keep trading blows. I think, have they finally stopped? They have finally stopped. So yeah, the 122 will go through. Where's the 122? Coming up to turn 1 now. And the 213's not moving yet. The 122 will go through, but it's going to be very close now. It's just started moving. Just started moving. So what is the gap? This is probably going to be the battle for... This is the battle for P3. But it is going to come down to the wire. It's 2.5 hours left. The gap is 5 seconds. 5.5 seconds. And Wenham, who is now in the car, they have just done a driver change. I have just noticed. It's nice if you like. I pay attention to what's happening on track. It might help me, like, I don't know, commentate, I guess. Yeah. So 5.5 seconds, and Wenham's got a brand new set of tyres. Darren King does have a lot of pace, though. Darren King's pace has been solid for the past few laps, though, and I think he knows that there's pace in that Ferrari yet. So we'll see what the gap is coming across the timing line. There is a battle with P12, which is car number 12, and the 760. Oh, McLaren's gone deep. Literally, I caught that literally as it happened. McLaren went way too deep in there. Hughes and Strelnikov are in the pits for their respective teams as well. As there is one of them, I believe that'll be Strelnikov, as the Aston and the other McLaren sail by. And there is Hughes in the Nissan. Honda, even. What am I on about? It's a Nissan GTR and a Honda NSX. I don't know why. I had NSX in my head and my mind initially immediately went to Nissan. So yeah, it's now 3/10 of a second between the 760 and that Aston Martin. So let's see how this 2.5 of a second. Ooh, it's 6.6 seconds between Wenham and King now. So King has all the work to do now to stay ahead of that Ferrari. But Wenham will just be getting his tyres warmed up, which is where King needs to take advantage of that. That Aston seems to have buggered off a little bit, didn't it? I think they nearly got rear-ended by the number 7 Bentley there. Yeah, there's the Aston in the bottom of your screen, and then it just disappears as the McLaren comes around Stavilo. 6.5 seconds between the two. Is there anything from our friends in race control? No, there is nothing. That is nice to see. 2.5 hours to go. We've been running now for just under 10 hours. I can tell it's getting dark because I'm just looking. I need to put the light. I need to put the room lights on at the minute. Right, let's sit on board with. In fact, let's sit on board with Trevor Wenham. Just bear with me a second, everyone. I just needed to turn the lights on in the room so I can, see. So I don't end up, like, stubbing my toe on something in here, stubbing it on a shelf. Oh, stubbing your toes the worst. Like, what's worse than stubbing your toe? Like, that happens to someone like an everyday person. What is worse than stubbing your toe? Like, standing on a plug. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, stubbing your toe and standing on a plug, which one's worse? Oh, it's always... Yeah, you never stub your big toe. Never stub your... Obviously, you don't stub your middle ones. Because they're like they're in the middle. But your big you never stub your big toe. In fact, I think some... Arctoothus, welcome into the chat, sir. Great stream. I hope it is. The 177. They've had a couple of Lego in the dark. What about stubbing your toe in the dark, though? The 177, let's have a look. Scott Ullman is currently in the car. They have a 15-second time penalty and running 23rd in the race. Where did they qualify? 177. They qualified in P45, so it is quite a good set from them. They're 36 and a half seconds away from the next car, but they could possibly be in a fight for a top 20 spot, which would mean points. Although they do have that 15-second penalty, so they do have quite a mountain to climb if they are to do that. 42 or so, yeah. But yes, a little update on commentary. You will be having just myself for the remainder of the race, as TetraDex has had some issues with public transport, so is unable to get home before the end of the race. So you have my lovely British voice for the next 2.5 hours. I hope you enjoy it. I mean, if you don't, you can probably just mute it. Could just still watch the racing, please, because it is good racing. Don't have to listen to me. Just watch the racing, please. But yeah, so we do have quite a spread field at the minute. The 177 is doing well. The 760 is, where's the 760? Oh, 760 is further up. That's why they're out of range. We're in the top 10 so far. Currently 3 seconds behind the next car ahead, which is the number 12 Aston Martin. 5.1 seconds for the 213 Yellow Radion. Do you have a car number? Let's have a look. Is it a team name? Let me have a look on the sheets I have. I have Yeet Gaming. Ah, Yeet Gaming is the number one. Is the number one McLaren. I can't see. If you've got a car number, I can certainly see if I can find them. The 871 H7K. Let's have a look where they are. The 871. Max Nels in the car. That BMW has taken a fair whack by the looks of it. That has taken a fair old whack. Yeah, so the 871 has taken a fair old whack, and I'd imagine, yeah, they're coming into the pits to get that damage repaired, which will also reset their stint timer. So this does give them a couple of options near the end of the race. So this is the time where if you have an offset pit stop, this can actually change how you can end the race. So you can fuel up. Basically, you can, if you have an hour and a half left on your stint of the race and you have one pit stop to do, you can simply do a splash and dash. So not change tyres, not change driver, take fuel and go. So you can split your next 2 pit stops up to run for about 40, just to try and under fuel maybe a little bit. So yeah, an hour and 30, you can basically run for about 40 minutes, or even fuel the car up, run the tank out, and then pit, only fill up with fuel, and then go to the end. Because then you've got less of a pit stop, and you'll have a faster car at the end of the race. So that is something that may come in as the 51 does pit. Also, let's see where they are. They are within sight of that Mercedes. 4 seconds between Trevor Wenham and Darren King. Now, if anyone doesn't know why this is such a big deal, the 213 was on the front row after the Super Bowl yesterday. They were leading for a good majority of the first half of the race, and then connection issues to the race server have meant that they were, when they rejoined, they were down in 5th. With quite a lengthy gap behind. You can hear the Mercedes in the camera. There it goes. And coming down the straight, will you be able to see it in view? Nope, let me try and change camera set then. Do apologise about the popping. Not sure why that happened. At least I heard popping on my end. I hope it hasn't come through on yours. There is that Mercedes just at the bottom of the screen. 3 seconds the gap now. The last lap by Darren King was a 2:19.2. The last lap by Trevor Wenham a 2:18.1. So Trevor is definitely ringing that Ferrari engine to within an inch of its life at the minute. Trying to get what is the final podium spot. 2.7 seconds coming across the timing line for the end of the first sector of the lap. As they come through Bruxelles, this is going to be a good battle. There's just over 2 hours to go. They both have to do at least one more pit stop. So let's see how this plays out as they make their way around Pool on the Ferrari, taking a tighter line and keeping it really nice and clean through the exit and coming through campus as well. Next time in line is going to be coming through Stavolo, and that's where we're going to be. And I think looks like Trevor Wenham is matching his previous best. So his previous lap time of a 2:18.1. It is 2 seconds flat to Darren King in that Mercedes. Trevor Wenham's still up on his time. He's a 10th up on his old time. He's really liking these conditions at the minute, is Trevor Wenham. Let's see what he gets. There's that Mercedes, held up by a Ferrari as well. He's definitely up on his time. His previous best is a 2:18.035, and he's now a 2:17.895. That's a monumental lap, and it takes half a second. That was immense pace. That has gone from over 2 seconds to 1.5. In comparison, Darren King's last lap was 1.5 seconds slower on the last lap. Trevor Wenham is absolutely flying at the moment. Sammy Ufuk is still in the lead of the race quite comfortably. The last lap time was a 2:18.4, so they're very happy. 1.6 seconds, lost a bit of time, but that Mercedes is now past the Ferrari, and now it is Trevor Wenham's turn to pass that Ferrari. Trevor Wenham, very well put, Rico. Trevor Wenham is a man on a mission, and that mission is to get past that Mercedes before the end of the race. Now it depends. That Ferrari has moved aside a lot quicker than it did for the Mercedes, so that has worked out quite a treat for Trevor Wenham, and we'll have to see exactly. I'm genuinely excited. I'm genuinely excited to see what the times are right now as they come through campus at the moment. The next time in line is at Stavolo, near the end of the second sector. 1.6 seconds was the gap. It is now at 0.6 of a second. Trevor Wenham is absolutely rocketing towards that Mercedes. I have no idea. Like, I would not like to be like, if there's a Discord or a Skype call or a Zoom or whatever, TeamSpeak, I would not like to be in that chat room with Trevor Wenham right now. That has to be, it's basically, oh my god. That is 0.3 of a second. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared I could do this. I'm scared. Oh, this is it. This is the battle for P3 coming down to Lacombe. Who is going to be later on the brakes? It's going to be Darren King. Is it going to work for him? It is. He's going to keep P3 for the moment. But that Ferrari is looking awful racy at the minute. This is just absolutely... I mean, well done to these two drivers for keeping it extraordinarily clean through that. As Strelnikov, that is Denis Strelnikov, gets a drive-through penalty, likely for track limits. Yeah, I think Pavlaitis and Samiafot can take a bit of a take a bit of a breather. But oh my lord, that is absolutely phenomenal racing, and just the sheer pace of these two is just unbelievable. I mean, to get it down from about 3 seconds to less than a second. It's 0.2 of a second, with the Ferrari being the slippier car coming into Blanchimont. Coming into Blanchimont and the bus stop. Title line for the Ferrari. Is he going to do it into the bus stop? He's looking at it. He's a little bit far back. A little bit too far back. He was definitely thinking about it. Both the cars getting a little bit tail happy on the exit there. And coming across the line, the timing is 0.3 of a second between these two drivers. This, I wouldn't not be surprised if this went down to the last lap of the race. But yeah, as they come through La Source, they are level pegging once again. It's absolutely phenomenal. The last lap was pretty much identical for each driver. As we come through Eau Rouge and Radion once again, is Trevor Wenham going to have the legs he needs to get past this Mercedes this time round? Darren King's kind of moving over a little bit. He's moving over. Is it going to be a repeat of the last lap? Trevor Wenham's going deep. Oh, Darren King's lost it. Oh, and who takes it? Darren King's a little bit squirrely out of there. And Darren King still holds on to P3. Going defensive into Brichelle now, making sure that door on the inside is firmly shut as they both go through, nearly side by side, trying to get around the outside. That is just absolutely phenomenal. And again, great respect from both of them. Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal from both of them. I swear, the driver behind them too, that Ferrari's got to be having a lot of... Ferrari's just got to be enjoying watching this. I'm enjoying it sat here, let alone behind these two. Like, oh my days, this is just... It's just absolutely immense. Like, just these two are just going at it. What is the gap again? Again, it's 0.2 of a second. Both of them taking quite a tight line. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. I'm loving this. I'm absolutely loving this. The Mercedes does seem to have a little bit more legs on the straight coming through Blanchimont. Is he going to have another go? Is he going for it? He's going for it into the bus stop. He's a little bit far back. He's just a little bit far back. Darren King knows he's there, and Darren King is doing everything he can to keep that Ferrari behind. He knows that Ferrari is there, and he knows what that Ferrari can do. 0.4 of a second coming across the line. Probably that deeper line into the bus stop didn't help. That Mercedes is a little bit slack on the brakes, however. So it is a little bit slower on entry. The gap is 0.4 of a second. I don't think he's going to be able to do it this time round. But we'll see what Trevor Wenham can pull out of his race helmet again. Can he try and go up the inside? I think he's a little bit too far back. The timing is it half a second? 0.2 of a second. A little bit far back, but Trevor Wenham is still eyeing that Mercedes up, and Darren King is definitely looking in his mirrors. Definitely looking in his mirrors at the at that race anywhere. Ferrari, that 2-1-3, as they come very close through Brichelle. That is exceptionally close. With just over 2 hours to go, and this is where the excitement comes, is a battle for P3. As they come through Speaker down towards Pouhon. The gap is probably still around 0.2 of a second. Just waiting for one of them to make a mistake. So the Ferrari going a little bit wider, keeping a little bit more speed. What a battle, absolutely. And the Mercedes is getting straight on the flashes to get that Bentley out of the way. Because that's the last thing Darren King wants, is more obstructions when he's fighting for a podium position. Again, Trevor Wenham's having a look. What's the time as they come across? Next timing line, half a second. So Trevor Wenham's lost a bit of time there. And the Mercedes will get a little bit of a slipstream from the BMW in front. So, yeah, Trevor Wenham's lost a little bit of time there. But this is the perfect time for him to just reset, gap back in the groove, and get back on it. That BMW is not shifting out of the way very easily for that Mercedes. In fact, Darren King looks to be getting a little impatient, and you can see why. That BMW just absolutely flies out of the way, sees these two barreling at him, and is just like, I am not involved in that. Not a chance. 0.2 of a second is the gap once again. So that back marker has really helped Trevor Wenham get that delta back as they come through La Source. Again, absolutely trading blows with each other on the previous lap time-wise. Trevor Wenham keeping quite tight to the line, aiming it up for Eau Rouge and Redillon, and both are taking pretty much an identical line through there. 2.212 is the gap. Can Trevor Wenham? We've seen him do it before. Darren King is keeping to the outside. Oh, he's going defensive. And he's switched to the inside. Trevor Wenham is going for the move into Lecombe, and I think Trevor Wenham has got himself a podium position. All Trevor Wenham needs to do now is get that gap out to Darren King. That's absolutely phenomenal racing from both of those two to keep it close and clean and extraordinarily respectful. That is absolutely fantastic. As they both come down, the gap is increasing between Trevor Wenham and Darren King. But can Darren King keep it to within a margin that he would be happy with? And this is now, if they do a pit stop, this is how they will end up. They will end up 3rd and 4th. So Trevor Wenham for the Race Anywhere SimSport 213 Ferrari, who were leading this race not long after the start, having a disconnect issue and being so far back, are currently in the running for a podium position and have half a second on Darren King in the car behind. That is absolutely phenomenal pace from Trevor Wenham. I mean, if you had to, I mean, there's more than one driver for like these cars. They obviously do stints and shifts for driving, but I mean, if it had to be like for any team, any crew at the minute, the 213s are absolutely knocking it out the park. as it looks like that Ferrari is getting a lot in a minute. It's now nearly a second between that Ferrari and the Mercedes. Trevor Wenham was a man on a mission, and I think we can say at the moment that is mission complete for now. All he needs to do is continue his pace and just absolutely rip it. Yeah, the difference between lap times on the previous lap, Trevor Wenham 2:18.8, Darren King was a 2:20 flat. So that was it's absolutely phenomenal, the pace of these guys. And to be honest, if they hadn't have had as many issues, or if any issues at all, they would easily have been winning the race. I mean, that's probably got to be one of the crushing things for the 2-on-3s. Like they possibly could have won this race, but I mean, to have the issues they've had, have about 2 minutes, about 2.5 minutes of like lap time taken away, and to come back and have a shot at a podium place has got to be that's beyond commendable for the 2-on-3. That's absolutely just, yeah. I mean, again, like I don't really have any words for it. That is just absolutely, like, it's just phenomenal, and that is just absolutely spot on racing. Like, you can get your elbows out sometimes, but these guys didn't need to. These guys did not need to get their elbows out at all. And yeah, Trevor Wenham's just building that gap up now. It's now over a second to Darren King in the car behind. I mean, I've been wondering to see where the 2-on-3 had come out. True gentleman racers, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've been curious to see where the 2-on-3 came out, especially after their issues, kind of like the 58. And the 58 crew, they've had, the 58 Van War SimSport crew, they've had just so many issues today, and they're still in the fight for top 20. They're still in there for top 20, and it is absolutely commendable. I mean, if you had to pick like a team of the day, kind of like the F1 driver of the day, if you had to like pick a team of the day, it would either be between the 2-on-3 and the 58. Because the 58 were in the top 10, and they had so many issues, and they've just come back, and they're in the top 20 at the minute. So, like, absolutely standing from them. And for the 2-on-3 as well, they had a massive. They've had such a massive pace advantage. Started on the front row, had a massive issue, a DC issue, and yeah, when that happens, it's heartbreaking. Because you then have to scramble around to try to... Because if your first driver isn't available, you need them to log on so that they can actually swap the car to you. And just trying to do that can be very stressful. And just, yeah, coming to fight back from that. And I don't think they were a lap down, but they were quite a way back. And it was just absolutely... Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal from these guys. I mean, I do not think I can put a... I don't think I can put a foot wrong with these guys. Just, like, at all. It's just... I mean, not even the 122 crew, to be honest. Like, both of them have run incredible races, and none of them have put a foot wrong. Anything that has gone wrong for the 2-on-3s is not of their own doing. It's something that unfortunately can happen to literally anyone. I've had friends that have had it happen. I mean, a couple of other people have had it happen previously. It's absolutely just, it's killer when that stuff happens. But to be honest, I think they can be happy with how they've got on today, and especially in the last few hours, they've just nailed it. Like, the gap is now 2.8 seconds. So I think Trevor Wenham can try and stop setting personal bests, because he's certainly trying to definitely get the gap out. He was over a second faster on the previous lap. About 1.7 seconds faster, and yeah, Trevor, if Trevor Wenham is not their fast driver, I have no words for the pace he's pulled out of that Ferrari. The Ferrari is a fast car, but I have no words if Trevor Wenham is not their fast driver. That is absolutely phenomenal driving and phenomenal pace. Okay, so now that we've all had the excitement, let's go further down the field and see how everybody is getting on. We have had a previous couple of shouts for the 760. They are very comfortably up in P10 at the minute, leader of silver class, and you have P14 car number 7, the Bentley, in second in silver, and then the number 10 Lexus, currently in the pits, third in class as well. Now, my understanding for this is top 20 all get points, so anywhere around 22, 21, 20 and 19 will all be fighting for points, so that should be pretty cool. And I do believe I've just had a warning from someone that they are coming to join me in the commentary booth. So here you go, guys. Here's a treat for you. You don't have to listen to my voice. You don't have to listen to just my voice for a bit. How refreshing will that be? Especially me getting extremely excited, which it's great racing. How can you not? I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, not much else has been happening on track. These guys are trying to fight for time and trying to and just trying to, you know, get ahead of each other. And again, in the midfield, they are kind of the stints at the minute are kind of stagnant. It does depend as the 760 does come in for a pit stop. Where is the number 9? So the number 9 will overtake the 760, and I do believe that is the sound of a microphone of Mr. Arctuthus. Welcome, sir.
Chinson, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing okay, especially after that battle.
Yes, I was just tuning in this evening, and I could hear you exalting Wenham's driving in the Ferrari, and so I thought, well, I'll come in and have a look at that.
Yeah, a little bit of an update as so the number 12 has just had 2 time penalties and 2 license points, 2 individual.
2 license points?
Yeah, so 2 separate penalties applied and a license point each. A 15-second time penalty for causing a collision between the 12 and the 501, which I did kind of look at before when the 501 was trying to unlap itself, and then another 10 seconds for causing a collision again with the 501, and the 28 has got a 5-second penalty for a dangerous dive bomb. But how's your evening going? I could do this.
It's going very well. You know, I was excited to listen to you guys on the tube, as it were, today, and sorry to hear that you were out here on your own. So I thought I'd just drop by, put a friendly arm around, and you know, thank you for the commentary efforts you've made all day today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame we did miss a couple of hours. We missed the wet weather. Oh, yep. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. 30 minutes, there's going to be rain. Literally, as I say that, I look at the weather. We haven't missed some wet weather racing today. I mean, the drivers haven't missed it at all, but we on the stream will not miss it. You guys will not miss some wet weather racing. This race is far from over.
Yeah, it reminds me very true to life for Italy at the moment, right now, where in the qualifying earlier in the sprint race, I was hoping for a downpour just to spice things up, and it looks like he could be spicing things up in this very race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. What cars have you been keeping an eye on? Let's have a look.
Well, I've been keeping an eye on my teammates in the 177 in the secondary class. Hence my shout out for Ullman. I think they had a bit of difficulty with a penalty for a bit of a rear end incident.
Yeah.
So that's where I think they got the 15-second time penalty for as well. But you know, they're doing well. They had a great first endurance race outing. I think they came in it was top 3, I think, for that first one, and not so good for the second endurance race. And I think they're doing pretty well on average for this time around. So that's the 177 team, the Nighthawks Bromance crossover event. They're a little bit further down for for the stream probably. But yeah, I've been keeping in touch with those guys throughout the day.
Yeah, they're currently chasing P26, so they're definitely not out of the a battle as of yet. There are likely to still be penalties applied, so we'll see how that goes on. But yeah, the 177 has been kind of had a mixed bag this season so far. I mean, it's nothing compared to what I'm not sure if you know how many issues the 58 van wall guys have had.
Well, I don't see them anywhere near the top, so I imagine quite a lot.
They started in the top 10. They were the leading Van Wall SimSport car in qualifying in Superpole, and they ended up P30. They've had nothing but crashes, DCs, and I think one of them had to park the car due to an emergency.
Oh.
So it's been non-stop issues for those. So to see him back in the top 20, top 15 in a minute is quite nice.
That's a testament to how strong that team obviously is, and the Van Wall guys, those two teams, they've been strong for a big part of AOR, and yeah, it just goes to show the goodwill out. But they must be upset. With the fact that they're not contending at the top.
Yeah, I mean they haven't given up. I mean it's I mean, obviously, it's not as many points as they would probably like, but it's points nonetheless. Rather get some points than none, and it's more effective as well. It's effective. Well done, lads. Despite all the issues we've had, we've pulled together and we've finished the race anyway. So
well, it's a team thing. It's honour among the team, and putting those adversities behind you and really pushing forward. And points are points at the end of the day. 15th place versus 14th place, it could make a difference in the end.
Yeah, the two Van Wall cars aren't having the best of a race at Spa today, but hopefully it can go better for them at the final round.
Spa is a fickle mistress, as you know.
Oh, isn't it just? Especially when the weather turns. Oh, which it will. Yes, it will be changing. I think we didn't have any wet weather in Monza. It rained on it started to rain on the formation lap at Silverstone, which is classic British weather. Goes from bright sunshine to
and I heard
pouring.
you talking early the guys talking early this morning about that awkward gap between, either full wet or full dry, but it's that in between which really puts the cat amongst the pigeons for these teams in choosing their tyres, and nothing worse than a sort of a slightly humid, greasy track. We don't really know which tyre to go on.
Yeah, I mean the only track I'm not expecting any rain is Laguna Seca, which we're at in about a month's time, aren't we, for the final round?
And it's also the next race in the BMW M2 Challenge as well, but I think we're expecting that to be dry.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that for how the weather is. But yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of commentators for the final round. Have you seen?
I haven't seen. No, I mean I must confess this season I've been concentrating on my driving, which, judging by my results, has been not worth it. Down in tier 10, mainly throwing it into walls. But I wanted to focus on that, and
you will get that.
I think I will. I mean, I bought a full Fanatec, ecosystem, and now I'm worse than ever. So it's
honestly,
all the gear, no idea.
No, changing from one setup to another, it will affect you. Just honestly, get used to it again. Get used to the entire setup again, and then honestly, you will get faster. I mean, if I can go from being just a rolling roadblock to, I mean, I can do 220s, 219s race pace at Spa. So, I mean, compared to these guys, it's absolutely nothing. But
yeah, well, these guys are aliens, sure.
But yeah, I mean,
if I could just get through a race without, losing the back end and slamming it in. So that's something I've been working on.
One thing I've been doing to try and stop that is just moving the brake bias. Changes where the car brakes, so it changes how it reacts. And I think the anti-roll bar at the front can help with turning and trying to stop the car.
It's definitely all about the setup. You're absolutely right there. Yeah. And having the TC controls on the wheel to be able to flick them quickly is nice. Is a game changer.
It looks so nice. But yeah, so looking at the this is also for all the lovely people watching the stream, the schedule for, so everybody listed to currently do the race for the 8 Hours of Laguna. You got Timosaurus, John, Architeuthus, myself, Benny Cage, Luke, and possibly even Fizzy. Fizzy might be joining us as well.
It's a big party, basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Rage will just pop in the chat with a beer, just like, well done, lads, good job.
Rage, proud father.
Yeah,
I hope we get him in for a guest slot.
Yeah, he's been a I would say a busy boy, but he's been a busy gentleman.
He's a new dad, and I know Timosaurus is as well. I'm an old dad now, so
yeah, and Tim's recently moved as well, so his PC's PC's still in a box.
Piling it on.
PC's still in a box, so I think he's a little bit sad at that. I know I would be saying before, if I were to move, my PC would be the first thing out. Even if it has to go on the kitchen counter, I'll plug it in. I'm having my computer back.
I've been on holiday recently, and I just lying in bed in my luxury villa, wishing I was with my PC, which is bad.
In your luxury bed, drinking wine, were we, in the sunshine?
Drinking cocktails in the sunshine, yes. But you know, I didn't miss any races. That was the main thing.
I was gonna say, if you were gonna say I miss England, I was going to get very angry at you.
No. And I know one of our fellow Tier 10 guys, Dave Rogers. He travels a bit for work, and he was going to Switzerland fairly recently, and he was telling me he had an argument with his wife because he was trying to push a Logitech G23 into his suitcase, and she was telling him to take it out.
See, that's why you have a second suitcase.
Yeah.
You have your family suitcase, which has all your clothes in, and then you have another suitcase.
A suitcase just for Logitech peripherals, yeah.
Yeah, just have like a gaming laptop or something, or like a small form factor PC and a small monitor. You'll be fine, or even a VR
Other
headset.
racing brands are available.
Yes, other racing brands are available, but I use Fanatec. Architeuthus is now using Fanatec, so
yeah. Now I've got my CSL DD, and I've got my McLaren GT3 wheel and CSL pedals. And, I'm kind
of jealous with you with the McLaren GT3. I want to get the Podium direct drive Podium, but I don't want my wrists to get ripped off.
Yeah, with the extra torque on those, I have to tell my son.
Especially if you get the boost kit. Oh my days.
My son's only 9, and he uses the wheel sometimes, and he takes his hands off the wheel. I'm like, put your hands on the wheel. It'll rip your hands off.
Yeah.
Even at the sort of the 5nm, it's fairly strong.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Architeuthus. If you are having trouble getting to grips with your equipment and you want to become faster, you could possibly use Driver 61.
I know. I actually have used Driver 61 previously, and I had a little test session with one of the guys there, and he took me around Barcelona, and it was really informative. One of the things I remember him telling me was that to keep my eyes on the corner that's coming up, or keep my eyes where I want the car to be, rather than actually steering where I am right now. And I wish I could remember that constantly, and every now and then I do remember it, and my laps improve. But yeah, he had some really good advice, and that was just one of the taster sessions, I think, which brings you into the sort of the wider ecosystem of their training. But even just from doing that, it was eye-opening.
Brilliant segue there. I love it. Yeah, so
it's true though. It's all true.
Yeah.
I did. It was reasonably.
Yeah, I mean,
priced
absolutely. Absolutely. I think there is a link in the description as well for Driver 61, who does help us host events and championships such as this, as well as SIMSOK. You haven't got any SIMSOKs, have you?
I do have SIMSOKs.
You do have SIMSOKs as well.
And I have a Stream Deck. Although we don't talk about that anymore. Yeah, I stitched those promos together for the group. So yeah, no, the Driver 61 guys, it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've had like a few of my friends have done. I've got one of my friends who does like pro esports stuff, and like we've both been doing like same championship races and things. So he's been like, okay, you can do this better, you can do this better, and it's just like, how? And it's just like, yeah. It genuinely does help, especially someone who's really familiar with sim racing and how certain setups work and how certain cars work, how the game acts. It is really, really good. But one thing, do you drive a real car, Architeuthus?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've got friends who like don't drive, but they go on sim racing. One thing you may not notice that you do when you look to where you want to stay your car when you're driving.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's something you do subconsciously when you're driving, but when you're in a sim, if you've only got one screen, you don't do it.
Yeah, because you don't have that spatial awareness that you can have necessarily in your own car.
I mean, I don't have the money to get 3 monitors, but I would if I could.
No, and there's a big contingent that uses virtual reality, and even for endurance races, and
VR,
my hat's off to those people.
VR's one of my friends did a 12-hour race in VR. I told him it was insane. I mean, he still did it anyway, and
I mean, these are guys who, you know, who obviously full immersion, and they have their wives or girlfriends, you know, throw water over them when it's raining as well, just to get that maximum level of immersion going. But I imagine it does work well for spatial awareness, and you know, your brain responds well to it.
It definitely does. Like, I found myself, like, I have a VR, like not one of the more up to date ones, which I really do want, just for like more resolution, so I can actually like get myself.
I have an Oculus, but I'm scared to use it in my rig.
It's honestly, it's not bad as long as you got somewhere for the cables to go. It isn't too bad. I mean, I've got a Vive, and I've got the original Vive, and it's got that big chunky cable at the back, so I kind of have to stick it to one side of the bucket seat I've got. But other than that, it's weird. And I say it's weird, but it's a good weird, because
it discombobulates you at the after you take it off, especially if you're doing, I imagine, doing an hour stint. And it's bad enough staring at one screen when you're concentrating hard. You've got the rest of the team. You're trying your hardest for the rest of the team in the endurance race. And I imagine just doing it in VR, it just gives that extra level of mental exhaustion as you're doing these races. And that's, I guess, why they call it endurance.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I didn't really notice that I was doing, I put the VR headset on. I was looking into corners, and I didn't catch myself doing it. Like, I generally start looking, and then I turn my head, and it moves, and it's just like, I don't notice it, and it's really weird, but it actually helps. It's like, I've done it in iRacing as well, like, with the the Mercedes F1 car they have in there. Mm-hmm. That is all kinds of weird.
That was the noise of me swallowing a rather nice Chardonnay, by the way.
Oh, very nice. I have a pint of pet fizzy drink. I won't say what brand.
Other fizzy drink brands are available. Other Chardonnays are available.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's really weird. That car, I mean, it makes sense because it's a modern Formula 1 car. That thing is the grippiest thing I've ever driven in iRacing. It's extremely bizarre.
Yeah.
And having VR on it as well, it's just like, it's really, really weird. And they have the...
But yeah, it chimes in exactly with what my Driver 61 trainer was saying. It's, I think I'm too much in the moment when I'm driving. I'm too much in the space that I'm in, whereas what you should be focusing on is what's 3 seconds ahead of you, what's 2-3 seconds ahead of you, where do you want your car to be in 2-3 seconds. And if you concentrate on that, your body and your control of the car will follow, and it's something you have to train yourself into in that sort of 2D environment. And you're right, it's something that when you're driving in IRL, it's something that you're used to doing, but it's translating that experience, changing it from a game into actually driving, because this is a simulation at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it is really weird, because like, if you hear, like, that's one of the things that even the guys driving now, they can't really think too much, because otherwise they'll bring themselves into where the car is right now, not like the groove they were in. It's like they know where to turn for certain corners, like where to brake, where to throw the car in, where to look, where to do this, where to do that. And that's one of the things that even if you have an incident, you've got to recover from the incident that's there and now, and then get back into the groove where you're not thinking as consciously about it. It's more quite a few cars coming into the pits at the minute. That maybe at the end of their stint timers, but it may be a bit unfortunate because the rain's about 10 minutes away.
Yeah, a lot of teams are probably looking to think about strategy now. I mean, we've got 10 minutes to go to the rain, apparently. I mean, ACC is not particularly specific about when the rain's going to come. It's either 30 minutes, 10 minutes, or right now. But, that could be anything well, it's just changed, so I guess it's
Yeah, I mean, it's
10 minutes away.
10 minutes is light rain, and then 30 minutes it gets worse. So we may have a wet end to the race with an hour and 40 on the clock.
So the other team members probably on Discord, yelling between each other about what the strategy is going to be. Has anyone thought about pressures for wet?
I mean,
at night.
Yeah, they'll have an idea from like the earlier wet running, but like they'll have to try and figure out. Okay, the track is like I think it's 20 degrees now. Like when I came on, I think it was around like 29, 30 degrees. So that's easy. That's pretty much a 10-degree drop, and that's not even from when the last wet period was. So it can depend. So yeah, the race is definitely not over, and it will get better as the night goes on.
Indeed. Well, I think this is the time I must leave you. I'm about to put a bunch of money on Dillian White and watch that. So I just wanted to drop in and say thank you for the wonderful commentary, Chinson, and
no,
a bit of chat to keep you from being lonely.
Yeah, thank you for dropping in. I shall leave you to your evening's entertainment and your Chardonnay.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the rest of the YouTube viewers for tuning in. And we'll catch up soon in the next endurance.
Absolutely.
Best of luck for the end.
Thank you very much, Arctic.
Cheers.
Very nice to hear from Arctithus. We have cars on wets. There are wet tyre runners in this race. I don't think that is the smartest option. So one of the things you can do is if it's light rain and you're coming to, and so if your stint is offset, you can 48 and a 555 just had to stop. Okay. One thing you can do is you can throw dry tyres on. Yeah, the tyres will be burned. One thing you can do is lower the pressures. No, sorry. Up the pressures. So you up the pressures higher than you normally would for when it's starting to get a little bit greasy, because then you still have the slick tyre, but as it gets cooler, the pressure drops and you still have the main body of the tyre where it should be. Lost a minute under doing it on the last rain. That's fair enough. I mean, it does depend. I'm going to assume you're from... Oh, Nigel, 555, I think you're racing for today. Butler Pal? Or it's Butler Pal. It's gamble both ways. Yeah. I mean, it depends, because the temperature's a lot lower than it was before. So, I mean, it's definitely a gamble, but like, do you lower your pressures for the hot running, for the dry running? Because it's still at least 5 minutes away. So it's like, will the track get wet enough for you to actually be able to make use of those tyres, or will you have to stop again? That's more the question that you need to do. It's something that I mean, obviously, like, you guys can think about it a lot more than should be 2-3 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a lot easier for you guys to figure it out and figure out, because you are running, you know the figures, you know all the details of how your car's running. But I mean, I am but running 100% on hopes and dreams right now. That is ideally what you need at Spa. There's been a few drivers who have had hopes and dreams answered, and nothing but a torrent of bad luck thrown at them today. So it is definitely a 50-50 between the two. But yeah, we'll have to see, because the track is still optimum and there is no sign of any water on the track yet. So we will see how we get on. So looking further down the field, where are we? Let's check in. Further down the field, we're on board. We are now watching the 28 with a 5-second penalty. 370 and the 177 are going at each other once again. Now again, these guys could be on completely different tyres. They could have just done a pit stop. They could be on the same strategy. We don't know. As me and Nakatithas have just had a nice little chat about sim rig setups. But yeah, if you guys do want to have a look at the, if you guys do want to maybe try out some sim coaching, it is something that definitely can it is something that can help, especially from someone who knows who kind of does this and has a lot more experience, especially in terms of functionality and like how you need to sort it. Especially if you, I mean, even if you're getting started, it is something that you can always make use of. But yeah, at the minute, so with Driver 61, who AOR is probably sponsored by, along with SIMSOK. With Driver 61, if you use code AOR Driver 61, so that's AOR Driver 61, you can get 25% off a consultation fee and a free coaching session when you use that code. And as Arcatith said, it is really, really helpful. And there is apparently rain on the circuit. I am yet to see it. But yeah, all the information you need is in the description below. So feel free to have a look at that. It's absolutely worth it. I mean, take it from Akatuthis. I mean, he has set the stuff up, but he has also tried it out. So I mean, you can't. I mean, oh, they've had a driver change as well. Mr. Jardier! Jaroslav Honzik has his wipers on. Let's go on board with Jardier, and there it is. Why does it? Oh wait, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sing. You'll have to put up without the singing, which is probably a good thing. The 122 has just gone off the track, I believe, or had a bit of an issue. They're running a little bit slowly coming through Blanchimont at the minute. And Mr. Jardier is taking over the car as the rain starts to arrive on track. The track is now greasy, so any cars that are wanting to take advantage of that time now, so it looks like the 720 is coming in for a stop, as is the trailing Van Wall SimSport car, the number 58. So we will see how they all get on. The 555 is already on the wet tyres, so we'll see how they are. Darren King is also in the pit, so as is Trevor Wenham. So are they? How far back is? That is a lot of damage on that Mercedes. That is a monumental amount of damage. What has happened to the Mercedes of Darren King? They're just trying to space out. Fortunately, there's no collision in the pit lane. That is... Ooh, I'm not 100% sure exactly what has happened there. To the 122 Mercedes of Darren King and GCWR R8G. But yeah, just the sheer amount of splinters and cracks on the windscreen, that has had a monumental whack. Have they possibly lost it and hit the wall? The 122, it was going wide. Oh, is it possibly the conditions that have got the better of them? Maybe. Quite possibly, but number 720 out on track. Grantis Caracas, Speed Grease Racing Lithuania, likely on the wet tyres. Now, this time you will want to pump your tyres a little bit higher, just because of the cooler temperatures. The track will now start to decrease fairly rapidly. Now it's 19 degrees, and it will just get worse from here. We are getting more intense rain as race leader Jaroslav Honzik for KW Clown Fiesta Esports team comes into the pits for likely his pit stop for those wet weather tyres, and I think he's left it to the last possible moment. A lot of the cars are coming in now for those times, and I think the 555 may have pull the swan song out of that pit stop. The tyres will be a little bit more worn than they'd probably like them to be at the minute, but it is definitely going to now pay off for them. As Jarian makes his way to his pit box to change for the wet weather tyres. A lot of cars in the pits right now. There's hardly any 8 on track. I wonder why. As Messier Hyler comes out with unlikely again the wet weather tyres coming onto a now damp track. Are a lot of the drivers, so they do have to be careful, especially coming out of the pit lane, because the track is now damp. It does not have as much grip as it once did. You'll start to see all those rubber marks wash away. And wash away they will, and fairly fast if the weather is to be believed. But yeah, definitely something to look out for now, and definitely the pace. The pace will definitely now drop off unless if it is dry for the last half an hour, and they'll put dry tyres on and they fuel up for the last half an hour, then it is a race to the finish, possibly even a race for the fastest lap. The fastest lap at the minute is held by the 869, 2:17.597. The only one that's come close is the car on your screens at the minute, the 213 with a 2:17.895, which was done by Trevor Wenham while trying to catch that 122 Mercedes, which is currently back out on track and had a driver change. So new tyres, new driver, and all that damage fixed. So yeah, the lap times are tumbling as you can't go as fast in the wet as much as you'd like to. So this is what it's like at the moment. It's very dark. I'm surprised Spa isn't lit as better. Definitely lifting off now. That house is no longer there, which is a little bit sad. But I think it was more on safety grounds that was removed. As you can now start to see the spray coming off the cars as the track just gets ever wetter as they take extra care. And that's not really where you want to be, is on those curbs, as the car will start to fight you a lot more. Now, the cars do have wet weather maps. They do have wet weather engine maps, depending on the car, depends on what, how far down it is. For instance, at least the Ferrari has 8 engine maps, whereas the McLaren has 12. And obviously, the further down the maps you go, the more fuel you save and the less power the engine puts out. But there's also a wet weather map where it's pretty much perfect for wet weather running. But a lot of drivers will still keep it in the top few maps. I know I do, and that will probably explain why I don't have much luck in the wet weather. But we'll gloss over that. So. Who is the next car? The 101, which I do believe is a lap down. So the 213 crew currently having a nicer run, not too much in front of them and not too much behind them in terms of competition on track. Jaroslav Honzik is out of the pits into the wet weather on lap 262. Grant Krakis is only a lap behind. Hyler is 2 laps behind, and then it is 2:59 from P4 to P7. With Max Melamed in the 555 BMW. So a lot of these drivers will have had, especially those who have changed, you can start to see the definitely see the shine on the curbs. You're starting to see it on the tarmac as well. A little bit loose coming out of the final corner there. But yeah, that's to be expected, especially as you're just getting used to, because the track's just going to get worse and worse from now, especially with the rain getting harder and harder, which is something that can happen, especially in a 12-hour race. Under 1.5 hours to go. We have been running for 10 hours, over 10 hours, 10.5 hours. So it is still all to play for with a lot of these cars and a lot of these drivers. There is always time to gain, there are always positions to gain, there are definitely positions to lose. So especially with changing conditions, which is a driver's nightmare, especially with a new set of tyres which you need to bring up to temperature while the track is consistently getting worse. There are no intermediates in this game, so unlike the very wide selection of tyre compounds in categories such as Formula 1 and Formula 2, in GT racing there are simply two types of tyre, dries and wets. There is no in between. You could probably turn your wets into intermediates by just driving them completely bald, kind of like Lewis Hamilton did in Turkey a couple of years ago with his intermediates. He basically drove them to slicks. No, it is either the dry tyres or the wet tyres. You don't get a softer compound, you don't get a harder compound, you don't get an intermediate compound. Here's your wet tyres, here's your dry tyres, set your pressures, have fun. That's basically that's basically how it is. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers adapt, especially if they've been running for quite a while. I mean, it's probably better to adapt than to go in the car fresh, because obviously the last time you were driving the car it was dry, and you're now obviously dealing with definitely changeable conditions, as the intensity of the rain is going to get higher, as I believe that is the 444 of the Goat Racing Team number 1 currently ahead of third place on track. Obviously not in the standings, as they are a back marker. The Team Van Wassum Sport, Team Van Wassum Sport guy teams have not had the best race. The BMW is not the strongest around Spa, but obviously they've had just compounded issues left, right and centre. So they're currently running 14th and 15th, which is I mean, it honestly, especially the 58, it's extraordinarily commendable. Again, considering what they've had. But yeah, it's definitely a shame about how many issues they've had. But yeah, so from watching other categories, you may have some idea of how like certain things work. Track limits are pretty much the same. They do work a little bit differently in terms of that depends on the track and obviously the category of the car. The tyre regulations, again, there's no changing compound, so it's basically choose your tyres and have fun. Fuel requirements are basically run as much fuel as you want to. Your stint timers are 65 minutes. You can run as close to the wire as you want, or as most drivers do, they basically just keep it to an hour. A little bit of a glitch there from the Lexus, sitting in the going through as a back marker. But yeah, this is what it is like at the minute. It gets worse when you start getting behind the car, because then you get their spray as well, and that doesn't help. But you can see just roughly how it is at the minute, and that is that's the 177 that Akatithus has some friends running. Come from MotoGP. Yeah, it's again, from categories such as like MotoGP and like Formula 1, the rules are a lot different. So probably the main rule that people may ask is why the blue flag guys aren't getting straight out of the way, like the 177 in front. In GT racing, you don't have to let them by straight away. You can see the marshals waving the blue flags. They will get the blue LED panels as well, lighting, if there are any around here. I think they just have the I think they just put marshals there, just waving blue flags all the time. You don't have to let them by at the first opportunity. So like the 177's just done there, you can let them buy when it benefits you both. So the 177 is not going to lose too much time there, and the 213 gets by without having to compromise their lap at all, especially if they're trying to chase the car in front, for which they are on the same lap as the 720. This isn't going to be another man on a mission scenario, is it, for the 213? 42 seconds between the 213 and the 720. Is anyone having flashbacks to about an hour ago? Or is it just me? One thing you need to watch out for as well is puddles. There's certain cambers in the track. Not just the McLaren, the Ferrari's quite loose at the rear end as well, especially in wet weather. All depends on the driver, but yeah. Puddles are notorious, especially in tracks with cambered corners like Spa. When I say camber, I mean the track turns in, so kind of like here, it's tilted inwards. But puddle, excuse me a second. There are puddles in one place you do not want them to be. So if you heard that, and like that strange noise, it kind of sounds a little bit like grinding. That is a puddle, or rather a larger body of water on the track than around the rest of it, and that is what you got to watch out for. And there's one going into a region Radion as well. That's really not what you want. But yeah, just because how the track's cambered, that is where the water gathers. And again, wet weather changes your braking completely. So you've got to brake earlier, you've got to try and be more careful on the throttle, you've got to turn in more, you can't just throw the car in anymore, you can't just saw the wheel and expect the car to do what you want anymore. Yeah, it is definitely a change from a couple of different categories, and Ferrari's getting a little bit loose there, coming out of campus and into Stavolo. You can see Harley's definitely trying to wring the neck of that Ferrari at the minute, as the whereas the 720 has just crossed the line again. So we're about a third of a lap. They're about a sector behind. Which is not the biggest gap in the world. So yeah, you can just hear the tires and you just hear the tires spraying the water up and it hitting the underside of the car. Still 42 seconds. So no losses and no gains for the 213. Although that is probably not the line to take through there. It is a line you can definitely take advantage of, especially in the wet, because then you straighten the car up more, so it's easier to get the power down. But yeah, just having like hardly any lights at this track, other than your headlights. At least they lit Eau Rouge. That's nice. That's nice of them, I guess. But you come here down the back straight and they're just absolutely nothing. You could possibly see some brake lights in the distance, and then some like the glimmer of like some, I think some headlights far away, but not not much more. Yeah, these are the conditions that you definitely do not want. They will happen in like the longer endurance races, like 12 and 24 hours. And I think there's even times where like the real life races do get postponed for certain weather that can basically be a danger to all drivers, and even marshals as well. So I do know there was heavy fog one year for the 24 hours of Spa, so they'll suspend the race. Oh, the Ferrari getting out of shape there, coming on the exit of P1, trying to get on a pirate a little bit early maybe. Is Hyla trying to catch up to Caracas, because if they know they're on the if they know they can be on the same lap, then yeah, they're just under a sector behind as the 720 comes across the line. They're coming through like the panel, like one of the coming up through to Blanchimont. But yeah, you just want to go faster. It's like, oh, you can just push it a little bit more, just push it a little bit more, just push it a little bit more, and then you spin. Which is, I mean, that's kind of where you find your limits. You find the limits of the car, you find the limits of the grip, and you just see exactly what can be done. I'm surprised these guys are still hitting the curbs as much as they are, especially that one. Like, you don't want to be on a, that's all kinds of slippery. 41.5 seconds, so slowly chipping away. Let's have a look further down the field how we're getting on in the weather. So there are 35 runners left in this race, and it's hold station, I think, for the majority of them. So possibly some chipping away at other times to try and get the better effects. Some people are better in the wet weather than others, just like some people are a lot faster. You have a fast driver, you might be able to have a wet driver, and yeah, just take advantage of the conditions. I do know some of my sim racing buddies do love the they do love a race in wet weather. I absolutely loathe it, but I am British, so I do have to deal with a lot of wet weather. So yeah, there's that on the table. But yeah, it's definitely it's definitely something that's not ideal, especially after driving in the drive for so long. Again, I do apologise about the silence. I'm just trying to keep myself a little bit fed. But then you do get to hear the lovely chorus of how many cylinders does this have? I forget. Is it a V6 in this? It's a straight 6, an inline 6. Thank you, Puff Pirate. I can never tell. I can never remember, because some of them have V8s, some of them have inline 6s, some of them have V6s. It's always hard to keep up. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the wet weather racing. But yeah, Rico, it's something that honestly, I mean, obviously do it in the dry first, because then you can get used to like the game and how it works. Don't just throw yourself into something like this and immediately go for the wet weather, because you're gonna have a bad time, and that'll kind of it can maybe put a sour taste in the mouth in regards to just the experience of it. So obviously, like, do the dry running and then do the wet running as well. But yeah, some drivers are now starting to struggle as it does as the rain just does get heavier and the conditions change even more for the worse. It is supposed to lighten up in about 30 minutes, so we may get about 40 minutes of dry track at the end if it does stop raining. But yes, I mean, not really anything. It is kind of hold station at the minute, just as everyone is kind of they're not exactly going balls to the wall anymore. They're just kind of trying to get around the lap, I think. So yeah, and you do have quite a few like back markers, blue flags, this, that, the other, and literally everything. But yeah, so imagine driving in this. Imagine driving on a country road in the pouring rain with no street lights, just your headlights. That'd be, yeah, the amount you have to lift for Blanchimont as well, you can't do it full throttle anymore. A lot of cars you could throw them in full throttle in the dry, not in the wet. Not even the stable ones like the Bentley, Aston, and the Beamer. Absolutely no chance. Not a chance. Scary. Yeah, I mean, one of the things is like, I mean, it is a little bit different from going from a country road to a racetrack, because you know where the racetrack goes. Like, you know where things are. You have certain points. I mean, obviously, in the dark, or in like when it does get dark, you need to recognize your braking points in the dark. In the rain, you need to recognize that you need to brake a little bit earlier than your normal braking point. So in the rain and the dark, you need to find where your braking point is and brake early. You need to find where your braking point is in the dark and then brake a little bit earlier because it's wet. So, not the greatest experience. I think I've only ever had to drive in the dark in the rain once on ACC so far, and I didn't have the best time. I was very slow. I wasn't having a good time. I think it was at Monza as well, which is probably like the worst track to have wet weather, because you just want to go absolutely flat out, and especially Ascari in the rain. Oh my days, no, not a chance. Absolutely nope. That's a big nope from me, Jeff. Yeah, it's. Yeah, it's certainly a whole other beast when you then come into like all the wet weather. It's definitely something. It's hard to say, to be perfectly honest. It is genuinely hard to say, because I mean, everybody has their preferred track, and some people can have their preferred track in the rain. Just trying to think, like, probably. Just trying to think what would be one of the easier tracks. Because I mean, honestly, to get used to wet weather and how cars can change, it's honestly better to do it on one of the easier tracks, or a track that you know well. The weather is going to get. The rain is going to reduce. That's good. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. Yeah, I mean, like I said to you, I can see this before. I hope it doesn't rain for Laguna Seca. That will be hell on earth if that happens. Corkscrew's bad enough in the dry, let alone if it's absolutely pouring with rain. Yeah, I mean, a track that you... honestly, I'd go with a track that you really like and you really have fun on, because then you know the flow of it, you know, like, you can... a lot of it is more personal preference, especially learning, like, how to sort out wet weather. Once you know a track, it's a lot easier to adapt to it. But again, it depends on... it does depend on what tracks you're comfortable with. I'm just trying to think. I'm forgetting what all the tracks are. Paul Ricard's not too bad in the rain, because you have quite a lot of runoff. So if you make a mistake, then it's not too bad. Whereas here, if you make a mistake, you're in a wall. And you're either out of the race or trundling back to the pits for about 3 minutes, especially in the rain. Yeah, Circuit Bar Ricard's not too bad. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I wouldn't say Monza's the best in the rain, just because you do have quite a few sharp corners and Ascari, and there is the infamous Monza Turn 1. That is very easy to screw up in the rain. No, because I've done it. Especially in a race, it's not great. Let's have a look down the grid. There is something going on. Where are we? Between these two, there is, yeah. Again, there's not much that's been there isn't much that's been going on, which is, I mean, it's fine, because I mean, it's wet weather. It's not as especially when the field's spread out so late in the race. It'd be a different story if it was near the start of the race where everyone's kind of bunched up. But yeah, it's we'll see how Crystallitis gets on in the Lexus. Possibly, I think they're chasing Heiko, or Heiko has just got past. We'll have a look at the next delta, the next timing line, which is the start-finish line. So no, it's the finish line, not the start line. The start line's on the other side, near the pit exit. But yeah, I mean, don't do Spa in the wet as your first wet experience, because there's a lot to gauge there, especially so like La Source or Rouge, Radion, and if you screw it up, there's not much. It's not very forgiving. I haven't got a pass in it. Okay. We'll ride on board with the number 10 and see how they get on. But yeah, you can see just trying to keep it straight up Eau Rouge is now a challenge. Whereas in the dry, you could let off a little bit and the car would respond a lot better. Whereas this, you kind of have to fight it up. You kind of have to wrestle the car up the hill. It's like your braking zones change, your gears change. So yeah, in terms of like what's best, go for one that you like. So go in the dry, find out what tracks you like, and then just try them in the wet as well. Car sounds amazing. The Lexus does have a nice engine. Yeah, I forgot how nice the Lexus did sound, I'll be honest. So yeah, we'll stay on board with the Lexus for a bit, because I think they are starting to catch. They have the McLaren behind catching them as well. So this is a three-way battle for P17 at the moment, as the weather is going to start to improve over the next half an hour. So we're not going to get about 40 minutes of dry running. We might get possibly 20 minutes. If that, because first of all the rain needs to stop, and then the cars need to clear enough water for it to be considered like okay to drive on slick tyres. Yeah. To answer your question, Rico, what would be best? I'd probably say I probably genuinely would say Circuit Pole Card. Again, just because the amount of runoff you have in case you do make a mistake. Because if you make a mistake in the dry, it's a lot easier to recover. If you make a mistake in the wet, you go in for a spin. No matter what you do, your car will spin. Slam on the brakes, they'll lock up, you'll skid. Don't slam on the brakes, the back end will step out and you will become a Beyblade. A very large Beyblade with an engine in the front. As Alvarado is in the pits, possibly for a new set of, I'd assume, a new set of wet weather tyres. If they go to dries, I would be very, very shocked at this stage, especially with these weather conditions. So yeah, I think the number 10 is chasing down the number 7. They are making a little bit of progress every bit. It is they are just throwing punches at each other at the moment in terms of lap times. But again, you gotta be careful on the curbs. You hit that, you're going in one of the walls, or both of them if you're going fast enough. So yeah, I mean, you can see there's a few areas that do have a little bit of a good runoff. Puon's a good example, and possibly Brichelle as well. We're coming up to now. That's got a nice bit of runoff. Probably not enough to slow the car down in the wet, but it has a little bit more runoff that you can try and recover the car. Puon's probably your best bet. Other than that, no, not around Spa in the wet. Especially for your first time in wet weather. Especially if you come into this from a different from like racing motorcycles as well, because this isn't considered a racing game; it's a racing sim. So the physics and the tires and the aerodynamics are done specifically to mimic real life, and they are trying to get the physics and how the cars behave as close to the actual cars as possible. So it is something that can take time, especially if you come from more arcadey games like Forza. F1's a bit more of an arcadey game, kind of like some of the MotoGP games as well. And especially again coming to a different class, the vehicles just react differently. So it's genuinely worth just having a go, see what tracks you like, what tracks you're comfortable with, and then start looking at wet weather. But yeah, it's definitely it is always definitely a challenge to try and wrestle a car around Spa in general, let alone in the current weather conditions. To come across the line, the gap is 2.3 seconds. And the gap to the McLaren behind is 0.1 seconds as they go into La Source. So we're going to ride on board. Now this is definitely not what you want. Maybe getting their elbows out just to keep each other out of the wall as they go too wide into Eau Rouge and Radion. You can see the McLaren stepping out a lot there and having to take to the runoff. That's what can happen if you go too wide in the in the in the darkness. Rain and darkness, yes, and especially going into Origin Radion in the rain, in the dark. It is going to get better, KR, but we are stuck with the wet weather for the time being. We've had it for about an hour. Just under, as we are as the clock slowly ticks around, to the final hour of this race, which has been quite eventful, I think. I'm sure some people will agree. There will be people who disagree with me, and that is perfectly fine. You can disagree with me at your own leisure. That is called a conversation. That is how conversations work. You just have a nice discussion with someone, and if you differ in opinions, that's fine, as long as you agree that, you know, like these are differing opinions. We may never agree, but you know, it's your opinion. You're entitled to it. But yeah, so too wide going into Origin Radion, and the about half second between each other. Mats Lindholm Anderson is currently in the pits for the Race Anywhere team, and I think this is going to be ending on wet tires. I think it's not going to get dry enough to swap to slicks. The gaps are starting to come down just as the track, you know, just doesn't get any better, it doesn't get any worse. That was interesting to say the least. McLaren's not the best in the wet. Who'd have thought? The British car, good in the wet, good in rain? No, of course it isn't. So there is always that contention as well. As well, you always have the British cars never do well in the wet, as is evident by the number one going a little bit squirrely on the exit of La Source. But yeah, just watch how much they lift. Completely off, gear down, back on the throttle, and try and get a straight line across the curbs. If you try and turn on the curbs, that's it, you're done. Welcome to Beyblade Town, population U. Yeah, so this is Yeet Gaming. This is the Yeet Gaming. This isn't J Team. This is Yeet Gaming. I do apologise to the drivers of Yeet Gaming that I have been getting it wrong for about 6 hours. I do apologise. But yeah, so again, the McLaren is very squirrely, but that was close. That was not nice. Especially in the wet, like, if you brake hard and your brakes lock up and you aquaplane, you can't slow down any quicker. Like, that's not how physics work. You're going to just, you know, just skid. But yeah, it's just, let's see how these two get on, because I think that's under a second. I think that's about 7 tenths, I'm going to guess. Just based on the pace and, well, the McLaren being, McLaren's a little bit slippy. If you have to pick a car to drive in the wet, don't pick the McLaren. Just don't. Don't pick the Porsche either. All my days, do not pick the Porsche. I think it was pretty alright, those 7 cents. 662. Yes, exactly. Porsche's not the greatest in the rain, it's not greatest in the dry on low fuel. McLaren's not great in the rain. Beamer is just a little bit slower in the rain, depends on the track. Lexus is pretty good in the rain, Bentley's good in the rain, Aston's good in the rain. This could be the fight for P18. Is he going to send it up inside of T1? Oh, he's trying to sell him a dummy. It's not worked. Not worked in the slightest. So he's moving over, getting the best line he can. That was not the best. Through turn one for either of them, but neither of them wanted to yield the inside. 30 minutes. We'll have no more rain. So yeah, we'll have about 20 minutes. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough time to switch to the slick tyres unless it's like the last 10 minutes. At that point, everybody would need to switch. Yeah. How are we further up the field? So Highlight's still doing okay in third. Yeah, again, it's hold station really for a lot of the drivers, and a lot of them have kind of settled into their rhythms now. So for the wet weather, so it's not something that'll change relatively soon, I don't think. But yeah. Yeah, so the track is damp, it's no longer wet, because there's 35 cars driving around it and lifting up the water and getting rid of it off the racing line, which is where the times will start tumbling once more. We're probably looking around high 220s at the minute for for the really fast guys, possibly like mid to low 230s as well. And then you got like 231s and things like that for the guys further back. But yeah, so the track's now damp. It won't get to greasy until the rain stops, I don't think. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be any dry running for the rest of the race. 50 minutes to go in the 12 hours of Spa. If you've enjoyed yourself so far, and you want to see the 8 Hours of Laguna Seca next month, and you want it to be ready in your subscription boxes when it goes live, hit the subscribe button. We always welcome new and friendly faces at AOR. We do have, obviously, we obviously powered by Driver61 and SIMSOK, as you can see on your screens as well. And again, you can get that 25% off consultation fee and a free coaching session as well if you use AOR Driver 61. So yeah, it's definitely worth it, especially if you're struggling with certain conditions. So even if you're struggling in the rain, might be worth it. Might be worth having a look as well. Just try and get a bit of advice, because you know, good advice is always is never a bad thing. And I'm pretty sure that McLaren has just absolutely sailed past that number 10. Where is that number 10 right now? That McLaren is gone. So a very nice overtake there from the McLaren as well. But yeah, so if you're interested in looking into possibly doing something like this series, like this championship, there is a currently ongoing BMW M2 championship, which is going to Laguna Seca very soon, as Arctuthus so very kindly informed us. You can visit the website, you can check out the socials, all of that info and all the links are in the description. Check on Honzik. How is Jardier getting on? So yeah, Jardier is leading the race. Jardier is leading the race. So yeah, it's been a fairly comfortable lead since the 2-on-3 had their DC issues. And it's not really looked like the lead of the race has been under much threat. They also hold the fastest lap of the race, which at this point I don't think will be beaten. It's currently 2:17.597. So this is your race leader coming up against, I believe, 2 BMW, so currently fighting for position, which is it's nice to see people fighting. Oh, that's in the wall. That is in the wall, and that is a fair amount of damage. Were they fighting for position? They were as well. So the 28 and the number 5 were fighting for position, and possibly just a little bit late moving across, or even early moving over for the number 5, having a fair amount of having a little bit of a visit to the wall there. So they'll get they will tumble down the order a little bit. The Van Walsum Sport guys have been enjoying the wet weather a little bit. They're now up into 12th and 15th respectively, with Mr. Andy Van Vel, who that catch Jardier spent about an hour ago. Unfortunately not, no. There's been a few battles I've been keeping an eye on, so I will have probably missed that. I do apologise. But yeah, so Andy Van Vel is now in the car, who so graciously decided to pop into the commentary box for a bit of a chat before. And it looks like he will be taking the final stint for the 58 to the flag. Now the track is damp. The weather is definitely getting better, and I'm just waiting to see when it swaps over to 10 minutes till dry, or just dry weather. I did say the clouds looked ominous, and I do know that Luke said it yesterday about wet weather, so I'm going to blame Luke for that. I'm going to blame Luke for the wet weather. I hope he doesn't mind, and even if he does, my argument is valid. I told him yesterday if it was raining I would be blaming him, and it is, so I am. There we go. So yeah, Jardier Honzik, Jaroslav Honzik, Mr. Jardier, KW Clown Fiesta Esports team, pretty much leading the race for the past 5.5 hours, 6 hours. I can't remember how much time was on the clock when I started the stream up. I do apologise. But yeah, so number 10 has a drive-through, possibly for track limits. That is the number 10 Lexus that we were on board with a few minutes ago. But yeah, it is kind of hold station at the minute in terms of just in terms of like where the drivers are, just because everything's kind of leveled out, everyone's comfortable in the car, how it handles, and it is nice to see the drivers get faster and faster as the track drives up. So you can see a couple of lines still on the track that haven't been washed away by the Belgian rain, and they are currently serving that drive through the number 10 Lexus. As we come up to lap 279. For our race leader. So yeah, there's not much else currently on track. Jelly is currently coming up to one of the Van Wall SimSport cars. That is the number 58. So that is Mr. Andy van der Velde. So we're going to stay on board with our race leader just for a while, and I'm going to keep an eye on the gaps, the timing gaps as well, just to see if there's anything, happening a little bit further back that we can possibly have a look at as well. That was a car on track. What was that? There's 87. Was that backwards? Or was that just very, very slow? They have dropped it coming out of Origin Radion, I think. They've gone a little bit too close to the sun on that one, and they've got a little bit of a sunburn. Not the biggest sunburn in the world. Just a tad. They've just been burnt just a little bit. So I mean, it's not going to stink too much, but it'll definitely be uncomfortable, especially possibly going to the pits to try and repair any damage. So we are nearly into the last 40 minutes, and again, like the pace difference when it's dry is completely different. I mean, obviously the wet pace can kind of match each other, especially for different drivers. So there's guys who are lapping in the 220s, and then these guys are lapping in the 230s. So there is someone who has done a 220. How have they done a 220 in the wet? Have they cut the track? I don't understand that one. So yeah, mid 230s is what you're looking at pace wise, and I think a lot of them at the minute are kind of matching that. Again, just as they are comfortable with the conditions, comfortable with the car, and then they have to get comfortable all over again when we hit the new transition period, which will probably see us out of this race in just over 40 minutes time. It's very bizarre that I've been going for 6 or so hours, and it's been fun actually. Had a nice little visit from Akatuthus, so it was nice to have a little chat with him. Nice to know he's sipping on Chardonnay. Very fancy. I'd probably just go for a pint of cider. He's got Chardonnay. A very distinguished gentleman is Akatuthus, as is everybody in the AOR commentary team. There are no new reports from Race Control regarding this tier. There's been a few coming through for tier 2. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. later. The 87 is slow again. Yeah. Oh, slow again up there. What's right? Okay, I might follow the 87 on the next. Where is the 87? I've lost the 87 on my tracking thing. Where is it? There it is. I will keep an eye on that and wait to check on. See, things happen when I'm checking race control. Always happens. So yeah, the again, I'm just waiting for it to say that it's going to be dry in 10 minutes, but I think it's been like 10 minutes and it hasn't changed. Which, well, no doubt. Yeah, so Jadier is coming up again. Coming up on Andy van der Bell. So is Mr. Hanzik going to flash the BMW to let them by, or is he going to be? Oh, BMW running a little bit wide out of Blanchimont there. Are they fighting for position? Oh, that was a bit of a not sure what happened there. Bit of a skip, and then all of a sudden it was nearly in the back of a BMW. That was a little bit of a surprise. As we cross over 280 laps, we will get 300 laps in today's race, which is a monumental amount of laps. 2 and 3 gaining still in the 720. Don't think there's enough time. Yeah, there's. If it was dry, I may have said there could be a chance, but just with the wet conditions, I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be a second place waiting for the 2-on-3 crew. I mean, honestly, their comeback from like the DC they've had is brilliant, and the performance they've put in today is absolutely amazing. As is the 58 guys, who our race leader has just what? Right, that is. Is there any damage to this car? Are they pitting to repair any damage? Okay, so they've possibly got damage. Okay. I can't see any damage on the car at the moment. I can't see anything. Well, I might have just seen a massive, like the door being out of place. I don't know if that was just me. Can I change the pit camera, please? It doesn't look like there's any damage to the Bentley. So I'm not 100% what's gone on. I mean, they will likely be doing their final pit stop for this race. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on the 87 as we do come into what's nearly the final half an hour, and I do believe, has it stopped raining? Not yet. It's getting there. Very little rain on the windscreen now. So we're nearly at a no rain situation, but yeah, I don't think we're not gonna get a fully dry track before the end of the race. Which, I mean, it is kind of a shame, because I was hoping that there'd be a last dash to the finish for some of the teams, to see if anyone can take advantage of the new conditions. But yeah, we'll have a see. We'll have a see how they change. Yeah, that hasn't changed in like 15 minutes. Come on, SCC. Gets it at the wall. Possibly, yeah. I mean, that's they've had a couple of wobbles at Origin Radion, so I'll keep an eye on the 87 and see how they get on as we come down to Lacombe and then through Malmedy. I'm just keeping an eye on the weather to see when it's going to dry up. I don't know whether mine's broken or if mine's broken, I'm not going to be happy. But yeah, so just keeping on board with our race leader for a while. Dijkstra is currently in the pits, what is likely for their last pit stop, unless there is just a dry track At which point it would depend on if they can keep enough pace on hot, wet tyres. So it does depend. But yeah, the Jardier's pace has been pretty good, dipping just below the 220, the 230s, just as there's less water on the track. You get a little bit more grip. The tyres start to bite a little bit more again. You can see that the car is a little bit more pointy as well, and there's a lot less shiny patches on the racetrack where especially where the cars are driving, unless you are in a corner. So basically, if you're on a straight line, you're fine. But yeah, so yeah, not too much happening at the minute. I think they will be starting their final pit stops around about now, which a couple of drivers are starting to do. I think some of them have been waiting to see if it will change. It has just changed to dry, like no rain in 10 minutes. So with 25 minutes to go, there should be no rain coming from the sky. And we'll see how that affects not just the performance, but also the pit stops and the strategies. Because we may get about 5 minutes of dry running, which I mean, the long and short of it, I personally do not see much point in running a like changing to like dry tires for like 5 minutes. It's just not worth it. Just burn your wets. Your wets will probably last about 5 minutes anyway. So that's something that a lot of these drivers are going to be now keeping an eye on, and they're going to be having a look as to whether they can possibly make dry tires work. You start to see that the track is, especially around here, the track is definitely starting to dry up, as Jardier could take a lot more of an aggressive line through there. So yeah, the track is definitely drying. Let's see what lap time he posts this time round, just to see how much of an effect it has, or if it has any effect at all, for that matter. To see if there is anything. I'm expecting. Oh, little bit slidey there. Come on, Jerry, it's not a dry track. Not a completely dry track, sunshine. That's not the way to do it. Yeah, some of the cars now are coming in for the final pit stops. They've made their decision, and they will be going to it. I think some of them may go. Ooh, it's hard to say. No, they're all gonna. I think the majority of them are going to stick to wet tyres. It's still damp. You just pump the. I think you just lower the pressures a little bit. Lower the pressures a little bit, and have them run up to what you need. So, what is Jardier's lap time? I'm interested to know, as the track loses a lot of moisture on the tarmac. It's pretty much the same. It's slower than the lap before, so there's not really any change in the lap time. I was wondering if it was going to be any faster. It looked like it was faster, but you know, looks can be deceiving. So one of the drivers that has changed tyres is Ada Willspin for Yeet Gaming, and they, I believe, are on the wet tyres. They're taking it very cautiously. There's not enough slip there for it to be dry tyres. I don't believe they're on dry tyres. I really don't. I mean, if someone from their team is in the chat and would like to... Oh! Okay. They're being very cautious. What's their time? That's a 4 minute lap time. They can't be on dry tyres. No. Are they on dry tyres? Who else has pitted? Let's have a look. Dijkstra's pitted. Dijkstra's on wet tyres. Dijkstra's on wet tyres for the rest of the race. 30 minutes to go in the 12 hours of Spa. Thank you very much if you've joined us so far. Again, we have missed a small portion of the race, kind of like in the middle, just because of lack of availability for people to broadcast. I did start a little bit early just because there was no one on, and yeah, it's been interesting. So that was a 2:32 by Dijkstra. No one else is pitting at the minute. Have they all done their last pit stops? Who's chancing it? Who is chancing it? Andy van der Velde from Van Wal Simsport is in now. Let's see. Are they going to put... The track is damp. Not yet greasy. What tyres will the Van Wal Simsport guys place on this BMW? I am thinking dries. No, I'm thinking wets. I'm thinking not dries, I'm thinking wet tyres. Again, this is the call they're pitting now, so they could... Okay. That was certainly something. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on that as he comes out of the pits, as P5, the 122... Dropping in the wall again? I believe it has. I believe that has been in the wall again for the 122. Possibly... Have they possibly tried dry tyres? It's not worked for them. Again, that's a fair old amount of damage. Have they not fixed it? They've had to have fixed it. Otherwise they don't have any headlights. Okay, Mr. Van der Velde is coming out of the pits. And I don't know what tyres he's on. See where he brakes. Have they gone for dry tyres? I'm trying to see if I can tell by the sound of the engine. I don't think they have. Jardier, our race leader, is in the pits. Our race leader is coming into the pits. Is this a big brain move? From Misanzik. Where's P2? P2 is 720. Where are they? They're left behind, but they're in the pits as well. Everybody is coming into the pits at the moment. There's a fair few in the top 10 that are coming into the pits. So they have fixed the damage. Have they gone for dry tyres again? Have they gone for dry tyres? Have they gone for wet tyres? I don't know. The dead silence as I switched. I don't know. Like, are they using dry tyres? Are they using wet tyres? I genuinely have no clue. Like, I'm so curious. We have another one in the pits when it's looking to dry up in the next few minutes. So Darren King is back in the car for the 122. So Darren King will be taking the flag. It does look like the times are coming down quite nicely as well. Oh, I don't know. They're taking curbs. They're taking the curbs more again. So the track is definitely like drying off. But I genuinely don't know. No way to check. No, there's genuinely no way to check what tyre compound they're on. This is this is what they don't tell you. Because obviously then that gives away your secret. It's like, oh, they're going on dry tyres. Let's go on to dry tyres. But I genuinely don't know. That's why I'm trying to play the guessing game to try and figure out exactly. Right, Johnny is at the pits. What tyres is he on? He's got to be on dry tyres. The rain stopped. He has to be on dry tyres. He's just turned the wipers off. He has to be on dry tyres. He's got to be. He's just got to... He has to be. Like, I don't... I'm gonna watch his lap. We're gonna watch this one and we'll watch the next one and see what it comes up as. Because I genuinely don't know. This is quite funny. Because if they're on dry tyres and the curbs are still wet, then it's a very slippy. It's a very slippy situation. What are the others doing? What times are the other guys doing? Okay, so the 555 still on wet tyres, I think. Is there anyone dipping into like the 219 to like low 220s? No? Who's pitted? The 760s, they've pitted. I'm looking at my... I want to know if anyone has decided to gamble on the dries. I mean, I know Nigel is racing for the 555, but I don't know if he wants to give it away. Just looking at lap times at the minute, he's got to be on dry tyres doing that. The 169's on slicks. Where's the 116? The 169 is in P8. Jadier's got to be on dries. Fighting for P7. Nice. Anybody who pits now has to be on slicks. 969. No, yeah, Jadier's on dry tyres. No way is he doing that on wets. Absolutely no way. So, okay, where's number 9? Number 9 coming up. I don't know. See, you've already got like the rubber coming back onto the track again. And it's still damp. Nah, they're on dry tyres. They gotta be. No way. No way are they not on dry tyres. If someone told me they're on wet tyres, I would not believe it. No, Jadier is... No, Jadier is his, like, YouTube name. His actual name is Jaroslav Honzik. That is his... starting to overtake. He's on. Why is he on wet tyres? Why? Johnny, what are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Oh, I'll say something. 35 seconds. Maybe? Is Hyler on dry tyres? I don't know. This is the thing, like, I love this. I love the fact that, like, that I don't know. It just makes it better. It just makes it better. It's just like... I mean, it's not just that, it's just like, it's a comparison as to who's on dries and who's not. Because you can see the track physically, you can see the track's like a lot drier. But because there's still some wet patches, it's still classed as damp. Like, you can hear it under the car. Yeah, it's definitely... Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, that's one of the things that they do have. They have a massive advantage, so if Jadio wants, he can just pit and get dry tyres and then just, you know, fly away again. I'm going to keep an eye on Grant Crackers and Rasish Hyler. As we come into the final 20 minutes, it's still listed as damp. I don't understand why. Look, it's dry. Even the curbs are dry. ACC, what do you mean? Oh, it's a puddle. It's dead to greasy. Haha. No, it doesn't mean you can boot it, Hyler. That's not what that means. Just because it says greasy doesn't mean you can just absolutely boot it. You still need to be careful. I mean, half the time, like, I used to be like that. You should see. Right, okay, boot it. Go. It's not a switch. It's gradual. It's absolutely gradual. Right, what's the time to 720? That is a lot. That has to be closer than it was. 34 seconds. It's further apart. Where are they going? I'll keep tabs on the 213. Let's have a look further down the field again. Let's catch up with the 177. So as they're getting to the dry tyres now, they should be a lot more comfortable in the car. Oh, I have to do interviews. I've just remembered this. I'm pretty sure I have to do interviews at the end. I forgot. I was so invested in the. I was so invested. I was so invested in just the race, and it's only just gone through. It's like I have to interview the winner. Yeah, I mean, again, not too much happening around. Not too much happening around the midfield, or even a little bit further up. Go number 28. Let's have a look where they are for you. I've lost them. There we go. Simulation Esport GT3. So yeah, I think they are are on the dry tyres. You can see the dry line appearing on the track now, the lighter grey. So we will start to see faster lap times. I think the top 3 are still on wet tyres. I think. I don't know actually. Everyone's doing similar lap times. Mind you, it's still greasy. So will it get any better, or will it stay greasy for a bit? I think the closest we'll get is green. I think that's it. I'm trying to guess track conditions now. I'm trying to guess tyres, trying to guess track conditions. Oh, I'm trying to guess everything. I'm trying to guess everything right now. And I'm getting most of it wrong. You'll all be happy to know. I'm definitely getting it all wrong, as the number 28 just goes a little bit wide into Blanchimont. Maybe trying to take a little bit too much out of it. Let's have a look at how are the Van der Velde boys getting on. P14, and again, I'd probably say they're on dry tyres, to be perfectly honest with you all. What kind of commentator would I be if I was lying to you all? I just tell everyone that they're wrong tyres. Imagine if I told people the wrong tyres. Why you'd listen to a sole commentator, I don't know. I mean, if you do, that's kind of, don't take your strategy from a commentator. You should know this from Formula 1. Never listen to Crofty in terms of strategy. Ted Kravitz, maybe, yes, but not Crofty. I'm still trying to figure out who's Crofty out of all of us in the AOR broadcast, the AOR commentators. I'm trying to think. Who would be Crofty? It's something we're going to have to figure out next time. I'm out. As we come to the closing stages of this race, I will mention that the next time we are on for an endurance race for the Endurance Championship Season 2, it will be the final round. This is the penultimate round, can you believe it? We will be in America for the 8 hours of Laguna Seca. A fickle track among many drivers, and not a popular one with a lot as well. That will be the final round. You will have a whole host of commentators to choose from. And I think there I'm going to try and get the debate settled. Who would be Crofty? I'm going to try and get it. I'm going to try and get the question answered. I don't know if I'll get an answer. What will the date be? I'm not 100% sure on the date. I know it's in about a month's time. I've got something set for after the race, so we should be able to see it on there. So we will have a look. We will find out together. Because I haven't had a look. I downloaded it, loaded it up, and back to the current action. But yeah, so let's see how the race finishes off. So yeah, again, holding station just as everyone gets used to the conditions again. We have the McLaren of Grantis Caracas sitting very comfortably in P2, and we have Hyla in the 2-on-3, who's had quite a nice recovery in P3. P4, we've got Wichak in the 101 BMW for Silver Racing Team Eurowash. P5, we currently have Justin Dijkstra for the Race Anywhere SimSport Aston Martin number 48. So Race Anywhere do have 3 cars running today. The 213 Ferrari currently in P3, the Aston Martin in P5, and there was a number 12. They are currently in P28. Go to P13, they are battling. Let's have a look. So the gap to the car ahead from the 57 Van Walsum Sports is about 7.5 seconds. It is definitely doable, but that's more on the McLaren making a mistake at this point. And I doubt they will be battling with their sister car currently behind. This is the championship leading car, and they haven't had the best race today here at Spa. No, so they will also be. They can also be lapped cars as well. So it does depend on where they are. So the BMW in front is not the same car on track. I do believe that's actually the number 5 that's currently in P24, if I'm not mistaken. So the final 10 minutes of the 12-hour race, an extraordinarily grueling race, as Spa is probably one of the more unforgiving tracks on the calendar. As they come up to, yeah, that is a lap. That is a back marker. What car is that? Moving across. It's not the 370. But a lot of BMWs in the roster this season after the 1.8 update, the infamous 1.8 update, where the BMW was absolutely ridiculously powerful, and they've been trying to fix it ever since. As we slowly reach midnight in game, so this is nearly 12 o'clock. 1:15 seems to get closer to the number 10, so about 1.3 seconds back. Let's catch up with them. In fact, let's see how far back they are. So where is the number 10? You were right about one thing. They are definitely battling. They are definitely battling. That could be. I think that could be that for that particular battle, as they had to. The Lexus has had to lift off to avoid getting penalised for track limits, which is not what you want. In the last 10 minutes of a race is to get a drive through for track limits, especially considering you are still in the points. So yeah, as far as I know, the top 20 get points in the standings today, and I'm not sure how the points are distributed, as to whether it is per class or just overall, and I don't think his tyres are very happy. So our race leader, Jaroslav Honzik, or Jarier, as he is known to the international racing sim community, is pitting for a brand new set of dry tyres. I know it will be the dry tyres. If it's not the dry tyres, then I don't know what's going on in that man's brain. Yeah, so he's pitting for the final time, and quick tyre change, and away he goes. Still well in the lead of this race. On lap 293, we won't get 300 laps. Just shy of 300 laps. If the rain wasn't there, we'd have 300 laps. But yeah, so I think they are. Yeah, so at some point they will be. So the 720 is no longer a lap down. It does say a lap, but that's because it does say +1 lap, but it has not crossed the finish line yet. So it is on the lap behind the 869. They've done a driver change as well. Malinowski will take the flag at the end. So the Malinowski is the one who put this car on pole. It kind of seems poetic to have Malinowski take the flag at the end of the race. Is that more because Jadia doesn't want to speak to me? Does Jadia not like me? But yeah, it'll be nice to see how the guys get on. I need to actually ask: is he still about? Of course he is. I'm just going to ask a quick question, just with about 5 minutes to go. See if I can get a bit of a quick answer out of him. Unfortunately, he's not driving, so I should be able to get some form of response. So yeah, crossing the line. We'll see. Are they trying to go for the fastest lap again? I mean, it's Greasy. They won't get the fastest lap. It's Greasy. Yeah, the driest they'll get is green at most. Track's gone up a degree though. That's nice. Even though it's midnight, so it's literally the next morning. And for a lot of our European viewers and drivers, it is the next morning. So yeah, not for me. I've still got about 50 minutes before it is Sunday. But I hope you have all enjoyed both part 1 and part 2 of the broadcasts we have had today. Again, we did miss a little bit in the middle, just due to scheduling conflicts and not everyone being able to broadcast the race for you. But yeah, I've enjoyed myself watching quite a lot of really good racing. Actually, it's been really good. I hope we get that next time out at Laguna Seca. Yeah, hope you've all enjoyed, and I will keep shelling it out because they help us put events on like this. So Driver 61 and SIMSOK AOR is proudly sponsored by them. If you want to know when AOR is next live, just hit subscribe, and it will pop into your subscription boxes as soon as we hit the go live button. If you're interested in joining AOR, have a look in the description. There are a couple of links, including the social media pages for AOR itself. So I think there's a Facebook there's a Twitter there, and then you have the Apex Online Racing website as well, where you can sign up for events such as this and many more besides. The AOR don't just do ACC, they do F1 as well, and I think they have been looking to do some others as well. But again, I am a mere commentator and I don't get told all of the information. So 2 minutes and we will get 2 more racing laps. Unless Malinowski's decided that this is the last lap he wants to do. Might take it a bit easy and just do a slower lap. Mind you, they were going faster than this in the rain, so yeah. Looks like there will be 2 more laps. But yeah, so I'm trying to get a response out of so yeah, I've just been confirming with a couple of the organisers. There will be a couple of interviews for the podium finishers, for the pros, or the platinums, depending on how you want to phrase it. Some people call it pro. I know ACC lists it as pro, and then you have the silver class as well. But yeah, it will be for the top 3 in the race today. So that will be it's likely to be the 869, the 720, and the 213. But we will see how the results come out as the flag drops. So yeah, we'll definitely see how we get on there and what the results turn out to be. 44 seconds on the clock. I don't think we're going to get a green track, are we? It's going to be greasy. But yeah, it's a fast track. How's it gone from greasy to fast? Excuse me? How does that work? That's just not cricket. Malinowski wants to do another lap. He thought about it. He thought about it. Gonna slow down for 20 seconds. 10 seconds left. So there we have it. The timer is done. 12 hours of racing. Pretty much complete. We just got about another 2 minutes. We are on the final lap of the 12 hours of Spa, which has seen quite a few issues for a few drivers. The 213 guys have had some issues. The 58 guys have definitely had issues. And yeah, a couple of guys just haven't had the best of races. But sometimes, I mean, that's how racing is. Sometimes it's just it is genuinely how it is. Sometimes there's just not really much that can be helped. It is motor racing after all. 169 is likely to catch the 555. Where are they? It's 2.3 seconds. I'm going to assume that 555 is on wet tyres, and the 169 is the 169 is on slicks. We watch a sheer difference in pace, purely based off the tyres that are used. So through Lacombe they come. Not move quite done yet. So we're just going to switch very quickly to the race leader, Malinowski, in the 869, who will take the checkered flag and win the 12 hours of Spa. And unfortunately, that was probably a bad decision. Oh, as you can see, the fireworks off in the background. The 169 has overtaken the 555, and that will purely be down to tyre selection on that one. So the lowest they will go is 8th, as the runners behind have already crossed the line. So you can see the 720 is coming up against the 555, and we still have of the top runners the 720, the 213, and the 101 yet to cross the line. And where are they all? They are all fairly far back. Where is the 101 actually? I don't know. There it is, I think. Nope, that's the number 10. The number 10 has stopped on track, which is quite, I think that's quite dangerous actually. So yeah, as the 555 comes around for the final time, that is a Lamborghini. And where is? I can't find the one. Oh, the 101's already crossed up. Where was it? Oh, it was near the 10. That's why I didn't see it. Firstly, congratulations to all the drivers for making it all the way. As the final podium finisher, Mr. Heiler, is coming through Blanchimont for the final time. It's been an absolutely phenomenal race from start to finish. I did watch the start myself. I didn't see the bit in the middle, unfortunately. But it has been a very, very good race and a great effort from the guys in the 2-on-3. who take the final podium position after their disconnect issue and having to come back from P5 and a lot of time down. So we're just going to return to the garage. I'm just going to wait for them to just pop in to the commentary box as the podium finishers do come round. As Mr. Ursel comes round to... yes, they feel free. They're not entitled. They're not inclined. They're not obliged to. It's just if they want to, which I think a few people may do. So yeah, our race winner. I'm trying to get a view of, but I can't. So that is your race winner for the 12 hours of Spa. An extraordinary effort from all the drivers to drive for 12 hours and keep it nice and, well, for the majority of it nice and clean. And I do know someone who is currently in the chat. Oh dear. Oh dearie me, I have to talk to Chad here, New Cog Monkey. That's quite interesting. Oh dear. I class them as sim royalty, so we have all three of the winners. Let me...
But I'm dead. Oh my god.
You may feel like you're dead, but it was an extraordinary effort from all of you in the 869 Ferrari. First of all, congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
I haven't left anyone out in the list, have I? You're all here?
Nope.
Yeah, all of us, yeah. All who driven today are here, yeah.
Yes. Yep.
That's awesome. So, got pole yesterday by quite a nice margin, about 3.5 tenths, and you very comfortably won the race today.
Exactly 101 seconds.
101 seconds, indeed. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, your pace today has just been absolutely phenomenal. Even in the wet, although I did disagree with a certain choice of tyre. As later on when the track was drying up for the second time, but you had plenty of time. How comfortable were you all in the car?
Not at all.
I loved the car. I loved every single
Mathieu
lap
did
of
the
the
setup,
race.
and he was the only one comfortable in the car today.
So the other two were just along for the ride, I guess. Then with the the Ferrari.
Mathieu was the one enjoying the car today. We were just dragging along.
It certainly seemed like he was enjoying the car and the track yesterday, during qualifying. Who enjoyed the wet weather more, or did you all hate it?
I did, definitely.
You
I
love the wet weather.
Yeah, it was super.
I haven't even driven in the weather actually.
Yeah.
Like, I just didn't get the chance. But in the dry, the car was lovely, especially from Rouge. So easy.
Oh my god, our car in Eau Rouge was absolutely death trap. It was like bouncing like crazy, and yeah, crazy. But in rain, the car was fantastic. Like, we had a very good time.
Yeah, I mean,
the weather was epic.
The weather it's certainly been interesting to say the least. A lot of it was dry. It had 2 wet spells and seemed to come out of it unscathed, really. You were trailing the 2-on-3 for a bit. They did get past and have quite a nice lead on you for a while. Unfortunately, they did have a couple
it
of
was a big shame.
Yeah, a couple of issues. Shame. Yeah, their pace has been the pace of the top 3 has just been absolutely phenomenal. And I hope you're going to keep this up into the next round at Laguna.
Oh yeah, very looking forward. I actually never driven Ferrari there, I think. So I'm very curious how the car behaves now after all the updates.
That's gonna be very interesting to see how you guys get on in not just qualifying but also the race. Coming with those words, Johnny.
Is it gonna rain?
For the sake of the drivers, I hope not. Corkscrew's bad enough in the dry. Let's not add rain into the mix as well. So coming off that, I'm not sure how the championship looks at the minute, but I do believe you have you've got quite a good points haul from today. I think you get something.
We should be leading quite comfortably, but I have absolutely no idea who will be second. Our main championship rivals so far were the Van Wall.
Yeah, the
BMWs,
Van Wall guys haven't had
57 and 58, but they really had an unlucky day today.
Yeah,
so.
they haven't had the they haven't had the best day today. They have done well to finish in the top 20, so they're still scoring points. So I think it's going to be all guns blazing for Laguna. Speaking of which, that is just under a month away, I believe. So are you taking a break, or are you straight onto practice with that?
We'll probably prepare the car the night before the race, and that's all.
like this time.
You did, yes,
Like always.
you did mention you didn't have a race setup, which I mean, it's kind of worked out for you, hasn't it? To be perfectly honest, waking up is like, what setup are we going to run for the race? Found a setup, and it's
Yeah, look, few clicks here, few clicks there, voila, setup done.
Seems
it was
to
the
have...
random, yeah. Like definitely, like 213 were like super prepared compared to us, I think, in terms of that.
Although we don't really prepare the setups too much, we do have quite a lot of knowledge in it. So, and especially our teammate Samir, I think he's currently doing another race now, but he's really good
I
with the setups.
wondered who was missing. Yeah, I noticed Samir was in the car.
Yeah. I wasn't. It was George.
Yeah, I was just wondering. It's like George. I didn't see George booth me today. Where were we?
So I've had to be team cheerleader today because I had an SRO race today. But the boys clearly don't need me. Like,
I'm sure they will for Laguna, George. I'm going to let you guys go off and celebrate and possibly get some sleep after that. And I'm going to get a couple of the other guys in and have a chat to see how they are as well. But yeah, again, congratulations on the win, guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And I'm now going to bring in the P2 finishers for today. Beaver Grease Racing Lithuania. Congratulations on the P2.
Yeah, thank you. That's a nice finish.
Was that on the cards going into the start of the race, or was it something that came about of circumstance?
It's more like a circumstance, I would say. However, we had some bad pit stops at the beginning because it started to rain later than we thought it will. So we needed to do extra pit stops, and it was 2 times for us, so 2 extra pit stops.
Yeah. How did you feel with the track conditions staying in the car? Was it great? Was it not too good, not too bad, or were you struggling a little bit with it being a McLaren that absolutely loves wet weather? I think we can all agree.
The setup was perfect for us, I think. We will all agree on that. So we were as prepared as we can, basically, for the setup. And yeah, it was quite clean. Maybe my colleagues will tell anything else.
Yeah, it was quite enjoyable to drive, and yeah, felt really happy every second I drove.
Yeah, I mean, again, I said to the guys in P1, like the pace of the top 3 cars today has just been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it's kind of been in like another set as well, especially because I think after the 2-on-3 had a couple of issues, you and the 869 Ferrari, you basically just took off and left everyone else at that point. Yeah, I mean,
I think a Hylas team was really super prepared today, and they should have won today. So we're quite happy with the second place.
Yeah, they did have a couple of issues. I think, to be honest, with your pace, you would have ended up on the podium regardless.
Yeah.
Whether it was
hopefully.
yeah, I mean, Spa can always Spa can always throw a curveball at you, and it tried to throw 2 today in the form of wet weather. Was that? Did you enjoy the wet weather, or something you'd rather just deal with and get back to the dry?
Oh no. Me, I love the wet weather. It's really, I think my driving style really fits it. My colleagues as well. I think they're even faster than I am in the wet weather. So I think we all agree that we love the wet weather, and it should be more like that than like in Laguna or something.
It was only one funny story which defines how we prepared wet setup. We all hated when we were doing practice. We really hated how the car behaves. And we Granta just said, okay, let's do 1 click on the wing. And with that 1 wing, it just suddenly became superb. So basically 1 click on the setup suddenly started to work like perfectly. So
that's certainly a way to get a setup. I know the 869 guys say they didn't have a race setup ready for today, so they didn't have one prepared other than going into it this morning and having a look. Looking forward to Laguna Seca. Firstly, is it a track you all enjoy? And if not, are you going to be practicing straight off, or are you going to take a bit of a break after the 12 hours?
I mean, McLaren is just so bad here, so I don't know what we'll see what we can do. But yeah, driving McLaren here is quite pain. So we'll see. We'll try to figure out the setup whole thing.
We do love the Laguna Seca, and we do love Porsche in there, but maybe not the McLaren.
Yeah, it's so bad there.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense of straight on to practice for the McLaren then to try and get it set up for the 8 hours.
I mean, if we would go straight away, I would say we need rest, because you need more mentally to prepare for the race.
Yeah,
because the car gonna suck.
Laguna Seca will throw a curveball at you, even in the dry weather. So I do wish you gentlemen the best of luck preparation for the 8 hours. I'm going to let you go and rest, especially after an effort like that. Congratulations on the P2, and hopefully we'll see how the standings come out in a few days' time.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you for the race.
And then last, but certainly by no stretch of the imagination least, is the 3 gentlemen piloting the 213 Ferrari today, who, despite everything and having a massive disconnect issue from the lead of the race, put in a monumental effort to still finish on the podium. First of all, congratulations on that. I was watching a lot of that, and I do not understand how fast your pace was. I genuinely, I don't get it. It just boggles the mind.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, we're also kind of surprised that we were able to fight for the win, because we didn't have that much preparation, to be honest. Maybe a bit more. I mean, I've heard that Jardia's team also didn't have much, probably a bit less than us as well. But we only started like a week before.
From what
their setup was not
good. Set up the day before as well.
Yeah, from what they told me, they set up the race setup today before the race. So they told us during Super Pole that they didn't have a race setup. So they didn't have a race setup ready for the race, and yeah, it's just one thing. I mean, one thing personally. When you were chasing down, and this is more directed at, Trevor. Your pace against that Mercedes. How the hell did you do that?
Don't know, mate.
It's just absolutely phenomenal, and the fact you both kept it extraordinarily clean as well it's just absolutely amazing. So firstly, massive congratulations on that, because that was just that was a stint from I don't know what. Like I haven't the amount you chased that Mercedes down. I genuinely have. I don't know. There's a couple of people in the chat, and one of my co-commentators came in and is like, I don't know. We just genuinely don't know how you've done that on not even brand new tires. Yeah, that was just absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, the overall pace was absolutely just immense. During a little bit, probably a bit of a sour taste after Super Pole, getting pipped at the post of the last car by about 3/10. But yeah, I think you gentlemen have definitely deserved a good rest after that brilliant recovery from the disconnect issue and being dropped into P5 to come away with a good haul of points.
Oh, thank you.
So going into the next round is 8 hours of Laguna Seca. Is that a track you favour or one that you need practice?
Probably not in the Ferrari, to be fair. It's probably not great in the Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really sure. There's not really any Porsches that can challenge for the win, I don't think. I don't think there's any Porsches actually in tier 1, is there?
Not from what I saw today, no.
Well, yeah, so I don't think there will be, because the Porsche is absolutely like overpowered at that track. It's like way too fast, I think. But other than that, I think it might be close, but
I mean, the issue is that we already have big bouncing problems with the Ferrari on Spa, so you can imagine that on Laguna Seca it's going to be even more of an issue.
Yeah, there's a couple of just to add a little bit more comfort. The 869 guys are interested to see how the Ferrari handles at Laguna Seca, and the 720 McLaren guys. Yeah, they know it's a track that they'll need to put a specific amount of time into just to get the car to handle correctly. So is that some
tricky?
Yeah, are you going to be taking a bit of a rest off before getting down to it, or is it straight in to getting a nice setup for you?
No, it definitely take a while off, to be fair.
Yeah. And we also have a bunch of races in between in other leagues as well. So
we've got lots of races, and we're just gonna rest for a bit. Some of us have SRO. I mean, we all actually all three of us have SRO endurance to prepare as well. So yeah, it's gonna be we won't have lots of preparation time for this one.
It's definitely gonna be tricky to find time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it comes in. I think it's just under a month, so you've got plenty of time to prepare. Not as long this time. It's only 8 hours, which should feel like a breeze after today. On that note, I will let you gentlemen go and enjoy the rest of your evening. Congratulations on the immense recovery drive and the third place as well.
All right, cheers for that.
Thank you. Cheers.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of today's broadcast. I'd like to thank everybody who has watched, even from the start of the race to now. Thank you very, very much for sticking with us, even though we had half a few hours of the race missing. You can see on your screens there, the next time we are here, we are back for the Endurance Championship Season 2 is on the 21st of May. You will have a whole host of commentators to choose from. We have myself, we have Timosaurus is going to be making an appearance as well. We have Arcatuthus, we have Benny Cage, we have Luke, and I do know I'm missing someone else, and I do apologise. I'm trying to find the link. I'm sorry, commentator friends. I'm so sorry. Right, let's have a look in here. So, yes, you have myself, you have Benny Cage, you have... That's the wrong one. I keep clicking the wrong links. There we go. Okay, let's start again. We have Timosaurus, we have John Watts, Arcatuthus, myself, Benny Cage, Luke, and even possibly Fizzymon. We shall have to see. Other than that, thank you everybody who has watched today. Again, if you want to have a look at anything that AOR is involved in, look in the description. We have been powered today by Driver61 and SIMSOK. Give those guys a look. Links are in the description. I have been one of your commentators today, Chinson. Thank you very, very much for watching, and we shall see you all for the 8 hours of Laguna Seca.